Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After rescuing Monica, Nora was sent to the manor for treatment. The sirens had suffered some serious injuries as well, but under the influence of the symbiotic contract, they had already mostly recovered. Nora had unexpectedly become the only injured one. Fortunately, she had come well prepared. Not only was she wearing the thickest glacial heavy armor, but she had also layered chainmail underneath it. This was the kind of protection one would wear when charging into battle. She had originally thought she would be facing a group of cultists, so she had also taken several secret medicines from the church in advance. Although she had been in quite a dire situation during the battle, her injuries were not too severe. She had merely overexerted herself and needed rest. But she did not want to stay for even a moment longer. Thinking of the refugees wandering along the noble territory's borders to escape the White Scourge, she was eager to return to the Northlands. Those were her people. So, after a simple bandage, she planned to leave in a hurry and bring the good news back to the Northlands. However, Hugh stopped her. He had too many doubts regarding the matter of pollution. For example, what exactly is pollution? Why has it persisted for over 1,000 years, yet people still live on the sea? And why were the sirens affected by the pollution instead? Hughes had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Now that Nora was about to leave, he had to get a clear answer. Hearing this topic, Nora's expression became somewhat complicated. You must have noticed by now, the church deliberately conceals knowledge about the extraordinary world. Whether it is the silent sanctum or your candlelight church, this is an unspoken rule among all churches. Hughes nodded. The church's secrecy regarding supernatural powers was absolute. Even though he had descended into this world multiple times, he had found no traces of the extraordinary, to the point that he had begun doubting himself. This is actually a form of protection. Protection. Yes. Pollution is a very peculiar existence. It has one particularly counterintuitive trait: you will not be polluted if you are unaware of its existence. Hugh's mouth fell open in shock. Wait, you mean, fishermen at sea do not know about pollution, so they have no problems when they come into contact with the ocean. The same applies to traveling merchants and sailors. But once they become aware of it, they get polluted. Nora nodded. Hugh slumped into the armchair, his face full of shock. So this was the truth? This was too unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Why is it like this? That, I do not know. The church only told me this fact. As for the exact reason, I know as little as you do. Wait, something's not right. The sirens didn't know about the pollution in the sea either, did they? They discovered it on their own. Hugh suddenly froze. He vaguely remembered that Ash had once told him in the manor's basement that they had heard about the pollution in the abyssal trench. So that was it. Hugh sighed. If only they had never known. Nora seemed to guess what he was thinking and shook her head. It's useless. Once one steps into the extraordinary, they will inevitably discover the existence of pollution. It is only a matter of time. So only mortals can avoid pollution through ignorance. Yes, supernatural beings have heightened senses that often allow them to perceive things they should not. My type, a Burier, is relatively fortunate. The secret keeper of the candlelight emblem, however, often hear various whispers filled with forbidden knowledge. Even if they do nothing, they might still get polluted. So extraordinary abilities came with such risks? Hughes was astonished. This exceeded his expectations. Wait, I am not considered an extraordinary being yet, am I? He hesitated. He had signed multiple contracts with the sirens, gained many supernatural perceptions, and even entered the abyss. Perhaps he was already an extraordinary existence? Nora snorted in amusement. Do you think extraordinary beings are like your Empire's 14-grade official rankings? Do you think you can steadily advance in level, like a promotion system? Hughes' eyes widened. I can't. He had really thought that beyond the Burier, there would be levels like Sky Burial Practitioner, Earth Burial Practitioner, and even God Burial Practitioner, culminating in some kind of peak Grandmaster realm. Nora sneered, grabbed Hughes' hand, and pressed it against her chest. Hughes. It felt cold. Through the symbiotic contract, he could tell that this was a living, flesh and blood body. What was wrong with it? But gradually, Hughes' eyes widened in shock as he looked at Nora. You can feel it now, can't you? No heartbeat. Yes. Nora pointed to the bandage on her temple. No heartbeat, yet blood still flows. Do you know how long my lifespan is? No need to guess, I'll tell you directly. I am immortal. And this is just one of the most trivial traits of a Burier. Now, do you understand what an extraordinary being is? An extraordinary being is not simply a more powerful human, it is an entirely different form of life. Hughes sat in the armchair, his pupils trembling slightly. He had never expected the extraordinary to be so different. Thinking back, there had been multiple times in battle when Nora had been sent flying by Monica's attacks, impacts that would have been fatal to Hughes, even if he had gone through multiple reincarnations. And that was with her armor on. Armor could only protect against sharp weapons, offering little defense against immense blunt force. Yet Nora had merely bled a little. She had walked back to the manor with him, unaided. Moreover, without a heartbeat, how did her body even function? These questions barely crossed his mind before he gave up on thinking about them. Perhaps physics no longer applied. Nora's gaze darkened slightly, as if recalling something. Anyway, you are still immortal, and that is not necessarily a bad thing. Do you have any other questions? Hughes took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and asked, why did Monica's pollution suddenly erupt? He had been wanting to ask this for a long time. What was supposed to be an ordinary treatment had somehow turned into a battle. That. It's actually related to what I mentioned earlier. Those who do not know are not polluted. By the way, we usually refer to this as the cognitive barrier. Cognitive barrier. Yes. As the name implies, a barrier of cognition. The less one knows, the stronger the cognitive barrier. Spreading knowledge about contamination will strengthen it, and once the cognitive barrier is broken, the contamination will be greatly amplified. When an extraordinary being's cognitive barrier is broken, the effects are even more terrifying. Not only does the contamination intensify, but it also easily triggers an outbreak. The sirens present at that time were all extraordinary creatures. They had only a very shallow understanding of contamination before, and I essentially shattered all of their cognitive barrier in an instant. An outbreak of this magnitude would normally result in all of them being devoured by the contamination on the spot, transforming into the kind of monster Monica became. Fortunately, is it called flesh magic? It successfully isolated the contamination, preventing it from fully eroding them. But Monica was already contaminated. Flesh magic only served as a barrier, and at that moment, the contamination within her erupted 1,000-fold, directly shattering the flesh magic. Afterward, the contamination outbreak triggered by the broken cognitive barrier had nowhere to go, and ultimately, it all converged onto Monica, making her stronger and stronger. Nora sighed. Do you realize that if not for the special ability of the barrier who could forcibly bury her at the cost of death, your sirens alone would have been powerless against her? The contamination that had gathered by then had already reached a terrifying level. No matter how many times you killed her, she would be resurrected by the contamination, growing stronger each time, until she eventually swallowed the entire castle, becoming the second storm eye over the storm ocean. A storm eye formed entirely of contamination. Hugh's eye twitched. So if you hadn't mentioned contamination, would none of this have happened? Yes. Nora sighed. I'm very sorry. That's why I decided to bury her, since this was, after all, a problem I caused. I just didn't expect that I could purify the contamination, right? Hughes thought to himself. Silence fell between the two. Aren't you going to ask me why I can purify contamination? Hughes hesitated before speaking. You don't even understand contamination. How could you possibly know the reason? Hughes could roughly guess that this had something to do with the strange golden throne. Strictly speaking, his soul wasn't even in this body. Those symbiotic contracts were likely not binding to this physical shell but rather to his true self, high atop some unknown throne. He remembered clearly how the contamination had fled frantically upon touching him, as if he were the real source of contamination. You don't need to worry. The church won't do anything to you. Nora glanced at Hughes. Even if I can purify contamination. Yes. Nora's gaze darkened slightly. As long as you are not the one bringing contamination, the church doesn't care about you. The church is not interested in solving problems. The church only eradicates problems. Why? Hughes blurted out, unable to understand. Contamination cannot be studied. The extraordinary cannot be understood. Everyone who has ever tried to solve these problems has become a new problem, a bigger problem. Only those who have lost their sanity heretics would dare to seek the truth. Nora shook her head. I won't tell you more. And you'd better not try to understand it either. The cognitive barrier is your last line of defense. Hughes closed his mouth. He wanted to say that he wasn't afraid of these issues. His soul was protected by that ancient palace and the golden throne. These cognitive contaminations couldn't threaten him. It seemed he wouldn't be able to get more information from her. The two tacitly changed the subject. A lot of things that break the cognitive barrier must be extremely dangerous to spread, right? Yes. The church has an entire set of procedures for handling forbidden knowledge to prevent the instantaneous breaking of the cognitive barrier and the resulting mass contamination. I can't reveal the details to you. That knowledge itself is forbidden. Besides, I don't know much either. Hughes nodded with a complex expression. The level of strangeness in this world was beyond his imagination. Perhaps he needed to reconsider his attitude toward the extraordinary. I have one last question. You know, I've interacted with quite a few nobles. Why do they know almost nothing about extraordinary powers? With the vast resources controlled by the nobility, it was inconceivable that they would be completely unaware of the extraordinary. Whether it was his biological father, Duke Cohen, or the empire itself, they all seemed to exist in a world separate from the extraordinary. Searching his memories, he couldn't find any connection between them. Nora slowly raised her head at his words. Perhaps the term extraordinary power has misled you. How about using another phrase instead? Extraordinary curse. Power is merely a byproduct. Pain and madness are eternal. The more power you use, the deeper the curse takes root. The fact that nobles have no contact with the extraordinary is a reflection of their wealth and power. And this is my advice to you as well. Stay away from the extraordinary. The cognitive barrier is not an obstacle preventing you from understanding the world. It never was. There are always nobles who try to exploit loopholes, but their wailing heads have nearly filled up the choir. Power, wisdom, immortality, talent, the extraordinary can give you anything you desire. But everyone who reaches out regrets it. And unfortunately, there's no turning back. Remain ignorant. That is the last mercy of this world. Nora left by boat. That day, Hughes sat in his armchair for a long, long time. Everything Nora had said had shaken him to his core. He suddenly realized that this world was completely different from what he had imagined. It was as if he had been sailing on a calm sea, with clear skies and gentle winds. He had assumed this was an ordinary ocean, until he submerged his head beneath the water and locked eyes with an unfathomable, colossal entity. For a moment, a wave of fear washed over Hughes. Was everything he had done really the right path? He had always believed that the tide of industrialization would sweep across the entire world, that he would use production capacity and firepower to establish new rules for this world, that his tanks would clash against this world's cavalry, that his enemies would raise their shields against his cannon fire. Could these things really happen? In this eerie world of the extraordinary, where even hearing a name could spell doom, could gunpowder and bayonets really resolve everything? Hughes sat in his armchair in silence, his thoughts drifting aimlessly. Symbiotic contracts, the life pool, the contamination in the depths of the sea, the sirens. Hughes suddenly realized that since his arrival, most of what he had accomplished had relied on extraordinary power. If he considered only what he had achieved through pure science, there was nothing. Perhaps so-called science, so-called industrialization, was merely a tool to fulfill his fantasies. In the end, wasn't he still doing things according to the ways of this world? Maybe this is fine. Following the rules of this world and continuing like this doesn't seem so bad. With the Siren's secret assistance, the Silent Sanctum's backing, and pirates as allies, he could establish himself firmly in the storm ocean. In the future, he would become a true Count Hughes, then Marquis Hughes, Duke Hughes, and perhaps even be crowned Emperor of the Empire, uniting the entire continent. These were all wonderful things. But why did he feel so unmotivated? Hughes irritably grabbed his hair. Why did I come here? To enjoy life? To pass the time on the golden throne, where he sat motionless? Or, like a true evil god, did he descend simply for amusement, casually inhabiting a random shell? It seemed to be all of these, yet none at the same time. Hughes' gaze grew increasingly dazed, his past memories flashing before his eyes until a blurry figure appeared in his mind, accompanied by a hoarse voice. Lackey of the evil god, you have defiled the sacred machinery. A steel arm pierced through the chest of worker Hughes, his blood staining the wooden floor of the office. Hughes' unfocused gaze sharpened slightly. That was his previous death. What exactly had he done back then? He had improved the factory's machines. He had told his fellow workers interesting stories, giving them a little more to look forward to in their monotonous and numb lives. He had tried to share knowledge with every hard-working, suffering person. In Rhine, the average lifespan of these workers was less than 30 years. Me, a lackey of the evil god. Hughes sat up straight in his chair. The pollution in the sea had lasted for 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, the church had sealed away information about the pollution, and the extraordinary had distanced themselves from the ocean. 1,000 years later, the church was still sealing away information about the pollution, and the ocean was still filled with it. Nothing had changed. Me, defiling the sacred machinery. Workers coughed as they labored in dust-filled factories, where a moment's carelessness could see their flesh caught in the machines. Factory owners bowed and scraped with flattering smiles. The mechanical priests skillfully dismantled bearings, sneering as they tossed the parts onto the ground, into his blood. His blood had been drained time and time again. He had descended time and time again. And time again, he had been disappointed. Those workers had only interacted with him for a few days, yet he had experienced their suffering for many years. Now, he had the qualifications to oppress others as well. He could choose to go with the flow. Should he? In your dreams. Hughes squeezed the words out through clenched teeth and stood up, kicking his chair away. Was this world supposed to be like this? Was he meant to live like this? Was he supposed to be just like these people? To stand alongside the decadent and greedy nobles, the stubborn and arrogant church, the cold and ruthless capitalists, and be told this was a blessing? How could he possibly accept that? I remember now. A burning emotion surged in his chest, shattering the insignificant doubts and self-questioning, making the fire burn even hotter. I descend again and again to smash all this decay into pieces. This world was bizarre and insane. So what? Science was the method to understand the world. It was the standardized process of exploring the unknown. It was the truth born from countless doubts and debates. It was the hymn of courage and reason written by humanity. When had it ever been weak? On Earth, radioactive materials could harm upon contact, yet humanity still took step after step toward the sun. The speed of light was absolute and unbreakable. The observer effect was strange and incomprehensible. There were plenty of counterintuitive things in the world. When had the world ever existed according to human expectations? Earth was not the center of the universe. Neither was the sun. Humans were merely tiny specks of dust in the cosmos, yet they still continued to explore the world. Hughes looked down at his hands. Indeed, this world was bizarre and insane. But had humanity not still set foot across land and sea? This world was different from Earth. Then he would adapt. The rules of this world were bizarre and insane. Then he would study them. Besides, was the knowledge in his mind truly worthless? Water pressure had still neutralized the siren's curse. The steam engines in the factory could still be improved for greater efficiency. And that was only the most basic application. Suddenly, Hughes recalled the stories he had told the workers during his last descent. Could it be that the scientific knowledge in his mind was also considered pollution in this world? Taking it a step further, could the industrial products he produced also be a form of pollution? If he cultivated many engineers in the future, would the knowledge and reason in their minds become a new kind of extraordinary power? Extraordinary classes, engineer, scientist. The thought alone was amusing. People on Earth could use scientific knowledge. So could he use pollution? Use magic to defeat magic? Use pollution to pollute pollution? If science is truly another kind of pollution, then can I use this pollution to combat other pollution? If pollution cannot be eradicated, then why not embrace it? If he couldn't beat it, he'd join it. If he couldn't solve the problem, he'd become a bigger problem. If exposure to the extraordinary inevitably led to pollution, then why not pollute himself first? That was the true way to arm the mind with science. Then, in the future, Castile would be filled with factories, with oil as its blood and smoke as its breath. It would feed on ore and steel. Goods would flood the roads, and ships would pack the harbors. How would they perceive this sight? His warriors would charge forward, chanting probability theory and linear algebra. His artillery shells, inscribed with E=mc superscript 2, would whistle through the air, exploding onto the battlefield with fire and pollution. The fire would burn their bodies, while science attacked their souls. The enemies would wail, praying for knowledge to leave their minds. His registers would sing in binary. His circuits and microchips would hum with electronic beeps. What a scene that would be. One glimpse might drive someone insane. Even without those pollutants, even without those scientific creations, ordinary goods alone could shake the people of this world. When their clothes, vehicles, food, and even the church's sacred emblems were all produced by him, how would they view Castile? A tiny island, or an indescribable colossus? When church followers prayed to the scriptures he had printed, whose believers were they, really? That would be truly interesting. Good thing I'm not some evil god, or this world might actually be doomed. He turned and opened the door. Connor, send the steam engine blueprints to Ash and have her think of a solution with her magic. Tell Alexei to come tomorrow, I need to discuss the workshop with him. And come with me to the chemistry lab. Ivan opened the door and hung his coat on the hook behind it. He sniffed and, despite his slightly tired face, smiled. What delicious food did you make? In the kitchen, a girl poked her head out. Her face had a smudge of ash, and her hair was messily tied back. When she saw Ivan, she smiled. Father, you're back. Where's Ken? He went to pick some fruit on the way back. Ivan glanced into the kitchen, where a pot was bubbling with fish stew. Where did the fish come from? Haven't they forbidden fishing recently? I picked it up by the shore this morning. There were also a lot of clams, so I made soup. Oh, right. She turned around and brought out a wooden bowl from the room, inside which were 4 round eggs. Ivan glanced at the bowl. Gaia, you climbed a tree to steal bird eggs again. The girl widened her eyes. How could I? I picked these up from the shore. Ivan let out a dramatic sigh. You're not young anymore. Who would want to marry a girl who climbs trees all day? I'm only 15. The girl put her hands on her hips and loudly retorted. Just as she was about to say more, she noticed the smile at the corner of Ivan's mouth. Feeling annoyed, she stumped her foot and ran back into the kitchen. The door to the house opened again. Ivan turned to look and saw a young boy squeezing through the door sideways, holding his coat in his hands, which was bulging with a heap of fruit. Dad, look how much I picked. Ivan noticed the leaves in the boy's hair. He wanted to put on a stern face and say something, but he couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Looking at these 2 children, Ivan felt that no matter how tiring life was, it wasn't so bad. He took the coat from the boy, carried it to the kitchen, and scooped out some clean water to wash the fruit. How's work been lately? Gaia glanced at him. Pretty good. The new lord must have gone mad, tearing down all the old distilleries and building new ones. I went to do some odd jobs and earned 2 elio a day. 2 elio. Gaia sighed longingly. Old Ivan used to be a fisherman. The fish he caught were either for their own meals or sold at the market, but he could hardly save a few elio a week. Now that he and Ken were both working at the construction site, they could earn 4 elio a day together. That was a great job. According to the site supervisor, even workers in Rhine only earned about the same wage, and that was a big city. A few days ago, the Lord had forbidden the fishermen from going out to sea, which initially worried Ivan. But if he could make 2 elio a day, fishing didn't matter anymore. Ivan tossed the fruit into the pot. This was a traditional Castile way of cooking. The sweetness of the fruit mixed with the freshness of the fish would wash away the day's fatigue. Father, is the workshop almost finished? I heard they're not hiring new workers anymore. Don't worry. There will always be work. Ivan was confident in his judgment. Back when they lived on the mainland, rumors of famine had started spreading. Although their family still had some food, Ivan didn't hesitate to bring them to Castile Island. Sure enough, after the famine came plagues, one after another. Few households from their old village survived, but Ivan managed to raise his 2 children by fishing and foraging in the mountains. Now, many workers on the construction site worried about being dismissed once the workshops were completed. But Ivan had no such concern. He had already figured it out. The Lord had built so many workshops, yet there were so few craftsmen. He would definitely need more workers in the future. Being a craftsman was a profitable trade, whether in brewing or blacksmithing. Both were far better than fishing. Ivan was always good with his hands but had never had a chance to learn a craft. This time, he was determined to sign up for training. Ken could also become an apprentice. He was getting to the age where he needed to find a wife, and having a trade was always a good thing. As for Gaia, Ivan hesitated. He knew Gaia wanted to go to school. A few days ago, Chief Scribe had gone door to door announcing that the newly established school was about to open. All workers employed by the Lord, along with their families, could attend for free. Free education sounded great, but he had asked around and learned that students had to buy their own paper, pens, and textbooks. Though not entirely unaffordable, still, he had never heard of a girl going to school before. Girls were meant to be married off. If they didn't save up for a dowry in time, they might struggle to find a good husband. If they waited too long, they might end up marrying an old man. Rather than spending money on school, wouldn't it be better to save it for her dowry? That way, her future might be happier. Besides, he also had a son Ken. The three of them sat at the table and finished dinner. Ken and Gaia joked and played around, but somehow, Ivan had lost his appetite. The olive trees aren't very tall, but most of the fruit can be reached by hand. If not, a stick is enough to knock them down. What do they do with the olives? Eat them. I tried one. It's much worse than sweet fruit. They say it's for making oil. Wow, Gaia marveled. I wish I could see it. I'll bring some for you tomorrow. The whole valley is full of them, and pressing oil doesn't seem too complicated. We could make some to fry fish with. Then I'll go to the shore again tomorrow and gather more fish. The room suddenly fell silent. The previous liveliness seemed to have slipped away like smoke from the chimney. Gaia looked around, unsure of what had just happened. Gaia, you should go to school. Ken spoke in a muffled voice, his head lowered. Ivan glanced at him. Father and I will keep working at the construction site. We earn 4 elio a day, get lunch there, and I'll pick fruit in the evening. We'll have enough for breakfast the next day. Gaia opened her mouth and gripped the hem of her frayed skirt, standing up in a panic. No, it's not necessary. I was just talking. I thought about it, there aren't many jobs in Castile for someone who knows how to read. I mean, I don't really want to go to school that much. She looked at Ivan. Maybe. Gaia, you're smarter than me. School wouldn't help me much. I'd rather learn a craft, I'll never starve that way. Ken forced a smile. Maybe one day, you'll need my help instead. Gaia grew flustered, her face turning red as she tried to argue. But Ken stiffened his neck and refused to back down. Ivan felt dazed. He suddenly remembered the time he had decided to move to Castile. Back then, the children's mother was still alive, and they had argued just like this. That was many years ago. Coming back to his senses, Ivan looked at his 2 children and at the empty seat across the table. He sighed. Enough. Both of you go to school. Hughes met Alexei again. The chief scribe had noticeably lost weight recently. Building schools, recruiting manpower to renovate workshops, and surveying mineral resources, each of these tasks required his constant attention. Not only was the schedule tight, but everything was happening simultaneously. Hughes had been preoccupied with pollution issues, leaving nearly all territorial affairs in Alexei's hands. Although Alexei had undergone extensive training before assuming his position in Castile, he had little hands-on experience. At first, when he began pushing projects forward, he was full of confidence, believing he had made thorough plans and that execution would be straightforward. However, the past few days had left him utterly overwhelmed. Constructing schools and renovating workshops were manageable. Castile did not have a long history, but its development had never stagnated, and there were people on the island skilled in construction. However, recruiting personnel and prospecting minerals were much trickier. Minerals? What counted as a mineral? How was he supposed to determine if an area contained valuable resources? The scribes under his command were all from the Empire. Handling routine administrative tasks was no problem for them, but they lacked specialized knowledge in this field. Moreover, the scribes were already occupied with other responsibilities, leaving Alexei with only the local fishermen to mobilize. With no other choice, he personally took an old blacksmith to the mines for an inspection. After barely organizing the old mine, Alexei busied himself with setting up the school. When he returned to report after spending several days at the construction site, he thought things were finally settling down, until Hughes spoke, making his vision go dark. Our road construction. Yes, we need to build a road leading out of the mountains. Hughes picked up a map. I checked. The northern plains, where the workshops are located, have gravel roads of decent quality. Hughes traced the marked paths on the map with his finger, sliding it toward the southwest of Castile. But in this mountainous area, there's only a narrow dirt trail, poorly maintained. It's fine for occasional fruit picking, but transporting large quantities of goods in and out would be a nightmare. Hughes sighed. He hadn't expected his industrial development to be bottlenecked by road construction. Carrying goods manually wasn't impossible, he had done so for sweet fruit wine production, but for the new factory, it simply wouldn't suffice. What exactly is this new factory producing? You previously mentioned olive oil, but that doesn't seem to warrant building a dedicated road. It's for olive oil, but the required quantity will far exceed your expectations. Relying on manual labor alone won't be enough. Alexei frowned. He couldn't fathom who would buy such an enormous amount of olive oil. Was it meant for fuel? That would be far too extravagant. Come with me. I'll show you something interesting I've been working on. Hughes stood up and led Alexei out of the room. As Alexei followed, he sensed something was off. He glanced around and suddenly realized that Connor, whom he always saw upon arriving at the estate, was nowhere to be found. Strange. Where had he gone? Here, take this. Alexei accepted a small box from Hughes. It contains candy. You can put one in your mouth. Alexei lifted the lid, revealing several black cubes inside. He followed Hughes' suggestion and placed one in his mouth. This helps alleviate the effects of pollution. I got it from Nora. We may not deal with much scientific knowledge, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Oh, and by the way, it doesn't taste great. You should have mentioned that first. A shockingly sour taste shot straight to Alexei's brain, instantly waking him up. Pollution. Think of it as some complex knowledge that causes headaches when you learn it. Don't worry, I've tested it. If the pollution is severe, it dissipates when it comes near me. The two exited the house, crossed the courtyard, and arrived at a secluded building on the estate. This area was in a remote corner of the estate, with no other buildings nearby. Alexei glanced at the ground, which had clearly been cleared, and then noticed a large wooden crate. Inside, the crate was divided into two sections, several buckets on the left and a box of sand on the right. What was this for? That crate is a fire safety box. Every workshop will need one. Some fires can be extinguished with water, but others must be put out with dry sand, like olive oil fires. Olive oil fires couldn't be put out with water? That was a novel idea. But upon thinking it through, he realized it made sense. He knew olive oil floated on water, meaning that pouring water on a fire could spread the burning oil instead. Hughes pulled open the door to the building but suddenly turned to Alexei. Have you ever come into contact with alchemy? Alchemy. Alexei was taken aback before chuckling bitterly. How could I possibly have access to those esteemed masters? Alchemy masters held an exalted status in the empire. A renowned alchemist stood on equal footing with nobility, and even an apprentice fresh out of an alchemy workshop was a highly sought-after asset for any lord. An alchemist willing to work long-term with the royal family would be granted a noble title immediately. If they possessed a fully equipped alchemy workshop, they could even receive land grants. As a 7th-rank official of orphaned origins, Alexei had never even glimpsed such enigmatic figures, let alone interacted with them. That's a pity, Hughes said with a smile. Welcome to my chemistry laboratory. Chemistry, laboratory. As the door opened, Alexei's eyes first landed on a row of shelves filled with bottles and jars. He recognized these objects. During previous visits to the estate, he had seen many glass and ceramic vases, which had since disappeared. So, this was where they had gone. Beside the shelves stood a dark wooden cabinet, a table cluttered with manuscripts and various objects, and, in the center of the room, two large pots. Pots? Why were there pots? Master, here are the items you requested. Connor entered from the back, carrying a tray filled with various items. Alexei curiously peered over. On the tray, he saw a bundle of cotton, a small rectangular block, and an opaque dark-colored bottle. What were these for? Was the Lord planning to demonstrate alchemy? Could he actually be an alchemist? Let me show you a few things, starting with this. Hughes handed him the block, then picked up one of the pots, motioning for Alexei to follow him outside. I did a test yesterday. Hughes looked excited. Every experiment in the lab was successful, which means these chemical reactions are viable. Large-scale production can begin soon. Chemical reactions? Large-scale production. Alexei glanced at both Hughes and Connor. He noticed Connor's expression was somewhat unusual, almost as if, what should an ordinary transmigrator do when arriving in an ordinary fantasy world? Although this world didn't seem so ordinary, and Hughes always had a nagging feeling that something was off, he still tried to steer everything back on track. Soap, glass, cement, gunpowder, just bringing out these things should be enough to deal with the natives. Right? That was what Hughes had always thought, so he reformed workshops and made samples. But recently, the cognitive barrier and pollution made him feel uneasy, causing him to doubt the nature of this world. Was this really just an ordinary fantasy world? Even if it had some extraordinary powers? A shadow clouded Hughes' eyes. But since he had already started, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and push forward, hoping everything would go smoothly. Yesterday, he brought Connor to take a look. As expected, his finished product was met with a series of shocked reactions. Since there were no apparent problems for now, he decided to proceed as planned, using industry to flatten this world. It would go smoothly. The steam engine and chemical processes were his two most crucial paths in the industrialization and technological climb. The production of steam engines had already involved the sirens in research, so the chemical processes couldn't be left behind either. Hughes began pitching to Alexei. Soap. The main product of our factory for the foreseeable future is this little thing in your hand. Hughes took a few steps back, where a servant had already prepared a water basin and a jar. Alexei scooped some greasy sludge from the jar onto his hands and tried washing with the soap. What a miraculous thing, Alexei marveled. This level of cleanliness is almost on par with the church's number 9 holy water. The major churches regularly sold holy water, categorized into 13 types based on their effects. Number 9 holy water's primary function was cleansing. Holy water was highly effective but also prohibitively expensive, to the point that most minor nobles could barely afford it, even this relatively cheaper number 9 holy water. The product was good, but was it really that shocking? Alexei glanced at the soap, which had worn down slightly. At this rate of consumption, if the soap's price was lower than 50 gold rums per bar, it might actually compete with number 9 holy water in the market. But since this was an alchemical product, Alexei shook his head inwardly. Compared to alchemical creations, even the church's holy water seemed cost-effective. But why was Connor looking at him so strangely? Did this soap have some hidden trait? The cost of making this soap is about 50 gold rums per ton, Hughes said with a half-smile. Alexei sighed inwardly. As expected, trying to market an alchemical product based on cost-effectiveness was too far-fetched. He should just wait. His brain suddenly froze. 50 gold rums per what? Per ton. Alexei was stunned. His hand slipped, and the soap dropped to the ground. Connor had a satisfied expression. A ton, that was an ancient unit, rarely used in the Empire. 1 ton was about 2,000 pounds, and it took at least 4 or 5 bars of this soap to make a pound. That meant. Alexei wasn't great at arithmetic, but he knew 1 gold rum equaled 1 gold pound, which could be exchanged for 25 imperial lias. 50 gold rums were a total of 1,250 lio. Converting further. Don't bother calculating. This stuff costs about 1 lio for 8 bars. Alexei's mouth dropped open in complete shock. As an orphan who had clawed his way up from the bottom, he was acutely aware of market prices. 1 lio could buy 6 pounds of bread or 1.5 pounds of meat. In Rhine, 2 lias could get you an excellent meal at a restaurant. In his last descent, Hughes had worked as the lowest factory laborer, earning about 700 lias a year, roughly 2 lias a day. After covering housing and basic living expenses, he could barely save any money. A small bottle of the church's number 9 holy water cost 30 lias, equivalent to 2 weeks of Hughes' wages. And that bottle was only enough to clean the jewelry twice. Now, this soap was priced at 1 lio for 8 bars? And each bar could last dozens of times longer than holy water? Alexei's mind went numb from the calculations. All he knew was that even the poorest people could now afford to wash their clothes with this soap. By the way, our predicted daily production capacity is about 3 tons. It's a bit low. Without steam engines, we're still not quite there. 3 tons. Alexei turned his head mechanically. He suddenly felt that his previous concerns were laughable. If Hughes was willing to hand over this formula, the Empress would declare war on Jembe the same day. Are you saying we can supply number 9 holy water almost infinitely? Almost infinitely. Hughes chuckled. If we're only supplying Castel, then yes, it's practically infinite. But what about the entire continent? The entire continent. Merchants would go crazy over this. Castel was remote. There would be plenty of traders willing to take the risk to bring goods to the storm ocean. A threefold profit margin was enough for merchants in the New World to establish a republic and challenge the empire across the ocean. How much profit did this soap hold? 1,000-fold? And this unbelievably lucrative product, 3 tons a day. Just with soap alone, Hughes could harvest the entire continent. The Empress certainly wouldn't mind secretly supporting him. This substitute for holy water would greatly weaken the church's authority. Alexei was dazed. Looks like the soap was effective. Hughes nodded to himself. After all, it was one of the cheat items of a transmigrator. Once his factory was built, everything would get better. Suppressing a vague unease, Hughes gestured for Connor to continue explaining. Connor cleared his throat. Chief Scribe Alexei, this soap is highly durable, can be cut freely, and is incredibly easy to transport. The cost of shipping it by sea is also extremely low. Even transporting it to the Rhine would only double the cost. This is the worst-case estimate. Moreover, based on cost calculations, our future production expenses will only continue to decrease. If, Connor glanced at Hughes, if automation reaches a high enough level and we stay close to raw material sources, the cost of soap will become unimaginably low. The real constraint now is whether olive oil production can keep up. Hearing the word automation, Alexei felt a slight headache. But the candy in his mouth melted, releasing a cool sensation, and the headache vanished. Not enough olives? Aren't those trees everywhere? Hughes and Connor exchanged glances and relaxed slightly. Looks like low-level scientific explanations didn't cause significant cognitive pollution and would fade over time. That brings us back to the original problem. We need to build a road. Not just between the northern plains and southern mountains where the factories are located, we need roads between the factories too. Aren't there already roads between the factories? Not enough. Dirt roads won't cut it. We'll need better roads to handle our future material transportation. Factory transportation. Yes. Olive oil undergoes saponification to make soap, but its byproduct, glycerin, is just as important. No, perhaps I shouldn't call it a byproduct. It's actually the main thing I want. Hughes' eyes gleamed. Connor. The old butler moved the basin and jar aside, clearing some space. Hughes took a wad of cotton from the tray, flattened it with his hand, and placed it on the ground. Then, he unscrewed a nearby bottle and dripped a few drops of liquid onto it. Connor's expression was complicated. He looked at the bottle of liquid with reverence. This substance is called nitroglycerin. One day, its name will resound throughout the world. Not just its name, but also its sound, Connor thought to himself. Hughes carefully put the bottle away, then picked up a hammer and handed it to Alexei. This is a medicine used to treat heart disease, but it has an additional use. A medicine for heart disease? Alexei was slightly disappointed. Treating heart disease was indeed impressive, but the market for such a drug was not vast. If it were cheap enough, it could generate some profit, but the demand wouldn't be high. The nobles trusted the church more, and their numbers weren't large. As for the poor, most of them wouldn't even know they had heart disease. Without diagnosis and treatment, they would simply die without notice. But why was Hughes giving him a hammer? Smash it. Smash it. Yes, hit the cotton with it. Also, you'd better step back a little. Alexei was full of questions. Wasn't this just a medicine? Was this how it treated heart disease? Still, he obediently swung the hammer down, without using too much force. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose, and Alexei coughed as he backed away, covering his mouth. Cough, Lord, is this, cough cough, really the heart medicine you were talking about? Hughes grinned. It does treat heart disease, but it's also an excellent explosive. You saw how much I used, right? Alexei recalled the scene, and his eyes were suddenly filled with terror. Hughes had only dripped a few drops. As a graduate of the Royal Army Academy, Alexei had encountered the alchemical gunpowder issued to the Imperial Army. That substance was incredibly expensive, but it allowed muskets to penetrate most armor, making its cost justified on the battlefield. Yet even that gunpowder required a small handful to achieve an effect comparable to what Hughes had just demonstrated with mere drops. Alexei turned his head blankly to look at Hughes. He didn't know what expression he should have. This medicine, this great invention, does it? Alexei hesitated. The existence of such a thing would undoubtedly change the world. His mind was in chaos, and he felt dizzy. We'll talk about this later. Right now, we don't have the capacity to produce it on a large scale. It requires the preparation of sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Although we have the raw materials, the process is too complex. I need to first build a smelting furnace for iron sulfide ore, as well as the necessary reaction vessels. None of this can be done overnight. However, small-scale production won't be an issue since we have a sulfur mine. Laboratory preparation and industrial production were two entirely different things. In a lab, Hughes could use risky or inefficient methods without concern for cost, but mass production required reliability. He had to consider the skill and capabilities of the workshop workers. An unsafe production process couldn't be put into operation. Alexei took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The power of nitroglycerin was simply too astonishing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it could completely revolutionize warfare. Strangely, Alexei felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing that it couldn't be mass-produced yet. A thought surfaced in his mind, one he didn't even want to acknowledge. If future battlefields were dominated by this substance, would the military tactics he had learned still be useful? He had once trained tirelessly, dreaming of becoming a knight as strong as the Empress's chief bodyguard. But could martial skills really withstand such terrifying explosions? He didn't know, nor did he want to find out. He didn't even dare to think too deeply about it. Hughes gave him a meaningful glance but moved on from the topic. Instead, he pointed at a nearby pot and began explaining the soap-making process. Saponification is a very basic chemical reaction. You can just think of it as alchemy. As long as the temperature is controlled and stirring is continuous, the process is stable and not dangerous. Just be careful not to get burned. Alexei pulled out a notebook and started taking notes. The key points are simple. The necessary equipment includes a boiling pot and a stone mill for crushing olive oil. These are commonly found in distilleries and can be repurposed. The alkali source, wood ash, is also easy to prepare. Any issues? No issues. The factory is already built. In 3 days, no, by tomorrow, production can begin. Good. Then I'll leave the factory to you. Olive oil production and soap making must be done in separate locations due to their differing safety requirements. I've compiled a manual for this. You can pick it up from me later. The school is also built, but we're still waiting for teachers. Don't worry about the school. I'll personally take care of it. Hughes waved his hand dismissively. He had already chosen a few literate servants and planned to teach some basic industrial knowledge himself. He needed a large workforce with basic education. Soap making was straightforward and low risk, but nitroglycerin was an entirely different matter. Nobel himself had lost his entire family while working with it. Yes, that Alfred Nobel, the one behind the Nobel Prize. Even later, his nitroglycerin factory suffered a severe explosion, which demonstrated the extreme dangers of the substance. Hughes knew several ways to improve its safety, such as using diatomaceous earth, but he had a different idea. He planned to test it with the sirens. He had only seen their magic in battle against the fishmen, but those strange spells, combined with nitroglycerin, might yield fascinating results. Hughes was eager to find out. For now, focus on getting the factory running. If you encounter any problems, come to me immediately. And I mean any problems. You must follow the manual strictly. I know some of the procedures may seem unreasonable, but you can ask me about them. However, they must be followed exactly. Factories often had bizarre safety regulations, but behind each seemingly strange rule lay a lesson paid for in blood. People in this era likely didn't understand this concept yet, but Hughes intended to instill it gradually. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. Just a few days ago, he had been confident in his developments, but after witnessing the strange contamination and cognitive barriers, he hesitated. The factory was built, and soon, results would speak for themselves. There was no need to rush. For now, he would check on the school. I'm heading to school now. Send someone to inform the townsfolk they can enroll today, Hughes said before turning to Connor. Let's delay our visit to the church. We'll meet Sister Chloe tonight instead. After breakfast, Ivan originally planned to go to the construction site with Ken, but a commotion outside caught his attention. The school established by the Lord is about to start classes. Those who want to attend can enroll today. Ivan stepped outside to inquire and then returned to call his children before him. Today, the school is open for enrollment. Let's go take a look together. Seeing that the two wanted to say something, Ivan waved his hand to cut them off. We're just going to gather information first. This free school might not even last long, and we don't know what they'll be teaching. We'll decide after we learn more. Ken and Gaia exchanged glances and eventually nodded. The three of them quickly tidied up. Gaia put on her best dress, the one her mother had made for her. It was a little small now, but at least it had no patches. Ken and Ivan went to the river to wash up. They were both simple fishermen who had little understanding of schooling. They only knew that attending school meant learning to read, but that did not lessen their reverence for it. Every time the tax officer casually scribbled with a charcoal pen, he could calculate the amount they owed. Ken had secretly envied that for a long time. He had to count on his fingers just to tally up the fish he sold. He wondered if the school would teach bookkeeping. Probably not. Old Ivan had once inquired about bookkeeping lessons, but the teacher charged 50 lias per session and refused to teach commoners like them. Only wealthy merchants could afford such education. The three of them dressed in their best clothes and carefully combed their hair before heading out to the school. The so-called school was merely a few large buildings. Ivan peeked inside and saw only ordinary desks and chairs. The front wall had been painted black for some unknown reason. It didn't seem particularly special. They walked around to the main entrance and saw a table set up, with a few people sitting behind it. That's the Lord, Gaia whispered excitedly. She had wanted to attend school ever since she heard the Lord speak at the harbor while watching the strange fish. Old Ivan squinted hard to see. Besides the Lord and his butler, he didn't recognize the other people. Many villagers had gathered there, but no one approached the table. People naturally feared the Lord and only dared to watch from a distance. Hughes was in no hurry. He sat at the table, flipping through a few booklets. Beside the table stood a strange box with a circular face. Several needle-like hands moved in slow circles. The box's lid was open, revealing a mass of intricate mechanisms moving inside. A long pendulum swung rhythmically below, carrying an inexplicable beauty. What is that? Why is it moving on its own? Gaia blurted out unconsciously. A clock, Hughes replied without looking up from his booklets. It displays time. Its pendulum swings at a fixed interval, and the mechanical structure transmits that motion to the clock face. Do you want to take a closer look? Gaia was startled. She hadn't expected the Lord to answer her. She quickly shrank behind old Ivan, peeking out cautiously. Hughes paid her no further attention, nor did he scold her. This emboldened Gaia a little. Her eyes drifted back to the clock, and after a while, she couldn't help but ask again. But why does it move on its own? Strictly speaking, it doesn't. It moves now because I wound it up. The spring mechanism stores the force I gave it. In reality, I'm the one making it move. Gaia nodded, half understanding. Hughes stood up and addressed the gathered villagers. This clock was made in Rhine. It is a purely mechanical device and part of my advanced curriculum. The Lord continued speaking, but Gaia could no longer focus. She was captivated by the clock, watching the gears turn with precise harmony. It was beautiful. When she came back to her senses, she realized she had stepped right up to the clock, bending down to examine it closely. Startled, she straightened and glanced around. Most of the villagers had already dispersed. This clock will be placed in the school. If you like it, you can come see it anytime. Gaia's cheeks flushed. She didn't know why she had been so mesmerized. These were just lifeless gears, yet together, they formed something so intricate and wonderful. I will be teaching mechanical principles here. Make sure to attend. But before that, you'll likely need to take literacy lessons with Miss Zoe. Hello, I'm Zoe, said a young woman in a long dress beside him, greeting her warmly. Hello. Gaia instinctively shrank back, a far cry from the bold girl who climbed trees to raid bird nests. She felt self-conscious in her slightly too small dress. Just as she was about to retreat behind her father, a thought struck her. Curiosity momentarily overcame her embarrassment. Lord, does the mechanical principles class teach us how to make clocks? She asked eagerly. Hughes was slightly surprised. He saw a familiar determination in the girl's eyes and smiled faintly. A clock is merely a delicate toy. I will teach you the true principles of mechanics. Hughes gently patted the clock. If gears can move hands on a dial, they can also power steel hammers in forges. If a spring can provide energy, so can a steam engine. Mechanics can measure time, but it can also change the world. He glanced at the enrollment roster. Gaia, if you truly like mechanics, then use your own hands to change this decayed and stagnant world. Gaia didn't remember how she got home. At the dinner table, she kept grinning foolishly, lost in thought. Old Ivan sighed as he looked at her, then turned to Ken. Ken seemed equally dazed. Ivan knew he was still thinking about the chemistry class he had heard about earlier. That Lord was like a sorcerer from legends, stealing people's hearts with just a few words. However, the school's arrangement was unexpected. Ivan had assumed that studying would mean giving up work at the construction site. But the Lord had actually opened night classes. People could attend after work without disrupting their daytime labor. There was even a dedicated patrol team for security at night. Ivan signed up immediately. The pay wasn't much, but watching over his children with his own eyes gave him peace of mind. Perhaps he could listen in on the lessons too. He glanced at his two foolishly grinning children and snorted. Then, pulling his plate closer, he dug into his meal. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads. Nora stood on the deck, gazing at the deep blue sea. Vast, beautiful, full of life, yet polluted. Extraordinary beings generally avoided contact with seawater, or even getting too close to the ocean. The oppressive sensation of being surrounded by pollution was unbearable for most. Unfortunately, this was the only way out for the Silent Sanctum. She had just received word that negotiations to the north with the local lords had also failed. These people, who had spent their entire lives in the land of wind and snow, might now be forced to seek refuge in the ocean, where no one was willing to venture. Shaking her head to dispel her worries, Nora turned and asked behind her, Jeremiah, how far are we from Castel? You shall be praised, like the fire in less than a day, I suppose. A day, meaning a round trip takes 2 days. Nora muttered to herself. I should write a letter instead. Do you have carrier pigeons? He is kind, yet yes, but they only fly to Jembe. No problem, bring one here. Nora put down the flail in her hand and dismissed Jeremiah, who was incessantly reciting the Silent Sanctum's scriptures. She walked to the table and began writing a letter. She had originally intended to head straight for the north, but her journey had been interrupted by a pirate ship. Nora admitted that she had been a bit too impatient, and her interaction with the pirates was not very friendly. It was only later that she realized they weren't trying to rob her, they were stationed there to prevent Hughes from escaping. Feeling somewhat guilty, she had provided them with some bandages, which were still wrapped around Jeremiah's head. Now that she had switched to a larger ship, her journey north would likely be much smoother, something she found quite satisfying. Writing the letter had suddenly come to mind. She had forgotten to warn Hughes about Chloe's identity. Nora was certain that Chloe was not part of the Candlelight Church. Although she hadn't had much interaction with Chloe, she had noticed a few inconsistencies. Judging by how much effort Chloe put into hiding, she was likely a spy from another church. That meant she wouldn't be causing any trouble, at least for now. Nora was in a hurry to return to the north and had no desire to delay her journey just to go back. Besides, with so many sirens around Hughes, he would have no trouble even in a direct confrontation. For now, she would focus on transporting the refugees. Muttering his scriptures, Jeremiah carried over a pigeon cage. Nora stuffed the rolled-up letter into the metal cylinder on the bird's leg. We must cherish history, as this pigeon will only fly to Jembe. How will you send a message elsewhere? Don't worry about it. Just take me to the north, the sanctum will pay you. Jeremiah's face twitched. Without another word, he turned and left. Seeing that no one was around, Nora held the pigeon close to her chest and gently closed her eyes. A moment later, she opened the cage in her hand. The white pigeon had transformed into a white raven. The raven turned its head to glance at her before flying off into the distance. Too bad I'm not a silent one, or the effect would be much better, Nora murmured. But this is enough. No extraordinary being who has not abandoned their human form could stop it. Miss Chloe. Chloe, dressed in a nun's habit, gently folded the letter in her hand and turned toward the door. Lord, you've arrived. Hughes entered the church with Connor, glancing around. The place was just as run down as ever. My apologies. I was in a rush the other day and couldn't meet with you. You called us here, what is it about? When Chloe had visited last time, she had left a message requesting a face-to-face meeting with Hughes. That was why he had come today. Let's talk inside. Would you like some tea? Red tea. Sure. The three of them walked through the church and into the inner chamber. As they passed the donation box, Chloe looked at Hughes expectantly. With a clink, Hughes tossed in a few coins. Hearing the sound of money dropping, a satisfied expression appeared on Chloe's face. By the way, do you have holy water number 9 for sale? I remember all churches carry it. No, I don't know how to make it. Hughes was taken aback. He had wanted to buy a bottle to compare with soap. Brother Kaeski doesn't make it either. Brother Kaeski. Chloe showed a strange expression. His condition has worsened lately. He's bedridden and unable to see visitors. So now you manage the church entirely on your own. Yes, it's just me. It's exhausting. If it's so exhausting, why not hand it over to the Silent Sanctum? Hughes thought to himself. Upon reaching the inner room, Chloe served tea before finally speaking. Lord, there's something I need to inform you about. Go ahead. The Candlelight Church will be exiling some criminals here. Also, a corpse will be buried here. A secret keeper will escort them and stay here for some time. Exiling criminals. Yes, they were involved in a case. But I've read their files. They were once skilled workers in factories. She emphasized the word skilled heavily before continuing in a seemingly helpless tone. Lord, you've been busy building workshops lately, haven't you? No one comes here to pray anymore. Hughes' eyelid twitched. Ahem, actually, I've been meaning to donate to the church. How about 50 LIO? These criminals must atone for 3 years. They only need food, no wages required. Hughes reached into his pocket, and the sound of gold drums clinking echoed. This is all I brought. Thank you for your generosity. You are truly a kind person, willing to give these sinners a chance at redemption. Chloe smiled brightly as she took the pouch. By the way, if they work for you, you must provide food. Hughes was speechless at how money-hungry this nun was. Was the entire Candlelight Church this greedy? That said, this was a good deal. He was desperately short of workers, and having experienced hands join was ideal. He had no intention of denying them wages. 3 years were enough to train them into qualified engineers. Besides, according to his plans, he wouldn't be short on money for long. As for the secret keeper, Hughes had heard about them from Nora. They were an extraordinary member of the Candlelight Church. If they wanted to stay in Castel for a while, he didn't mind. The Candlelight Church was known for staying out of territorial affairs. As long as they didn't interfere with his industrial development, he had no objections. What about the corpse? Oh, it was a cultist. But we've purified it completely. You don't need to worry, there won't be any issues. Hughes nodded. He had only asked out of curiosity. By the way, that cultist's name was also Hughes, same as yours. Chloe said with a smile. Ash watched as her clansmen carried things in and out, unable to hold back a smile. When she fled the abyssal trench, she had been filled with despair. The sirens had finally found a way to lift their curse, yet in the end, they were still unable to survive in the deep sea, forced to maintain their flesh magic without interruption for life. She had envisioned her tribesmen's future many times, but even in her most beautiful dreams, she had never imagined a scene like this. Her people no longer feared pollution, nor did they need to sustain flesh magic in the shallow seas. They could even leave the water and come ashore. On the night the battle ended, many tribesmen gazed at the starry sky in silence, unable to speak. For some reason, these sirens who lived beneath the 7 seas yearned for the stars above. Ash couldn't help but smile. Sister Ash, our buildings are basically complete. Nini leaned over, her expression a little strange. Recently, Ash had been randomly laughing to herself so often that Nini had started to wonder if she was being corrupted again. Ash quickly straightened her face, swayed her tail, and slithered towards the cave. This place was originally a natural karst cave. For Hughes, the passageways were just the right size, but for the sirens, they were too narrow. After some discussion, the sirens decided to expand the cave. In just a few days, the space had multiplied several times, transforming from a small room into a spacious plaza. Some sirens were still working, pressing their hands against the rock walls. The hard stone quickly softened and flowed down like liquid. Spell, turn stone to mud. Seeing this, Ash suddenly remembered something. She took out a small notebook from her waist pouch, held down its 4 corners with 4 hands, and used another hand to take out a pen and start writing. Sister Ash, what are you doing? Nini asked curiously as she leaned in. Recording the spells we can use, Ash replied seriously. Lord Hughes asked us to document all of them to see how they might be useful. Wouldn't it be easier to just have us do things directly? Our spells can't be taught to others, so what good does it do for Lord Hughes to know? That's not the point. Ash chuckled lightly and took a small bottle from a nearby cabinet. For example, this is an alchemical item our Lord created. It's called nitroglycerin. It can explode violently, but it's too dangerous. Throwing it might trigger an early detonation. But Ash raised a hand, magical light flashing in her eyes. A sea serpent suddenly appeared in midair and fell to the ground with a slap. She poured a drop of nitroglycerin into its mouth, and the sea serpent swiftly slithered away. Before long, a muffled explosion echoed from deep within the cave. See? Combining spells with technology produces results beyond imagination. This is just the simplest application. Nini widened her eyes. She couldn't help but think of that battle the other night. That short girl from the Silent Sanctum was dressed like an iron barrel. Nini had felt that even in direct combat, she wouldn't have had the advantage. But if she had a serpent like this, slipping through the gaps in that armor. Not only that, she could summon many sea serpents at once, each carrying multiple drops of that nitro whatever. Got it. Nini nodded excitedly. She could hardly wait to spar with Nora. Ash, however, was thinking further ahead. Not long ago, Hughes had given her a blueprint, a schematic of a steam engine. The design was extremely complex. She didn't fully understand it, but she grasped Hughes' intent. He wanted her to figure out a method for processing metal, at least enough to handle parts that the blacksmiths couldn't, specifically, the cylinders and various metal pipelines. Ash had been troubled by this problem for days. Her magic couldn't directly solve it, and she lacked knowledge of smelting and forging. Perhaps she just wasn't clever enough. After all, it was Monica who came up with the idea of using sea serpents to detonate nitroglycerin. Maybe she could ask her again. Sister Ash, what are these crates for? Nini pointed to a corner of the room. Ash snapped out of her thoughts. Oh, these? I'll call all the tribesmen first, and then we'll discuss it together. Everyone, please come to me. Ash called out in her mind. Ever since the sirens had all signed a symbiotic contract with Hughes, they could communicate through short-range telepathic messages. Although sirens had a natural mind link among their kind, this telepathic channel was even more convenient. Moreover, it had an additional advantage: it allowed private links between specific individuals. For example, the current link was created by Hughes. All the sirens were in it, and he had named it Castel Siren Work Group. There were also other groups like Siren Family and Boom Squad. For some reason, Ash always felt that Hughes had a strange expression when he explained these group names to her. Ash had sent her mental message in the work group. Hughes, received. Ash, Ash, no, my lord, you don't need to come over. I was calling the other sirens. Hughes, no worries, I just felt like replying like that. Ignore me __. Ash sighed. Lately, her lord seemed obsessed with this mind link. He had even figured out how to create text-based emoticons within it. The sirens gathered, and Ash led them to the large crates. These are weapons from Lord Hughes. Everyone can pick some to use. The lids were lifted, revealing mostly long-handled weapons, spears, poleaxes, and the like. As for why there were no swords, Nini picked up a poleaxe. Against her towering frame, the weapon looked almost dainty. Too light. Can't be helped, these are made for humans. You know, they're all so small. These are their largest weapons. The smaller swords, well, I saw Sister Ash try one, and she had to pinch it between her fingers. What about Monica? These should fit her just right. The sirens laughed and swung the weapons around. Who dares call my name? A low growl echoed through the cave. The sirens turned to look. Monica emerged from around the corner, wearing 3 full layers of heavy armor. All 6 of her hands were holding weapons, pointing them at the sirens. See? Fits her perfectly. So tiny, so cute. Monica, raise the sword higher and give a more disdainful look. Yes, just like that? Monica's face turned red as the sirens pointed and teased her. With a shout, she charged at them. She attempted a sliding attack, only to be caught midair by Nini, who lifted her by the armor. She flailed helplessly, furious. The sirens burst into laughter again. Ash smiled, shook her head, and opened a private link with Hughes. How is it? Not great. These weapons barely improve our combat ability. That's fine. Use them for now. I'll have custom weapons and armor made later. Understood. By the way, my workshop just finished the first batch of soap. I'll send 2 crates over later. And your spell list, hurry up and send it. I have a few good ideas. All right. There was a long silence, but the mind link remained open. Ash waited quietly, knowing her lord was about to ask something. Sure enough, after a while, a message arrived. Ash, is there a spell that can bring the dead back to life? Impossible, the dead cannot be revived, this is an ironclad rule. After a person dies, their soul dissipates, this is irreversible. No amount of life force can change that. Lord, are you trying to resurrect the dead? Ash's expression grew serious. Due to the innate abilities granted by the symbiotic contract, the sirens had a much clearer perception of souls than other races. If it's simply physical death, such as the fishmen who were drained of life force due to signing the contract, that can still be saved. For example, by infusing a large amount of life force, recovery can be achieved quickly and without side effects. Before signing the contract with the other sirens in the cave, you were almost completely drained of life force, yet you recovered quickly. In contrast, when a soul dies, once a soul perishes, no means can save it. Even if resurrected, it would no longer be the same soul. The mind link fell silent again. What if? I mean, hypothetically, if a soul was transferred to another place, would the body still have a chance of being revived? Impossible, Lord. A soul cannot exist independently of the body. For mortals, the soul and flesh are inseparable. What about the extraordinary? I don't know. But I have a theory. What is it? The only beings whose souls can exist independently in the world are gods. Ash seemed to hear a sigh. After a while, another message came through the mind link. Ash, I have a request for you. Go to the deep sea, into the abyssal trench, and collect some contamination for me. I have a feeling that the contamination in the deep sea is different from other forms of contamination. Now that our life pool is large enough, you don't have to worry too much about losing life force by staying too far from the contractors. Contamination? She frowned. That substance was no longer a threat to the sirens. After signing the contract with Hughes, all life force flowing through him was mysteriously purified. But what was so special about it to warrant research? She didn't understand, but she was willing to comply. Ash nodded. She was about to leave but hesitated, then reopened the mind link and replied. Understood. Hughes closed the mind link with a complicated expression and looked up at the chief scribe in front of him. Ahem, please continue. Alexei gave him a strange look. His lord had been getting increasingly distracted lately. He pulled out his notebook and flipped through it. Soap production has been very successful. When we modified the workshop earlier, we had already started pressing olive oil. Now, using olive oil directly to make soap, we have our first batch of finished products. I delivered 2 crates earlier. The olive oil supply isn't keeping up, is it? That's right. I've already assigned more people to level the roads. The situation should improve soon. The school has officially started classes. So far, most enrollees are attending night school. Daytime attendance is low since adults on the island generally have to work. As for children, parents are still hesitant to let them go to school alone, but the situation is gradually improving. That's the good news. However, there are some problems as well. First, there are those confidential workshops. You know, the ones for producing nitroglycerin. Hughes nodded. Although they hadn't officially started producing nitroglycerin yet, he had still set up a workshop for experimental runs. The craftsmen were following the process to identify potential issues. We didn't actually introduce materials yet, we just had the craftsmen simulate the standard process. But the problems we encountered were numerous. First, the craftsmen refused to follow your safety protocols. For example, they don't believe that the finished product cannot withstand heavy impact. They stubbornly insist on handling it the same way they handle brewing alcohol. Did you explain the dangers to them? Yes, and we assigned supervisors. They follow the rules while being watched, but the moment they're unsupervised, they do whatever is most convenient. Some even deliberately break the rules in front of others to appear brave. This problem also exists in the soap workshop. Some craftsmen, for convenience, don't follow procedures, and several have already suffered burns. Fortunately, none were severe. Hughes sighed. This was precisely why he insisted on establishing a school first. Without basic education and a fundamental understanding of industry, these kinds of accidents were bound to happen. A lack of knowledge led to a lack of fear. Ignorance meant they didn't even value their own lives. Industrial advancement could not occur without education. It was always the most important factor. People were already getting burned from something as obvious as a boiling pot. How could they be trusted with the invisible dangers of nitroglycerin? Even Nobel himself had experienced multiple accidents. When Hughes last descended to Rhine's factories, he saw how factory owners simply used human lives to make up for mistakes. Once enough people died, fear and caution naturally developed. Setting aside the ethical implications, Hughes was running a dynamite workshop. One mistake, and everyone would be blown sky high. Given the current situation, he could not trust these craftsmen to handle even slightly complex production processes. Seal off that workshop for now. Also, in the soap workshop, publicize the injuries sustained by workers to serve as a warning. Ensure the injured receive treatment, and this time, we will cover the medical costs. Implement a new reward and punishment system. Workers who fail to follow regulations will have their wages docked, but there should also be incentives. Organize training sessions. This recklessness must stop. Since there aren't many students attending daytime classes, we can slow down the curriculum. I'll speak to Zoe about it. Zoe was currently teaching literacy at the school. She was patient and effective, receiving universal praise. Most daytime classes were led by her. What about the nitroglycerin project? Put it on hold for now. Our focus should remain on soap production. We'll set that aside for the time being. Alexei nodded and left. He wasn't eager to let the craftsman continue handling nitroglycerin anyway. He had seen its power firsthand. With the study now empty, Hughes sat in his chair, deep in thought. For now, it seems the nitroglycerin workshop should be handed over to the sirens. They lack the stubbornness and arrogance of the craftsmen and still approach the production process with caution. Moreover, with the symbiotic contract in place, even if they get injured, their lives won't be at risk. The problem is finding a new location for the workshop. Hughes sighed. The underground cavern where the sirens resided had good confidentiality, but it was entirely unsuitable for manufacturing explosives. An underground explosion would almost certainly cause a collapse. If buried alive, even the symbiotic contract might not be able to save them. Not to mention that his manor was directly above this underground cavern. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. I remember Chloe mentioning that the Candlelight Church is planning to exile a group of skilled workers here. Giving a lecture to the sirens? Me. Zoe clutched her black dress, her face full of panic. She was just an ordinary maid, and the most outrageous fantasy she ever had was being noticed by the young master and becoming his secret lover. That was something she had read in a novel she secretly brought along. Now, Hughes was telling her that there was a group of terrifying non-human beings, and she was supposed to teach them? What could she possibly teach? Wouldn't she just end up as the lesson itself, sitting at a table while a group of monsters drooled over her, knives and forks in hand, waiting for her to climb onto the plate? Relax, they are all easy to get along with. Besides, not everyone has the privilege of meeting them. You passed the background check, which means you're qualified to know about these things. I mean, there's a confidentiality subsidy. The word subsidy snapped Zoe out of her panic. Her wages as a maid weren't high, yet she had a fondness for night novels. In this era, novels were a luxury pastime for noble ladies, and she had to save for ages just to afford one. In fact, most of her literacy came from reading novels, though she had never told anyone that. Teaching monsters was terrifying, but if she could save up to buy more books. What kind of novels? Zoe jumped back 2 steps. I said that out loud. Hugh's eye twitched. Could this maid really keep a secret? You're saving up to buy novels? Now that you mention it, I didn't know you had such a hobby, Miss Zoe. You wouldn't want others to find out about your secret reading habit, would you? Zoe took another step back, her eyes filled with fear. This situation, she had read about it in novels before. Hughes chuckled. Anyway, there is indeed a subsidy, and it's quite generous. Of course, you also need to uphold confidentiality. Understood, young master. Then let's head to the sirens now. I'll take you there. As Hughes spoke, he walked towards the fireplace in the study. Oh, and bring me one of your novels. I'd like to see what you're reading. Zoe froze. So, she's the teacher who's supposed to lecture us. Monica swayed her tail as she circled Zoe, examining her from head to toe. One pair of hands was behind her back, another pair crossed in front of her chest, while the last pair pointed at Zoe in curiosity. Seeing Zoe's stiff expression, Monica couldn't help but grin mischievously. Then, Ash lifted Monica up and placed her aside. Welcome, Miss Zoe. The sirens greet you. Why yes, hello. Zoe looked up. Ash's towering figure completely blocked her view. Her sleek body lines and powerful physique made Zoe feel like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Ash bent down slightly, trying to meet Zoe's gaze, but the frightened maid instinctively took a step back. Hey, spread out a bit. Don't crowd around her like this. Hughes stepped forward and pushed back the sirens' serpentine tails, making them give Zoe more space. He could sense their curiosity, but he didn't want them to scare their new teacher. Zoe will be teaching you literacy. Once you complete your literacy lessons, you can freely choose to study mechanics or other knowledge. Why do we need to learn to read? We have the mind link, we can communicate directly. Monica poked her head out from the group. Literacy is just the foundation. It's not difficult, especially for a child like you. Hughes glanced at Monica, who pouted and turned her head away. She didn't like being called a child. The sirens exchanged looks. Monica had voiced their collective doubt. What was the point of learning this knowledge? They were born with the ability to use various spells. Their bodies were incredibly strong. And now, with the symbiotic contract, they barely even needed to fear injuries anymore. Reading wouldn't make them stronger, nor would it speed up their communication. Wouldn't that just be a waste of time? I understand, Lord. Ash nodded, then turned to the sirens and said firmly, "This is the will of the Lord." The sirens lowered their heads in submission. Hughes sighed, then walked over to Monica. "Monica, go ahead. I know you have something to ask. What's the point of learning all this?" Monica blurted out her question. Feeling Ash's sharp gaze, she shrank behind Hughes. "Sister Ash, you want to know too, don't you? Lord, just tell me." Hughes looked around at the sirens. Their loyalty was unquestionable, but their eyes still held doubt. "Ash, when the fishmen enslaved you, what did they make you do?" "Mining." Ash answered without hesitation. "When we use flesh magic, we have little spare mana. If we forcefully cast spells, we burn through our life force and die quickly, so we could only do hard labor." "Monica, do you like mining?" Monica shook her head immediately. "No one likes mining. I prefer building coral castles under the sea. Have you ever thought about what you'll do in the future?" Monica hesitated and shook her head in confusion. "You'll grow taller, stronger. You'll become a warrior. Every siren is a warrior, aren't they? Do you like fighting?" I don't know. Maybe you'll like it, maybe you won't. But you have no choice, because you don't know anything else." Hughes met Monica's gaze. "Then how are you any different from when the fishmen enslaved you? Before, you had to mine. Now, you have to fight." Monica was stunned. "Sirens, you once tried to worship me as a god. But is fighting for a god truly any different from mining for the fishmen? Maybe it is. You can believe it's sacred, that it's glorious. But personal will cannot change reality. You are still enslaved, just under a different name." The sirens grew restless. They exchanged uneasy glances, some looking at Hughes with pleading eyes, hoping he would tell them this was just a joke. But Hughes didn't. He simply met every wavering gaze with unwavering seriousness. "You were born incredibly powerful. You think it's a gift from the heavens. But in reality, it's a shackle around your neck. A shackle you cannot escape." Ash stood still. Her expression didn't waver, but Hughes noticed that her smooth tail had tied itself into a tight knot. Hughes took a step back and pushed Zoe forward. "She is just a miller's daughter. After her parents died, she became a maid. Her fate should have been to spend her life in a manor, doing chores, and cleaning rooms. But now, she stands before you as your teacher. One day, she might even fulfill her dream of becoming a novelist, writing books that sell across the seas. This isn't because fate favored her. It's because she can read. She has knowledge. She worked hard to learn. You shattered the chains that bound you. Didn't she do the same?" "Monica, you asked me about the meaning of learning. This is the answer. Fate binds you in place. Knowledge gives you wings. Learn, and change your fate." Hughes was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. "Lord? Lord, are you there?" Hughes opened his eyes in a daze, staring blankly for a moment before reacting. He immediately threw off the covers and stood up. "Alexei, come in and speak." The door was pushed open at once, and Alexei and Connor entered the room together. "Lord, something has happened." "Where? It's not the explosives workshop, is it?" Alexei's face turned strange. "Yes, but it's not just the explosives workshop. The soap workshop has also encountered some issues." Hughes' eye twitched. Could it be that the explosives workshop had exploded and taken the soap workshop with it? That would mean his painstaking farming plans would be entirely scrapped. Seeing Hughes' face grow darker and darker, Alexei hurriedly explained. "No, there wasn't an explosion, but it was another kind of accident. I don't even know if it can be called an accident." "Sit down first and explain slowly." "Here's what happened." Due to the unreliable nature of the recruited craftsmen, Hughes had ultimately decided to shut down the nitroglycerin workshop. However, this decision was not thoroughly explained to the craftsmen. They only knew that the process they had practiced for so long had been put on hold. The craftsmen discussed among themselves and concluded that it must be because their skills were not up to standard. Wanting to prove their worth to the Lord, they decided to make one last effort. Wait, why would they do that? Because you paid them too much. Considering the dangers of nitroglycerin production, Hughes had set the craftsmen's wages quite high, 5 lias per day. Even though they were only rehearsing the process at the moment, Hughes knew this situation wouldn't last long. Either they would start production, or the workshop would shut down. So, he hadn't bothered to set a lower wage for those few days. Holding on to their mysteriously high salaries, the craftsmen didn't want to give up what seemed like an easy job, so they gathered together. They gathered together and successfully produced nitroglycerin, Alexei said with an odd expression. Didn't they lack the necessary materials? During the practice runs, yes, but when the workshop closed, I moved the materials over. Since they were all sealed up, I thought it would be more convenient for future use. You know, we don't have enough manpower to arrange night guards. Hughes rubbed his forehead. All right, I'll be recruiting some soldiers for patrols soon. But if they manage to make it, that's actually a good thing. Just warn them and let it go. No, my lord, Alexei's expression grew even stranger. What they made wasn't explosives-grade nitroglycerin. Not nitroglycerin. Hughes was stunned, then frowned. The process I provided uses sulfur ore to produce sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Did a catalyst issue cause the reaction to fail? No, it wasn't a failure. It was a success. Hughes looked at Alexei in confusion. What was he even saying? They didn't produce explosives-grade nitroglycerin, they produced medicinal nitroglycerin for heart disease. Now Hughes understood. He nodded and looked at Connor. Do we still have the candy Nora provided? Bring some over. It seemed like he was exhausted and contaminated, causing his mind to become unclear. Explosives-grade nitroglycerin and medicinal nitroglycerin were the same thing, weren't they? Both were nitroglycerin? No, I haven't been contaminated, and I'm not crazy. I'm completely normal, I'm perfectly clear-headed. Then, the world has gone mad. Come with me, my lord. I didn't dare bring that stuff into the manor. Although he had no idea what his administrative officer was up to, Hughes still followed Alexei outside. In a clearing not far away, a pile of items was placed, with several servants standing guard nearby. Alexei stepped forward, picked up a bottle, and handed it to Hughes. Hughes took the bottle, carefully swirling it. Inside was a slightly viscous, yellowish liquid. It didn't seem particularly pure, but it did look like nitroglycerin. He slowly removed the cork, set the bottle down a short distance away, and fanned the air toward his nose with his hand. A strange fragrance. It didn't seem problematic. This should be nitroglycerin, right? Hughes looked at Alexei with suspicion. Alexei said nothing. He took the bottle, poured some nitroglycerin onto a piece of paper, and struck it hard with a hammer. Nothing happened. Hughes' eyes widened. He took a small amount and instructed a nearby servant, who soon brought a fire pit. They backed away and threw the bottle into the flames. The fire burned, but there was no reaction. Hughes looked down at the bottle in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he dabbed a bit onto his tongue. A strange sweetness exploded in his mouth, followed by a burning sensation. The amount wasn't large, so it wasn't too severe. He waved off Connor's concerns and focused on the sensation. After a while, he felt a throbbing pain in his forehead, the sign of blood vessels dilating, the effect of medicinal nitroglycerin. Hughes. What did this mean? Non-explosive nitroglycerin? Had his craftsman accidentally accomplished what Nobel spent a lifetime researching? Damn it, could his craftsmen all win Nobel Prizes? Hughes was utterly shocked. Staring at the bottle in his hand, he felt his worldview collapse. Lord Hughes, that's the situation. I have no idea how this happened either. Hughes stood there dazed for a moment before a terrible thought struck him. You just mentioned that the soap workshop also had a problem. Yes. Alexei kicked a crate at his feet. In our soap workshop, we never explicitly told the craftsmen what they were making. But we didn't keep it a strict secret either. Some workshops knew it was a cleaning product, while others, knowing it was made by boiling olive oil, assumed it was food. So, some workers secretly ate it. Eating soap shouldn't be a big issue, as long as they didn't consume too much. True, but what I mean is, Alexei picked up 2 pieces of soap from different crates and handed them to Hughes, then took 2 for himself. This is cleaning soap. This is edible soap. He stuffed both into his mouth and chewed. Hughes bit into both as well. One was slimy and greasy, with a disgusting taste. The other had a pleasant fragrance, tasting like a fruit pastry. Lord, I've inspected the entire workshop. I can guarantee, the production process for both soaps is exactly the same. The soap slipped from Hughes' hand and fell into the dirt. Has Lord Hughes still not come out? Connor sighed. Not yet. Mr. Alexei, you've been exhausted lately. You should take a rest. I'm fine, it's nothing. Alexei waved his hand and sat down in the armchair. Connor glanced at the tightly closed study door and shook his head. Inside the study, the originally somewhat tidy room was now in complete disarray. The floor was littered with various manuscripts, scattered everywhere. The manuscripts contained all sorts of content, chemical reaction equations, 3-view diagrams of mechanical parts, and maps. On the desk, a notebook lay open, its pages densely filled with writing. The first half was neatly written, but the handwriting became increasingly messy in the latter part. Further back, large sections of the notebook were smeared and crossed out, with the text becoming self-contradictory and gradually illegible. On the last page, a single line of exceptionally neat handwriting stood out. Science no longer exists. Beside the desk sat an armchair. Hughes sat in it with his head lowered, neither thinking nor moving, silent and breathless. Somewhere unknown, within a grand yet desolate ancient palace, a long table was set in the center of the grand hall, with several people seated on either side, maintaining their positions motionlessly like puppets. On the massive golden throne, a shadowy figure, its face obscured, slowly lifted its head. Beside the long table, a handsome and slender young man gradually closed his eyes, his expression turning vacant. Hughes sat on the golden throne, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. He did not speak but instead closed his eyes, as if reminiscing about something. My memories are intact. There are no signs of distortion or alteration. I've already reached this point, so this shouldn't be some kind of cognitive contamination. Damn it, cognitive contamination. I should have realized something was off sooner. If merely knowing something can cause contamination, then subjective denial itself must possess some kind of power. This power actually influences reality in reverse. I thought I was the problem, but it turns out the world itself is wrong. Subjective cognition affects the material world. This is unimaginable. On Earth, where Hughes came from, the laws of physics were absolute. But here, they were as malleable as clay in one's hands. No, something is off. If a few craftsmen simply pondering over something could directly alter the nature of matter, then this world would have already fallen into chaos. I wouldn't have failed to notice it in all my descents. This phenomenon of cognition affecting reality must follow certain rules, it cannot happen arbitrarily. And if it follows certain rules, then science still exists. Science is, at its core, a methodology, a means of observing, understanding, and finding the laws that govern the world. The only difference is that the laws of this world are more bizarre, but they are not non-existent. For instance, the double-slit experiment also reveals extremely strange phenomena. As long as one can understand, observe, and find usable patterns, science can be rebuilt from the ruins. It is merely a matter of reinterpreting the world. Hughes felt revitalized. Ever since soap and nitroglycerin started behaving abnormally, his worldview had been completely shattered. He had initially thought this was an ordinary fantasy world, at most on the verge of an industrial revolution, with some supernatural forces present. Gradually, he uncovered the peculiarities of the supernatural and the existence of contamination. Though he had sensed something was wrong, he had only felt it vaguely. But this time, the shock was enormous. In his previous life, he had been an engineer. Science and materialism were deeply ingrained in his soul. The thought of science ceasing to exist nearly caused his very foundation to collapse. As his fear and confusion faded, they transformed into boundless curiosity and motivation. He was now deeply intrigued by this world. If personal cognition can interfere with the real world and change physical properties, this strange phenomenon should be called cognitive interference. Alexei was also deeply shocked by this. I never encountered such things in my previous descents, which means cognitive interference must be extremely rare. Soap and nitroglycerin were both altered by craftsmen through cognitive interference, not by supernatural beings. This is interesting. Can anyone trigger cognitive interference? The only unique factor I can think of is that both of these were new technologies, at least technologies that had never appeared in this world before. Does new technology trigger cognitive interference? Hughes was struck by a sudden realization. Like a bolt of lightning flashing through his mind, countless scattered clues converged, forming a massive puzzle. Industrialization began over 1,000 years ago but has made no progress. Could it be due to cognitive interference? Are the major factions deliberately controlling the emergence of new technologies to prevent cognitive interference? Cognitive interference must have extremely severe consequences. Otherwise, no faction would willingly abandon such an ability that verges on fantasy creation. No wonder this world has been stagnant. Could the church's refusal to purge the pollution in the sea be related to this? Speaking of the church, Hughes suddenly turned his head, looking at a corpse beside the long table. It was a malnourished boy, dressed in filthy clothes, with a gaping hole in his chest. The worker Hughes from his previous life, who had been killed. In my last life, I told the other workers many stories, deliberately mixing in various scientific concepts, hoping to gradually educate them. But the church quickly intervened and had me killed. Now that I think about it, could it be that I triggered cognitive interference? Everything connected. Now, recalling the words of the priest, Hughes perceived a deeper meaning. He called me a lackey of an evil god. Could it be that in this world, only cultists actively seek to trigger cognitive interference? No, I know too little about cognitive interference. I need to return and conduct some experiments first. If this mysterious ability can truly be harnessed, then it would allow near limitless creation. There must be limitations I am yet unaware of. Hughes felt a surge of excitement. This power was both bizarre and fascinating. He couldn't wait to research and explore it further. His gaze shifted back to the slender noble youth. Lord Hughes raised his head. His vacant expression gradually became animated, and he flashed a playful smile. His vision darkened, and the soul on the throne once again descended into his body. Hughes felt himself being pulled away from this place. The grand hall fell into silence. After a moment, the worker Hughes slowly lifted his head. He glanced at the throne, then turned to look at the noble Hughes, his face thoughtful. Inside the manor, Lord Hughes slowly lifted his head. Looking around, he noticed nothing unusual. He casually closed the notebook and walked toward the door. Connor. Opening the door, he saw Zoe standing not far away. Zoe, aren't you supposed to be teaching? Noticing that they were in the manor, Hughes refrained from mentioning the banshee's name. Zoe pointed to the study behind him. Hughes had been locking himself inside, preventing her from accessing the secret passage. Forget it, it's not important. Is the batch Alexei brought still here? It is, but for safety reasons, we didn't bring it into the manor. It's stored in the chemistry lab. I'm heading there now. By the time Connor and Alexei arrived at the lab, they saw Hughes writing notes. My lord. Young master. Alexei, you came at the right time. I need a report on both incidents. Be sure to mark the exact time these things were made. Huh? These things still have value. They are incredibly valuable. Think about it. Safely stored and transported nitroglycerin. But I suspect it's not that simple. Otherwise, all the major factions wouldn't have worked together to suppress it. Alexei and Connor exchanged glances and let out a breath of relief. They had worried Hughes was too shaken by recent events to recover. All right, I'll get to work on the report. The soap workshop continues production. The craftsmen don't know about this, right? They don't. As soon as I discovered the issue, I came straight here. The workshop remains unchanged. We just informed the workers to temporarily halt production, without alerting anyone. Good. I'll find a way to have someone take over the workshop. Night school will be suspended for now. Just say the soldiers spotted wild beasts at night and warned the islanders to stay indoors after dark to avoid getting mistaken for a beast and shot. Also, any worker who secretly ate the soap should be detained for now. Tell them it's for treatment. Send a doctor to check their condition. Recalling how the church dealt with workers in his past life, Hughes suddenly felt uneasy. Cognitive interference would definitely lead to more severe consequences. Otherwise, that priest wouldn't have killed him without even listening to his explanation. You didn't eat any soap, did you? Like you, I only took a bite to taste it and immediately spat it out. Take some purifying candy with you. Carry it at all times, and if anything feels off, eat one immediately. No, eat one now. Though he felt Hughes was overreacting, Alexei obediently took the candy and placed it in his mouth. Do not let anyone know about the mutations in the soap or nitroglycerin. If anyone asks, say there was a manufacturing error and a batch of raw materials was scrapped. Understood. Alexei nodded and left with his orders. Hughes turned to Connor. Separate and waterproof pack samples of both the mutated soap and nitroglycerin. Have one group of sirens take them to the abyssal trench, while another carries them far from Castel. Observe if there are any changes in their properties. And make sure they are careful. If anything seems off, dispose of them immediately. Who knows what dangers these things hold, especially the nitroglycerin. Thanks to the symbiotic contract, as long as the sirens conducting the experiment had a breath left, they could be saved. But extra caution was always wise. He was exploring an entirely unknown field. There was no such thing as being too careful. Connor nodded, took the box, and left. Hughes kept some samples for himself and called a nearby servant. Bring me 2 dogs. Lately, Castel had been much livelier at night. After work and dinner, workers would head to night school, joined by islanders from all around, while patrol teams escorted them. Flickering torches lit up the dark nights, bringing a bit of vibrancy. But today, everyone received an announcement. Wolves had been appearing at night, supposedly drawn by human activity. Lord Hughes had formed a special hunting team to ambush them. Of course, with limited visibility at night, being mistaken for a wolf and shot would be unfortunate. So, as night fell, every household shut their doors tightly. Meanwhile, inside the manor, Hughes frowned as he looked at the 2 sluggish dogs. Nothing seemed wrong. He couldn't detect anything unusual. The mutated soap remained completely normal, seemingly just an ordinary food item. But why was his gut feeling of dread growing stronger? Think carefully, something must be wrong. The closest he had ever been to cognitive interference was in his past life, when he modified factory machines and was hunted by the church. 2 things stood out to him. First, the priest didn't listen to his explanation at all, he killed him outright. Second, he was almost certain that the priest was an extraordinary. The church didn't send the Holy Guard but directly dispatched an extraordinary. Even though I was just an ordinary worker, they executed me on the spot. Hughes paced rapidly across the room. No, I know too little about cognitive interference. Making decisions based on limited information could lead to a disastrous mistake. In this situation, my best course of action is to copy the church's response exactly. They have far more experience dealing with this and know of risks that I don't. Hughes' expression turned grim. Connor. The door swung open. The butler, who had been waiting outside, stood in the doorway. Young master, find Alexei immediately. Have him take command of the island's soldiers. All soldiers must remain on standby and are forbidden from leaving their posts without my orders. Connor took a sharp breath, nodded, and left. Hughes closed his eyes. The mind link activated, and instantly, his consciousness connected with a cluster of glowing points. At that moment, he was linked with the sirens. Beneath the manor, in the caverns, the sirens had been busy repairing the tunnels suddenly. They all looked up simultaneously. Then, in unison, they put down their tasks and turned toward the hall's shelves, where rows of weapons were neatly arranged. One by one, the sirens entered, grabbed their weapons, and dove into the sea. As the sky darkened, the setting sun cast a blood-red glow. One towering figure after another emerged from the water, their serpentine tails swaying as they landed on the island. They held long-handled axes, their cold, indifferent eyes scanning every living thing on land. In Hughes' consciousness, glowing dots spread across the entire island, like countless eyes watching over Castel. Castel was under full martial law. Siren, form teams of 2. Report immediately if you encounter anything unusual. Nini, go to this location and stay outside the house. Keep watch on the people inside. Hughes transmitted the location of the house where the worker who secretly ate soap was confined directly to Nini's mind. I have sent the locations of the others as well. Stay hidden as much as possible. Avoid being discovered by the islanders. If you spot any suspicious individuals wandering outside, detain them immediately. If they resist, you are authorized to kill. If you encounter anything unknown or beyond your ability to handle, hold your ground and wait for reinforcements. The 3 nearest teams will provide support. The rest must not act without orders. If you are outmatched, you may retreat. Report the situation in detail immediately. The symbiotic contract links us all. For the sake of our shared home, prepare for battle. Hughes paused for a moment and added in his mind. I have established 2 channels in the mind link. The first channel follows a silence protocol, only combat-related messages are allowed. The second channel is for issuing orders. Orders must be executed immediately. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly through a private link or use the previous group chat. Do not use the 2 channels for discussions to avoid confusion. This time, we don't know who the enemy is, how they will attack, or even if they truly exist. We are facing the unknown. Report anything suspicious to me immediately. Across the island, the siren nodded in unison. At this moment, their thoughts were as one. Hughes exhaled deeply. The symbiotic contract and the mind link granted him the ability to perceive the entire battlefield. This sensation was even better than modern communication back on Earth. He originally wanted to suppress the issue of cognitive interference, but after reconsidering, he realized there was no need. This was his territory. He was the absolute ruler of Castel, the frontier count. Even if cognitive interference was discovered, what could others do to him? Instead, being well prepared was far more important. If cognitive interference truly led to severe consequences, he didn't want to be caught off guard in his own stronghold. Thus, he followed the church's methods completely, deploying extraordinary individuals to control the situation. Now, the factory, the soap, the manor, and even the entirety of Castel were under his control. Zoe. Hughes called out towards the door. The maid, dressed in a long gown, quickly ran over. Have all the servants return indoors, including the night patrols. Everyone is to stay inside the manor and wait. No matter what happens outside, do not go out without my orders. Understood. Zoe was startled. She had already suspected something was wrong when Connor suddenly left earlier. Now, it seemed her suspicions were correct. Ah, Miss Ash. Zoe gasped, covering her mouth. Not far away, Ash, swaying her serpent tail, entered her view. This was the first time she had seen a banshee outside the cave. I have matters to attend to and need to go out for a while. Don't worry about me. There are sirens secretly guarding the manor. If anything happens, just call for help. Ah. After giving instructions to Zoe, Hughes turned around and looked at Ash behind him. Let's go. We're heading to the church. Ash nodded silently. The church was the only unknown factor tonight. That peculiar brother Kaeski, whether he was an extraordinary being or some kind of extraordinary creation, remained uncertain. Hughes had deliberately ordered the siren to stay away from the church, but he planned to go there himself. If anything happened, he could at least provide an explanation. He believed that the Candlelight Church's extraordinary individuals would understand his actions. If they refused, then the Silent Sanctum could help them understand. With Ash as his protector, and the siren covering the entire island, Hughes wasn't too concerned about the extraordinary beings in the church. Standing at a distance from the church, Hughes quietly closed his eyes, sensing the information from the mind link. Everything was normal. After thinking for a moment, Hughes turned to Ash. Hide nearby for now. If someone comes out of the church, let me handle the conversation. There likely won't be a direct conflict, but if there's trouble, I'll inform you through the mind link. Ash nodded. She could sense her fellow clansmen nearby, so she wasn't too worried. How did the soap samples I gave you for testing turn out? There's something strange. Explain. We split into 2 groups, one took the soap into the abyssal trench, the other didn't dive too deep but went further out to sea. In both cases, the soap disappeared after traveling a certain distance. Disappeared? What kind of disappearance? Did they fail to seal it properly? Was it dissolved by seawater? No, that was impossible. Even if the soap was eroded by fast-moving water, it wouldn't disappear so quickly, especially considering it contained nitroglycerin. The mutated soap and the nitroglycerin seemed to transform into pollution. But the amount was very small, and the pollution quickly dissipated. They vanished almost simultaneously. The siren were now mostly immune to pollution. The life force transmitted through the symbiotic contract passed through Hughes, and though he didn't understand the exact mechanism, he could efficiently purify any pollution. How far was this distance? Very close. Ash mentally outlined a sea chart and transmitted it to Hughes through the mind link. One group went farther, the other went deeper. After estimating their positions in his mind, Hughes realized that the locations where the soap and nitroglycerin disappeared were both roughly 10 kilometers in a straight line from the factory. Cognitive interference artifacts cannot leave their place of origin. If they do, they turn into weak pollution. Another clue had surfaced. But why? 7th group has detected an anomaly. Repeat, 7th group has detected an anomaly. WVE found a massive amount of tangible pollution. Hughes' heart tensed. He hurriedly checked the mind link's light dot map for the 7th group's position, then pulled out a map he carried with him. His fingers traced across it before stopping. That was the soap factory. Report details. 5th, 9th, and 11th groups move in to investigate. The rest, stay in place. A moment ago, a sudden burst of pollution appeared. When I checked, I saw a massive amount of tangible pollution pouring from the sky. As expected, cognitive interference led to terrible consequences. This sudden outbreak of pollution must have been one of them. Only extraordinary beings could handle such pollution. No wonder the church didn't send ordinary people before. Fortunately, pollution was easy to deal with. Hughes made a decision. Make minimal contact to test it. See how it differs from deep-sea pollution. Understood, I'll. 6th group detected an anomaly. 3rd group detected an anomaly. 4th group there's massive pollution here. 8th group detected an anomaly. 9th group Una is buried under pollution. 11th group detected an anomaly. Suddenly, urgent reports flooded in simultaneously. Hughes' pupils dilated instantly. So many anomalies appearing at the same time? Report the cause of the anomaly. There is a large amount of physical contamination. Same here, contamination. A lot of contamination suddenly appeared. Group 6, large-scale contamination. A large amount of black contamination suddenly appeared on the ground. We discovered a massive patch of contamination. The first channel was instantly flooded with voices from the sirens, making it somewhat chaotic. Hughes forced himself to calm down and went through each group's report. Has anyone spotted an enemy, or is it just contamination? The channel fell silent. Hughes closed his eyes and felt the flow of life force within the symbiotic contract. It seemed that none of the sirens were consuming a large amount of life force. Groups that have discovered contamination, keep your distance and monitor the situation. Report immediately if anyone is injured. Also, Group 9, where are you? Reply immediately upon receiving this. He had just received all the reports, but there was none from Group 9. Group 9 had suddenly lost contact? He checked the mind link. Both sirens from Group 9 were still connected. There was no disruption, just no response. Looking at the map, Group 9 wasn't far from here. Should he go himself? Hughes glanced at Ash and suppressed the thought of personally investigating. He was the command center. Putting himself at risk was irresponsible to everyone, not to mention that he had no combat ability. Hughes gritted his teeth. Group 13, Group 2, here, ×2. Proceed to Group 9's location and report any situation immediately. Be extra cautious. Understood. ×2. Just then, the voice of Group 9, which had disappeared from the first channel, suddenly came through again. Report? Group 9. Go ahead. The contamination just fell from the sky and buried Una. I rushed in to rescue her. She's safe now. Yes. A large amount of contamination fell straight from above, as if a hole had opened in the sky. Group 13 and Group 2, continue to Group 9's location to investigate. Group 9, report any injuries. No injuries. This physical contamination seems no different from the one at the seafloor. It poses no threat to us. Maintain flash magic, don't let your guard down. Understood. Group 2, we have arrived near Group 9. There is a large amount of physical contamination here. The two from Group 9 look slightly exhausted but are unharmed. Group 13 is also in position. Observations match Group 2's. Alright, you two groups head to these 2 points. Group 9, remain on alert. Seeing no further anomalies for the time being, Hughes finally exhaled. His back was drenched in cold sweat. When he first saw multiple locations triggering alerts at once, he thought Castle Island had been invaded and that he was completely surrounded. But in the end, it was just contamination. Of course, contamination erupting in multiple places at once was still frightening, but it was something he could handle. The sirens shared a life pool with him, and he had the ability to purify contamination. This meant that the sirens passively gained some purification ability as well. This purification wasn't direct like his, but any life force that passed through him would be purified of contamination. As a result, even if the sirens were eroded by contamination, a few cycles of life force through the symbiotic contract would restore them to normal immediately. Now, the sirens no longer needed flesh magic to resist contamination. So, cognitive interference leads to large-scale contamination descent. No wonder the church treated it as a major threat and immediately dispatched an extraordinary. Luckily, this is the easiest kind of trouble for me to handle. It's much better than dealing with monsters. Report, Group 1 has found an anomaly? A contaminated monster has appeared. Hughes? He nearly slapped himself. His cursed mouth always brought misfortune the moment he spoke. Enemy count, size, can you handle it? It's already dealt with. What type of enemy? A few, wolves. Miss Zoe taught us about this species. It should be a local creature. Local creature? Yes, we saw it get hit by contamination. By the time we arrived, it had already transformed into a monster. How strong was it? Hard to say. Probably about as strong as an average human? It was too weak to get a good feel for it. Any other monsters? None, just this one. It's not dead. I have it pinned to the ground. Alright, keep it restrained. Try to keep it alive. I have use for it. Understood. Hughes rubbed his forehead. So they really did encounter a beast at night. That wolf was unlucky, drenched in contamination from head to toe. He could study it later. My lord, how should we deal with the physical contamination? What's its current state? It's gathered into a mass and is slowly moving toward us. Very slowly? Can it be lured away? Yes. Hughes rubbed his chin. I'll give you a location. Each group sends one person to slowly guide the contamination there. He originally planned to purify the contamination outright, but it seemed manageable. Perhaps it had some use. Lord. A soft voice suddenly called from beside him. Ash lowered her voice and, when Hughes turned to look, pointed toward the distant church. The church was right next to a forest. The two of them were hiding within the trees, using the night as cover, though Hughes doubted they could fool an extraordinary. He looked up and saw the church doors opening. Chloe stepped out, carrying a wooden bucket. She walked a few steps outside, poured the water out, then returned to the church without looking in their direction. With the night vision granted by the symbiotic contract, Hughes could see everything clearly at the church entrance. She didn't notice us. He wasn't sure. Brother Kaeski had ties to an extraordinary, but this nun might just be an ordinary person. Speaking of which, how long had it been since he last saw Brother Kaeski? Strange. Still, he had no intention of revealing himself. Whether Chloe's actions were a warning or mere coincidence, he wouldn't respond. Tonight, his only task was dealing with the trouble caused by cognitive interference. As long as the church didn't interfere, he wouldn't provoke them. Stay on alert. Report any anomalies immediately. The voices of the morning sirens echoed in his mind. Time passed, and the dark night gradually faded. A thin morning mist began to blanket the land. The sun should rise soon. Hughes looked up at the sky. Tonight's operation is over. Return to the cave through the nearby sea. Tonight, you all worked hard. We successfully protected Castel Island and our home. Bring that contaminated wolf over. Early in the morning, the islanders of Castel opened their doors and went out to work. It was said that last night's hunt yielded a good harvest. The Lord had hung the corpses of a pack of wolves on poles for display. These were the ones Hughes had Ash hunt down. Looking at the dead wolves, the islanders gathered to point and discuss before quickly dispersing. The factories had fixed morning shifts, and being late would result in wage deductions. Not long ago, most of them were just fishermen and farmers, but now they all had a unified identity, employees of the Lord. The islanders here were far from the mainland and had little contact with other territories, so they did not realize how strange this phenomenon was. In this era, most lords still lived off taxation. There was hardly any extra work available in their territories. Even when lords conscripted people for projects, wages were usually non-existent. It was more akin to corvée labor. Of course, farmers also had another obligation. When they were not busy with agriculture, they had to go to war with their lord. During peak farming seasons, even nobles would halt their wars. No one wanted a barren harvest the following year, especially with the royal family eyeing them like a predator. Hughes had not yet appointed knights and had no ongoing battles, but he had hired a large number of islanders for work. This situation was almost unheard of in this era. Of course, his rate of spending wealth was also astonishing. The money he had brought was almost entirely used up. In exchange, however, factories were rising across the territory. Groups of harvesters ventured into the woods to pick olives. Cartloads of olives were transported to the factories, where barrels of olive oil were then brought out. Recently, the surplus of olive oil had driven up the price of wooden barrels. These illiterate islanders had little understanding of economics, but with their simple way of thinking, they couldn't help but wonder, can so much olive oil really be used? Thanks to Hughes' optimized factory production process, efficiency had reached terrifying levels. The craftsmen were amazed to find that, despite still using the old oil pressing methods, their efficiency had greatly improved. They even felt their work had become easier. In the past, a single person had to handle many complicated tasks, from transporting olives to pressing, sweeping, and collecting oil. Now, each worker only needed to perform one or two simple, repetitive steps. They even had time to chat. This was one of the greatest advantages of industrialization. The more refined the division of labor, the higher the overall efficiency. Having one person manage the entire process was a massive waste of productivity. However, the newly built factory had recently stopped operations for unknown reasons, and the craftsmen inside were now under unified management. Rumors spread that they had performed well and that the Lord was considering assigning them to a new factory. This made the other islanders envious. Most had attended night school for literacy lessons. Though not everyone persisted, learning to read had broadened their perspectives. Now, the islanders were eager to join the new factory. After all, given the Lord's generosity, the wages would only increase, never decrease. What they didn't know was that the administrative manager of the factories, Alexei, was currently full of worry. Lord, are we going to have to shut down our factories? Why do you think that? Hughes leisurely glanced at the report in his hand and couldn't help but yawn. He had stayed up all night and now bore heavy dark circles under his eyes. The symbiotic contract could restore his injuries, but it couldn't refresh his mind. So Hughes could only drink red tea continuously, forcing himself to stay alert as he handled affairs. Something feels wrong. Before I transmigrated, I worked overtime every day. Now, after transmigrating, I'm still working overtime every day. Did I even transmigrate for a reason? Sigh. Alexei cleared his throat and said, Lord, last night's contamination should be the result of cognitive interference. If we start making soap and nitroglycerin, contamination will continue to appear. Moreover, the locations are random. Hughes completed his sentence. Before them lay a map of Castel, marked with numerous small circles, each labeled with notes. It was the result of his and Alexei's research. Cognitive interference triggers contamination outbreaks. The contamination starts from the point of interference, then spreads in multiple locations. Its characteristic is the sudden appearance of a large amount of tangible contamination in the air, which rapidly corrodes any living creature it touches. Hughes recalled the contaminated wolf, still confined in the cave beneath the manor, under the watchful eyes of a group of sirens. The outbreak locations seemed random, mostly near the soap factory, but there was no clear pattern. Fortunately, most islanders lived in the northwest part of Castel, far from the soap factory, so the contamination had not reached them. Yes, my lord, so we may have no choice but to shut down the factory. Alexei felt a bitterness in his mouth. These factories embodied the hard work of both himself and the lord. Must they be abandoned? Hughes found it amusing and handed him a notebook. Take another look. Think carefully. Cognitive interference may be strange and unpredictable, but it is not unknowable or uncontrollable. If it could occur randomly without limit, this world would have long been destroyed. Alexei took the notebook and flipped through it. It contained Hughes' compiled research on cognitive interference. I've explained scientific principles to you for so long. You should have a basic understanding of science by now, yet you still hold a mistaken belief that these bizarre and incomprehensible phenomena defy science. But I believe the opposite. Whether it's the supernatural, gods, contamination, or even cognitive interference, these are all parts of the material world. As long as they can be recognized and understood, they are merely natural phenomena, no different from thunder and rain. Alexei's body stiffened. He looked at his lord in shock. Such a perspective was groundbreaking. He had never thought that these eerie occurrences could be equated with thunderstorms. What was there to fear about thunderstorms? Yet supernatural phenomena were truly terrifying. Seeing his thoughts, Hughes continued, when humans first walked the earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning terrified them. These forces were incomprehensible and invincible. Doesn't that sound familiar? Yes, that's exactly how we now describe cognitive interference and contamination monsters. Temples, rituals, and faith arose everywhere. Nearly every civilization has myths and deities related to weather. And now, if it suddenly rains today, you would simply complain that the astronomer's forecast was inaccurate. Your fear? You've long since discarded it. Hughes paused and looked into his eyes. Fear stems from the unknown. Alexei's hands trembled as he held the notebook. Everything Hughes said was simple and logical, yet he had never thought from this perspective. Ignorance, civilization, and history, all lined up along the axis of time, like beads on a string. Hughes picked them up and displayed them before him. Hughes stood up and paced the room, his voice rising. Science is the method by which we understand the world. We observe, summarize laws, and use experiments to verify our knowledge. You think cognitive interference breaks the boundary of objective reality, that it can be altered by subjective will. But to me, it's simply part of the world's rules. If we recognize it, we can understand, control, and use it. Fear of the supernatural is, at its core, fear of the unknown. The more you understand, the less you fear. Observe, understand, experiment, utilize, control. This is science, the methodology by which we comprehend the world. Alexei was an orphan adopted by the Imperial Northern Frontiers Royal Orphanage. Through his own efforts, he earned the opportunity to study. After receiving an elite education at Rhine University, he was recommended for further studies at the Royal Military Academy. Whether it was rhetoric, logic, history, or even military theory, he had dabbled in all of them. But Hughes' perspective was something he had never heard of or even considered before. In his original worldview, the world was divided into the part he understood, the surroundings within his reach, things he had heard about, and those vaguely chaotic but still within his comprehension. The rest was the unknown. This part was bizarre and incomprehensible, impossible to accept, an evil blasphemy. However, Hughes' words opened a new door for him. He handed him a torch named Science, illuminating the fog of the unknown. Those terrifying monsters, once brought under the firelight, suddenly didn't seem so frightening. A bold thought even surfaced in his mind. Would pollution and monsters, or even the extraordinary, fear muskets and bayonets? If not, what about barrels of explosives? The Royal Infantry Manual contained plenty of effective tactics. Hughes found it amusing. His scribe went from dejection to excitement in mere moments and was now looking at him eagerly. All right, open your notebook. Let me tell you why the factory can continue operating. The trouble we encountered this time, cognitive interference, has already been explained to you in detail. Although its mutation follows an idealistic direction, its cause is somewhat predictable. In fact, Hughes had drawn great inspiration from the Church's methods in his previous life, which helped him refine the specific rules of cognitive interference. First, Castel already had an olive oil workshop. Even after we established the factory, we continued using the old techniques. That part of the olive oil factory has never experienced cognitive interference. Second, neither soap nor nitroglycerin were newly created. I had already replicated them multiple times in the laboratory using various techniques, including both sulfur and pyrite-based acid production methods. All were successful, without triggering cognitive interference. Next, cognitive interference occurred in only some of our soap factories. These cases had one thing in common. The craftsmen didn't know what soap was used for. Alexei was taken aback. Indeed, he had discovered the soap mutation because craftsmen were secretly eating the soap, thinking it was food. At the same time, our nitroglycerin factory also experienced cognitive interference. For confidentiality reasons, we did not inform the craftsmen of nitroglycerin's true purpose, only telling them it was a medicinal substance. And then, it actually became medicine. Another detail is that the soap factories affected by cognitive interference initially produced normal soap. It was only this batch that mutated. Hughes sat back in his chair. Do you see it now? It's quite obvious. Cognitive interference only occurs when new technology is introduced, and when the craftsman's understanding significantly deviates from reality. We'll discuss the specific results of cognitive interference later. What matters is that its cause is fully comprehensible and exploitable. Alexei's eyes lit up. So if we tell the craftsman the true purpose of these things, we can prevent it. More or less. My guess is that if the craftsmen fully understand the correct principles, cognitive interference will not occur. In other words, we need workers with the correct understanding. Their firm cognition can prevent cognitive interference from taking hold. Hiss. Hughes couldn't help but grin. He had finally placed the last piece of the puzzle. New technology in this world had an extremely high cost of trial and error. Any mistake could result in cognitive interference, and uncontrolled pollution outbreaks were far too dangerous. Without Hughes' purification methods, the consequences were too severe, leading all major factions to collectively suppress technological progress. Science in this world couldn't be properly tested, cognition couldn't form a closed loop, and everything had to be filled in with imagination, resulting in severe deviations. This, in turn, required more trial and error, leading to more cognitive interference events. The major factions escalated their suppression of new technology, using increasingly extreme measures. Eventually, people forgot the original reasons for suppressing technology. The Church's extraordinary beings merely followed ancient decrees, unconditionally killing those who sought technological progress. From then on, the world only spiraled in a loop without ascending. The factions grew more conservative, and reformists were gradually equated with cultists. Industrialist Hughes had thus fallen. How ironic. In a world where personal will could shape reality, it had become the most conservative place, where every faction unconditionally strangled reform, and anything uncertain was ruthlessly abandoned. But if technological stagnation existed, then at some point, there must have been technological advancement. What had caused progress to halt? Could it be that cognitive interference did not always exist? Was this world not originally idealistic? There was too little known information. Speculating on this was meaningless for now, better to focus on developing industry. Alexei, how is our school coming along? The first literacy class has ended, but the advanced course hasn't started yet. That. Alexei looked at Hughes. It was simple. On the entire territory, Hughes was probably the only one capable of teaching the advanced course. Alexei had received elite education and knew plenty of military theory, but the people he trained wouldn't be fit for factory work. Besides, he was already swamped with work and had no time. Hughes sighed. All right, I'll start teaching the advanced class tomorrow. I'll draft a curriculum later, and spread the word among the citizens. Yes. Hughes hadn't expected this world to push him into valuing education even more than he already did. For now, suspend operations at the nitroglycerin factory. As for the soap factory, explain the principles clearly to the workers. Don't worry about technological leaks, other factions may not even dare to use our technology. I even suspect they wouldn't dare to understand it, considering they likely equate technological innovation with heretical worship. Oh, and one more thing, I've captured a polluted beast and collected a large amount of contamination. Mark the area as a restricted zone, station guards, and make sure no one enters. Contamination? You mean? Yes, physical contamination. Oh, you haven't seen it yet. Speaking of which, you don't even know about the sirens, do you? Perfect, I'll explain it all at once. I have great use for that contamination. Hughes took some time to explain the matters regarding the sirens to his chief scribe. However, he did not elaborate on the sirens' specific abilities or the details of the symbiotic contract. This was one of his trump cards, keeping it hidden would make it more valuable. Alexei's mouth hung open in shock. He had arrived at Castle Island together with Hughes, and at that time, he hadn't even finished organizing the island's paperwork. Yet, Hughes had already secured the allegiance of an extraordinary race. As a graduate of the Royal Army Academy, Alexei had, of course, heard of extraordinary beings. These people were mysterious. Despite their great power, they rarely interfered in worldly affairs or participated in warfare. The royal military had little interaction with them. To think that his own territory housed extraordinary beings, and not just one but an entire group, how could Alexei not be astonished? What shocked him even more was that these extraordinary beings were actually willing to engage in worldly affairs. The churches of the Candlelight Order stood in nearly every corner of the empire, yet almost no one had ever seen their extraordinary members. Even when the White Raven Principality in the north was on the brink of destruction due to the White Calamity, only then did a few extraordinary individuals reveal themselves. If these sirens could be deployed on the battlefield, Alexei couldn't help but swallow hard. They are my subjects. They have the right to choose their own future. Unless Castle is in an emergency, I will not conscript them, Hughes said, glancing at Alexei and seeing through his thoughts. Hughes had no intention of relying on the sirens for warfare. While defending one's homeland was a responsibility for all, when it came to external wars, Hughes intended to develop industry instead. Mind-link was powerful, but so was radio communication. Magic was good, but planes and warships could also be effective. Since he had no desire to become some kind of deity, he would place his faith in the power of mortals. Humankind was a great species, and he would always believe in them. Anyway, let's not talk about such distant matters. Let me explain pollution to you in detail. Here, have some candy. Although you probably know quite a bit already, it's best to be cautious when facing cognitive barriers. Alright. After a detailed explanation. That is pollution, as you know, which is divided into physical pollution and cognitive pollution. It had already been verified that conceptual pollution could, under certain conditions, transform into physical pollution. What remained unknown was whether physical pollution could in turn pollute concepts. Hughes narrowed his eyes slightly. The information available was still insufficient. This fascinating world held far too many unknowns waiting to be explored. Right now, a significant amount of pollution is stored in the caves on the eastern side of Colossal Island. That area is desolate, with no people passing by. I've also had Connor arrange for guards to watch over it. Of course, the sirens are also secretly protecting it. In those caves, Hughes had gathered the pollution in a hollowed-out space. This was nearly all the physical pollution caused by the cognitive interference of soap and nitroglycerin, and the quantity was truly alarming. Be careful not to send anyone near the area. Other than that, just focus on restoring soap and olive oil production as soon as possible. I'll find a way to train more skilled workers quickly and restart the nitroglycerin factory as soon as possible. Understood, Lord. But what do you plan to do with that pollution? I wouldn't call it a plan, just a hypothesis. Hughes took back his notebook from Alexei and slipped it into his pocket. Monica previously gained immense power when she was heavily infused with pollution. Does this mean that pollution contains a large amount of energy? Alexei's eyes widened slowly. Inside the Siren's cave. These are the spells we have mastered. Ash handed Hughes a few sheets of paper. I'm curious, other races cannot learn your magic, but can you Sirens learn from each other? Hughes asked as he flipped through the papers. We can share experiences, but someone who doesn't know a spell cannot learn it out of thin air. So, a siren who lacks magical abilities can only wait for time to pass, and then one day, suddenly gain these spells? And from there, do they improve their proficiency through practice? Yes. It seemed this magic was more akin to an instinct. Alright, Ash. Could you cast each of the spells listed here for me to observe? As you wish. Ash swayed her serpentine tail and stepped forward. A short while later, Hughes rubbed his temples and paced slowly. The siren's magic had truly astounded him. Offensive spells were one thing, those were within the realm of his understanding, but what was the principle behind summoning a sea serpent? When he played games back on Earth, he hadn't thought much about it, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. A sea serpent had materialized out of thin air and slithered around him under Ash's control. When Hughes told her to stop controlling it, the sea serpent curiously approached his feet, rubbed against them, then raised its head to observe his reaction. This was a real, sentient creature with a certain level of intelligence, created purely by magic? And to make it even more surreal, the serpent vanished the moment Ash commanded it to. Hughes looked at the empty ground before him, then at Ash standing not far away. Did this even comply with the law of conservation of energy? Lord, the sea serpent is not actually a physical entity. It's my spell. She trailed off, struggling to gesture with all 6 hands. You shaped its form using your magical power. So, when you withdraw your magic, its form naturally disappears. Exactly. This spell had immense potential, though Hughes wasn't yet sure how to utilize it. He turned back to the list of spells. This spell turning fossils into mud, can it be cast on steel? No, I've tried. It doesn't work. Hughes had once attempted to build a steam engine by hand, but he had gotten stuck at the component manufacturing stage. He had broken the steam engine's components down as much as possible, yet some things were simply impossible to create. For example, the cylinder. The cylinder was the heart of the steam engine. Steam entered it, driving the piston inside. This part required 2 key properties, a smooth interior and airtightness. Even strength was a secondary concern. He could make the walls thicker to compensate, but these 2 requirements were impossible for him to achieve. The most standard way to produce a pressure-bearing component like this was to drill a hole through a solid block of metal using a boring machine on a lathe. That was far beyond the capabilities of a blacksmith's forge. If he split it into 2 parts and tried to fit them together, internal polishing would be easier, but the final product would be useless as a cylinder, neither airtight nor pressure-resistant. As for casting, Colossal Island lacked the capability to forge such large components. Perhaps in Rhine, it might barely be possible. The technological limits of this era stopped him here. He had no choice but to seek breakthroughs through magic. Why doesn't it work? Hughes muttered to himself, frowning. Because it's turning fossils into mud, Ash said matter-of-factly. It only works on stone. Iron ore is also stone. Would it work on iron ore? Ash froze. Iron ore contains more than 60% iron, almost a lump of iron itself. Iron rust contains only 70% iron. Would this kind of iron ore still count as a rock? Could fossil to mud work on it? Or, taking a step back, if fossil to mud does not work on metals, could it be used to turn the rocky impurities in the ore into mud, leaving behind the pure mineral? Try using fossil to mud again. This time, Hughes did not stand far away to observe. He and Ash approached a rock together. The rock appeared to be basalt, covered in dense small pores, a common sight near volcanoes. Ash placed her hand on it. The solid rock seemed to melt, gradually turning into a viscous, flowing liquid. It truly became mud. Hughes took a wooden stick and poked at it. The mud was thick and had a resistance similar to dough. As Ash's spell ended, after a while, the mud slowly solidified back into stone. So, it does not permanently become mud. Yes, as long as I stop channeling mana, it gradually reverts to stone. Reverts to stone. Hughes smiled and handed the stick to Ash. Take a closer look. Ash picked up the stick, carefully examined the solidified stone on it, and then looked at the original rock. Her eyes gradually widened. The pores are gone. Basalt often contains many pores, formed when small gas bubbles or vesicles get trapped as lava solidifies. These vesicles give basalt a porous appearance and affect its physical properties. However, the basalt affected by fossil to mud and then resolidified no longer had those pores. Hugh stroked the surface of the stone. These pores mostly come from gas bubbles, which leads me to a hypothesis. Fossil to mud does not actually turn stone into mud. The stone remains stone, but this spell lowers its melting point. Melting point. Yes, though this explanation is not strictly accurate. The rock we hold is not a single substance, nor has it turned into liquid, so melting point may not be the best term. But I cannot think of a better one. You could consider it as turning into magma at room temperature. Ash took a deep breath. She looked at the black rock in disbelief, then at her own hand. Is this the true nature of her magic? It is worth mentioning that magma is not actually hotter than molten iron. Magma is typically around 1000 degrees Celsius, while steel can reach over 1,500 degrees. Hughes looked at Ash. You mentioned before that the power of magic can be enhanced through extensive practice, right? Ash's eyes lit up. Yes, my lord. Nini is the most proficient spellcaster among us. All of her spells are stronger than ours. I will have her try. Nini was quickly summoned. Hearing Hugh's explanation, her beautiful eyes widened. So fossil to mud works like this. This is just a hypothesis, which is why I asked you to test it. All right. I will try it right away. She excitedly picked up a metal plate from the ground. Wait. Hugh stopped her. Do not test it here. Go somewhere far away, at least 10 kilometers from Castel. I recall there are some uninhabited islands to the east. You are worried this could trigger cognitive interference. Yes. Fossil to mud is still just our theory, and we have not fully figured out how cognitive interference works yet. It is best to be cautious. I will go right away. Nini grabbed the metal plate. Her snake-like tail coiled like a spring and then suddenly straightened. She arced through the air and dove into the seawater below the cave. Why is she so impatient? Nini always gets like this when it comes to magic. Send a few people to follow her. Whether she succeeds or not, tell them to return in a day. That was the time frame for the last cognitive interference outbreak. Then, come with me to the stone cavern. Ash nodded, connected to the mind link, and opened the workgroup chat. Not long after, in a stone cavern on the eastern side of Castel. Ash, I know you are not afraid of contamination now, but you still need to activate flesh magic. Ash nodded and activated the spell. She looked at Hughes. It is done. Hughes looked toward a nearby pit. All the solid contamination from the last cognitive interference incident had been gathered and stored here. These pollutants resembled living creatures, exhibiting weak activity though just barely. In other words, they were quite dumb. The sirens had little trouble luring them here, directing them into the pit. Unfortunately, the walls of the pit were not smooth enough, allowing the pollutants to attempt to crawl out. Monica had come up with a solution. The sirens had not let her participate in the evening operations, instead assigning her the relatively safe task of guarding the contaminants. So, this was your idea. Hughes looked at the wolf suspended above the contamination pit, his eye twitching. Monica nodded. These solid contaminants instinctively chase living creatures, so I asked Sister Ash to catch a wolf. We tied it up and suspended it above the pit. This way, the contaminants keep reaching for the wolf. But they cannot reach it, so they just stay in the pit. Monica shrugged. The wolf hung motionless in the air, its eyes empty and dull. At first, it was terrified and howling constantly, but after a day, it calmed down. Now it is very obedient and does not move at all. Monica gave the wolf an encouraging look. The wolf showed no reaction. The only problem is that it refuses to eat. Even when I put food in its mouth, it spits it out. I had to feed it from the other direction for it to eat. Alright, enough about the poor wolf. Ash, maintain flesh magic and try capturing a bit of contamination. Be extremely careful. Ash nodded. Using her snake tail, she wrapped around a protrusion on the stone wall, suspending herself upside down. Carefully, she reached into the pit to grab some of the solid contamination. The amount had neither increased nor decreased since yesterday. Now, the contamination wriggled like worms, looking utterly disgusting. Ash took a deep breath and quickly scooped up a handful, then used her tail to lift herself back up. My lord. Hughes observed the writhing contamination in her hand, suppressing the unease he felt as he examined it closely. These pollutions squirmed like worms, sometimes merging together and sometimes separating, but they showed no tendency to form larger entities, maintaining an overall length roughly that of a finger. Hughes reached out and touched a piece of solidified pollution. In an instant, it rapidly dissipated. Meanwhile, the remaining pollution in Ash's hands trembled violently before frantically wriggling away in all directions. As expected, although the pollution can be purified by the symbiotic contract, as long as flesh magic is activated, they can interact with the pollution normally again. The true function of flesh magic was isolation, maintaining the physical state so that pollution could not truly contact the body. Previously, it prevented pollution from invading. After acquiring purification abilities, it instead ensured that the pollution would not be automatically purified by the sirens. It was somewhat like a blanket. In winter, it could be wrapped around oneself for warmth, while in summer, it could cover ice cream to prevent melting. It was strange to think about. Scientific knowledge from Hugh's past life always seemed to find a counterpart in this world, giving him the impression that this world was like Earth but patched with numerous modifications. No matter how flashy things seemed on the surface, the underlying logic had not changed. Ash extended her other 4 hands and grabbed the scattered pollution one by one. Hugh stepped back, making space for a stove behind him. It was an ordinary water-boiling stove, with a compartment in the middle for adding fuel, a vent below, and a few embers burning inside. Ash picked up a piece of solidified pollution and tossed it in. The pollution seemed somewhat afraid of fire, rolling and twisting inside like a leech that had fallen into a bucket of medicated oil. Very quickly, it struggled out of the stove. Then Ash grabbed it and threw it back in. It jumped out again, and Ash caught it and tossed it back. Jump, throw, jump, throw. Hugh's eye twitched. Stop throwing it like that. Ash, just hold onto it. Hughes held onto Ash's hand and then he shoved her entire hand into the stove. That should do it. The solidified pollution in Ash's grip struggled, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not escape her grasp. Ash maintained her flesh magic barrier, which perfectly blocked the fire's damage. She only felt a comfortable warmth in her hand. She nodded. This was indeed a good method. Only Hughes had a peculiar expression. Ash was a deep-sea siren, and now she was sticking her hand into a fire. Was he grilling fish? The stove's flames flickered, and the pollution within twisted grotesquely. It seems to have shrunk a little. The fire does seem to be burning more vigorously. Hughes observed carefully for a long time but still couldn't be sure if the pollution was actually combustible. It looked like they would have to burn it for a longer period to test it properly. The problem was that this solidified pollution tended to escape. Even if it could be used as fuel, what if it ran wild inside the stove? The worst part was that it had surprisingly strong vitality and wouldn't burn to death easily. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous world was this? Even fuel had learned to struggle. He wondered what the energy content of this solidified pollution was. If it could actually be used as fuel, then it would be a great discovery. Castile currently had no reliable fuel sources. No coal mines had been discovered yet, at least no surface coal mines. Deeper mineral layers would require organized exploration efforts. As for petroleum, which was even harder to extract, there was no sign of it either. While petroleum wouldn't serve as a primary fuel, it was one of the most critical raw materials in the chemical industry. Hughes turned to look at the writhing solidified pollution in the pit. There was so much of it that it almost resembled liquid. This eerie substance looked quite similar to petroleum. If only it could be utilized. Hughes ignored the ocean full of pollution, but if the sea were full of petroleum, he would immediately turn into an environmentalist. Cleaning up marine pollution, Castile would take on the responsibility without hesitation. Lord, it does seem to be shrinking, but at an extremely slow rate, Ash reported after sensing the pollution in her grasp. Could it really burn? Unfortunately, this stuff was too difficult to control. A combustion chamber needed an air intake, but if they designed a cage to contain it, they would have to consider the materials of the cage and how to add fuel. A bit troublesome. Boss, I have an idea, Monica suddenly chimed in, looking excitedly at the stove. Shouldn't you be calling him Lord? Hughes thought blankly. Expressionless, he said, speak. These black worms are afraid of you, right? Why don't you just draw a circle with your blood around the stove's air vents? Hughes, Ash, take it out first. I'll give it a try. He cut his hand and smeared his blood around both air vents of the stove. Then he relit the fire and signaled for Ash to throw the solidified pollution back in. This time, the pollution still twisted violently in the flames, but no matter what, it did not dare to approach the 2 air vents. It actually worked. Let's burn it for a while and see. Ash, find someone to record the fire's intensity and duration. Although this solidified pollution is hard to control, if it can be used as fuel, that's a different matter. Hughes thought for a moment and added, move it farther away for the next test. Give it to Nini and let her experiment with it. If this stuff triggered cognitive interference, causing pollution to appear in midair and fall into the furnace to burn. Perpetual motion machine? Hughes covered his face. Tell Nini to be careful. Understood, I'll call someone to move it now. Ash nodded, opened the Mind Link work group, and tagged 2 idling clansmen. Hughes and Ash left. Monica stared at the continuously burning stove, deep in thought. Hard to control? She glanced at the wild wolf hanging in the air, and a new idea gradually took shape in her mind. Hughes and Ash arrived at the other side of the cave, where a sturdy iron cage stood. Inside, a withered monstrous wolf lay sprawled. Ash had assigned tasks to the other sirens through the work group and had also tagged 2 sirens who were slacking off through the Mind Link. She had learned many new ways to use the Mind Link from Hughes. It was strange. The Mind Link was supposed to be a siren's innate magic, yet Hughes used it more skillfully than she did. It seemed she still had much to learn. She needed to work harder. Hughes approached the cage and was about to open it when Ash stopped him. Let me do it, Lord. These polluted creatures are extremely ferocious. We suffered losses in the abyss before. Be careful. She opened the cage and lifted the wolf out with her hand. This polluted wolf wasn't small, almost as big as a large dog, much larger than the wolves Hughes remembered. It looked extremely weak, its spirit drained. Since Ash maintained her flesh magic, the pollution on the wolf remained unaffected. What does it eat? Ash froze. She had always treated this wolf as a monster and had never considered that question. All living things need a way to obtain energy, even creatures you see as monsters. It must have a method of feeding, it doesn't necessarily use its mouth. Hughes pondered. Even though it's controlled by solidified pollution, let's temporarily treat it as a living being. If it's alive, we should start by observing its habits. Ash's expression grew strange. To her, monsters were simply monsters, meant to be eliminated, not studied. She had always followed the Lord's orders as if they were divine will, never questioning them. She simply carried them out as a warrior, a sword in Hugh's hand, cutting a path forward for him. Today's task should have been the same. But this time, she found herself staring at the feeble wild wolf in her hands, suddenly intrigued. Perhaps, it wouldn't hurt to explore? Understood, Lord. She nodded as always, but this time, she didn't tag anyone else in the group. She wanted to try it herself. Josh was the first to rush out of the factory after work today. As a result, he was also the first to see that the newly built shop had opened. This was big news. Castell was only so large. Although the islanders hadn't reached the point where everyone knew each other, they were quite familiar with the few shops on the island. This newly built roadside hut had attracted attention ever since its foundation was laid. After some inquiries, they learned a surprising piece of news. This was actually a store owned by the Lord. Lord? Store? These two words together felt particularly odd. A lord should be associated with taxes and a town hall, not a shop for buying and selling goods. Due to Castell's distance from the mainland, even trade caravans rarely came here. The people's understanding of shops was still limited to selling self-made goods. For example, the Zorn family's pottery shop or Mitch's dried fruit business. Would the Lord also sell things here? But Josh had a different thought. He didn't particularly like working in the factory, but he did like the olive oil and soap produced there. Recently, the soap production line he worked on had given each worker a bar of soap and had thoroughly taught them how to use it, perhaps even too thoroughly, repeating the instructions many times. Unlike other islanders who carefully stored away their soap, Josh didn't hesitate to use his. After trying it, he was amazed to find that this soap was excellent for cleaning just about anything, whether it was washing hands, bathing, or even doing laundry. It was really good stuff. If only there was more of it. Seeing the shop with the sign department store, Josh immediately thought of the soap they had received. Speaking of which, department store makes sense, but why call it a building? Looking up at the wooden sign above, Josh muttered as he stepped inside. Ken, what are you doing here? As soon as he walked in, before he even had a chance to look at the merchandise, Josh was surprised to see a familiar face. The construction site has had no work lately. I saw this place was hiring, so I came over. Didn't expect to be a shop assistant. Ken shrugged. Looking to buy something, Josh? Shop assistant? The term was a bit awkward, but Josh quickly understood its meaning. So this really is a shop? What do you sell, H.W.? Ken grinned, watching Josh's stunned expression. He knew he wouldn't have to explain further. He had felt the same way when he first arrived here. To be honest, the shop called department store wasn't that big, but inside, against the walls, rows of shelves were neatly stacked with goods covering an entire wall. One entire wall filled with goods. Next to it was another fully stocked wall. Shelves lined up, holding products stacked from floor to ceiling. It was like stepping into a treasure cave from a storybook, filled with enough items to last a lifetime, all laid out before them. For Ken, a fisherman's son, the sight was overwhelming. The neatly arranged, uniformly sized products gave him an almost unreal sense of beauty. It reminded him of a term the Lord had mentioned when visiting the school, industrial aesthetic. Ken didn't really understand what that meant, but looking at the colorful, neatly displayed goods, he felt he had a glimpse of it, even though he had personally stocked all these items on the shelves. What's all this? Ken snapped out of his thoughts. Josh had already walked up to the shelves. Soaps. These here are for washing clothes, 1 LIO per bar. The wall to your right has scented ones, berry, grass, and floral scents, all 3 LIO per bar. The shelves behind you hold olive oil. The soaps were cut into square shapes and wrapped in small sheets of wax paper. Even from a distance, their faint fragrance could be detected. The wax papers were colorful, each printed with different designs. Ken picked up a few from the shelf. Josh reached out to take one but stopped halfway, noticing his hands were dirty. He quickly wiped them on his pants. Hey, don't do that. Just wash your hands with the soap and try it out. Ken grinned, pointing to a basin of water behind him. Several unwrapped soaps were placed by the basin, along with a large bucket of fresh water. Josh hesitated at first, but the floral scent was too tempting. Before he knew it, his hands were covered in foam. Ken scooped water from the bucket and poured it over Josh's hands. The foam and dirt washed away, but the delicate floral scent lingered on his skin. Josh brought his hands to his nose, took a deep breath, and smiled foolishly. It smelled amazing. How much is this one? 3 LIO. There's more over there. I'll take one. Josh pulled out a handful of coins from his pocket. Today was payday, and he had plenty of money on hand. Just a day or two's wages. In the past, he would have hesitated even over half a LIO, but now, most people have some money in their pockets. Thanks to the Lord's generosity, wages were always paid in full. However, Castell was only so big. Even with money, there wasn't much to buy, so life hadn't changed much despite everyone having more coins. So Josh barely thought about it before deciding to buy one. He had saved up plenty of LIO, his family had all perished in a storm when he was young, so he had no one to provide for but himself. Fine. Ken took Josh's 3 coins but handed 2 back. Isn't it 3 LIO? You work for the Lord. Employees can buy 3 scented soaps per month at a discount. Just need to register it later. Josh nodded but didn't take back the extra coins. I still want one. Ken's smile froze. He suddenly realized that all the sales techniques he had studied so hard last night might be useless. By now, more people had finished work, and several heads peeked inside. What's being sold? Oh my god. Josh squeezed his way out of the shop, holding his newly purchased soap. He walked against the growing crowd, holding up the soap and carefully examining the print on the wax paper. It was a simple line drawing of an island. Josh recognized it as Castile. He recognized the towering volcano. The difference was that the volcano was covered in blooming flowers. Josh picked up 2 more bars. The patterns were mostly the same, except one had berry trees and another had a grassy field, likely representing different scents. Such exquisite packaging. Josh couldn't help but admire them. Flipping them over, he noticed something printed on the back of each bar. A small torch emblem and a line of text. Josh had learned to read in class, though he wasn't the best student. Still, he stumbled through the words. Castile Manufacturing. Below it, the name Castile was written again. Probably not a name. Remembering his spelling lessons, Josh realized it was the meaning of the word. Fire and light in the storm. Please come in. Connor gently knocked on the door, and only after Hugh's voice sounded did he enter the room. He cleared his throat, and a rare smile appeared on his usually steady face. Young master, your shop opening was quite successful. On the very first day, we sold over 2,000 LIOs worth of goods. Our entire stock was sold out in just a few hours. The soap sold best, the laundry soap also did quite well, but the olive oil had only average sales. Hughes nodded and smiled. There was only one reason, because their treasury was nearly empty. Castile's City Hall had long since spent the last gold rum, and his private reserves were also nearly depleted, with only some hard-to-liquidate jewelry and antiques remaining. Only the gods knew how Connor, managing Hughes' finances, had endured these days. He had never heard of a lord who could spend every last coin in his vault. If it weren't for Hughes' firm stance, he would have already refused to let Alexei take any more money from them. Don't worry, Connor. As I said before, gold is something I can spend and earn back just as easily. Connor nodded in approval, though he still felt amazed. It wasn't that no lord had ever tried to make money from their own subjects, but it usually ended in failure. The poor valued their money too much and were unwilling to part with it no matter what. But Hughes had managed to do it so smoothly that even Connor found it unbelievable. He couldn't understand it at all. Hughes glanced at him and smiled even more cheerfully. I have always insisted on hiring my people for labor and never delaying their wages. What do you think about that? Connor remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, Young master, you have your own plans, but in my opinion, it seems wasteful. Wasteful? Wasteful of money. The old butler nodded. But have you ever considered this? What exactly is money? Hughes took a gold coin from his pocket and held it in his hand. It was about twice the size of a fingernail, very thin, yet not light in weight. Money, or rather, all currency, is essentially a materialization of productivity. That might sound complicated, but you can understand it this way. It only has one truly effective purpose. Hughes flicked his finger, and the gold rum traced an arc through the air before landing in Connor's hand. Trade. Connor looked at the coin in his hand and frowned. The more trade occurs, the faster money circulates, and the more its meaning is realized. At first, I had money, and the people had none. I gave them money. Now, the money has returned to me, completing one cycle of circulation. It seems as if nothing has changed, doesn't it? Hughes turned around and pushed open the window. The bright sunlight poured in, filling the entire room. Connor focused his gaze outside. On the once empty land, factories had risen like silent behemoths. Workers, like ants, transported raw materials in and moved goods out. Children played and laughed, their faces full of joy. Near the distant volcano, countless harvesting teams were busy among the trees, and beneath their feet, a wide road was steadily being laid toward the factories. Further away, in the school, Miss Zoe read the lesson aloud, and the voices of students, both young and old, echoed together in response. Somehow, this barren island had changed. Castile. Connor felt his hair stand on end. He had been following Hughes every day, too busy to notice anything else, and now, when he finally looked up, he realized just how much Castile had transformed. He stood there in a daze, something stirring deep within him. How beautiful, Hughes murmured. Connor looked outside, then lowered his head to stare at the coin in his hand. Gold coins, Connor had seen many of them. Duke Cohen's treasury was filled with chests upon chests of them, too many to count. They all looked the same, unchanged for thousands of years. But Castile was different. It changed every single day. Strange, isn't it? The amount of gold remains the same, yet everyone is richer, and everything is improving. Connor thought of those other lords who desperately squeezed the last lias from their subjects and then complained that the poor held on to their money too tightly. They had been wrong from the very beginning. It wasn't that Hughes could make money from his people, it was that he had been wealthy all along. His treasury was empty, yet he was the richest lord in the storm ocean. Money only has value when it circulates, otherwise, it is just a pile of scrap metal. Connor suddenly recalled these words. Hughes had said them before, but he hadn't understood. There were many things Hughes said that he didn't understand. But now, he had a vague realization. When he looked up, Hughes was smiling at him. So, the money you've just collected is going to be spent again, to continue the next cycle of circulation, isn't it? Hughes was briefly stunned, then slowly applauded. Yes, my dear Connor. You are starting to think like a real finance minister. Have you considered becoming a government official? You are right, but a finance minister is a second-rank civil official, which is actually higher than your court advisor title. That wouldn't be proper. Hughes choked on his tea. Cough. Oh, right, I have something else for you. Chloe gave me an official document from the Candlelight Church, mentioning the accompanying secret keeper. I need you to look into her background. Connor took the document with some surprise. When he saw the name on it, he nodded in realization. Beatrice Joanne, you suspect something? Yes. That is a noble surname. She must be a member of the Joanne family. For a noble to become an extraordinary, there must be a story behind it. But that's not the reason I want you to investigate her. Hughes paused. She is a young noble lady, so she must have her own social circle in Rhine. I suspect she will be very interested in our soap. This is an opportunity for us. Even better, she won't be staying here for long. When she returns to Rhine, she will be our best advertisement. Connor's eyes lit up. The royal salons often host the Joanne family. I haven't heard of Miss Beatrice before, but among Rhine's noble women, she should have some influence. A noble butler often knew more about the upper circles than the nobles they served, as they were responsible for planning their master's travels and arranging guests for banquets. Connor had handled such matters frequently at the Duke's estate and had detailed records on Rhine's aristocracy. I will look into it immediately. Connor left quickly, only realizing after stepping out of the room that he was still holding the gold coin. He chuckled and slipped it into his pocket. Hughes paced excitedly in the study, occasionally glancing at the desk. On the table sat an ugly metal barrel. It was crooked, asymmetrical, and covered in messy fingerprints. This was the final product that Nini had created using that iron plate. Nini had spent several days experimenting before she finally succeeded in melting steel with fossil to mud. After anxiously waiting for a day, the sirens were overjoyed to find that this had not triggered cognitive interference. This meant that Hughes' hypothesis was correct. Fossil to mud indeed allowed substances to become fluid at room temperature. This spell had immense potential for development, but at the moment, Hughes was focused on something else. Success? Success? We've finally reached this step. Being able to process metal at room temperature meant that he could use simple molds for casting. In other words, there were no longer any obstacles to manually crafting a steam engine. Steel, which was previously difficult to melt, was now as pliable as clay, completely at his disposal. After all these days of effort, I've finally created the most crucial element of industrial manufacturing. The steam engine was undoubtedly one of the most significant milestones in human industrial history. It was from this point onward that industry truly demonstrated its incredible power, completely surpassing small-scale workshops. Since his descent, Hughes had been thinking about how to create a steam engine. He had even tried approaching a blacksmith to see if he could manually craft each component. Theoretically, it was possible. In fact, Rhine's factory operated this way. However, it required the cooperation of a large number of skilled craftsmen and a great deal of luck. In a world without an industrial foundation, the defect rate of handmade components was absurdly high. This method might be feasible in the Empire's capital, but on Castile Island, it was nearly impossible. He had originally planned to give up and had even considered finding a way to order some key components from Rhine, then assembling the rest himself. As a result, Hughes had no choice but to establish factories that didn't rely as much on mechanical equipment, which consumed a lot of manpower. Now, as long as he could successfully build a steam engine, the olive oil factory could free up more than 80% of its labor force and operate around the clock. Quick, go find the island's blacksmith, as well as the potter and carpenter. Hughes called for Connor and instructed, I'll give you some blueprints. Have them make molds. The molds don't need to be extremely strong, but their precision must be as high as possible. With the siren's magic, as long as they made a simple mold out of wood or clay, they could cast the steam engine parts. Even if they failed, it would be easy and quick to try again. Moreover, the energy consumption was low. Melting 100 kilograms of material only cost 2 fried fish, making it quite environmentally friendly. Nini deserved a raise. Hughes didn't have time to rest and repeatedly drew several copies of the blueprints so that multiple craftsmen could start work simultaneously. He wasn't worried about cognitive interference from the blueprints. Previously, he had ordered many odd components from the blacksmith shop, most of which were used in blast furnaces. As long as these parts weren't assembled into a functional machine, cognitive interference wouldn't occur. After handing the blueprints to Connor and emphasizing their importance, Connor took them and went to find the craftsman. Although the steam engine had many parts, creating the molds wasn't difficult. Soon, they could be handed over to Nini so she could use fossil to mud for the next step. Hughes flipped open his notebook. He needed to carefully consider the next phase. With the steam engine coming soon, something that was previously unimportant suddenly became a major issue. Castile Island had no coal mines. The island had rich mineral resources, but that was mainly due to volcanic activity. Volcanic eruptions often brought mineral deposits, and over the years, Castile had become a resource-rich island. But coal mines were different. Their formation required vast forests, which most islands didn't have. Most coal deposits were located inland. Due to tectonic movements, there might be coal or oil under the seabed, but extracting it was far too difficult. Even with the Siren's fearless water pressure, it was impossible. Hughes needed coal mines that could be mined on a large scale, where workers could carry loads manually. Fortunately, coal wasn't a rare resource. If he had money, he could buy it. Coastal Island also had some forests for now. Steam engines weren't picky, they just needed something that could boil water. Wood could work as a substitute. However, as industrialization progressed, fuel would become a bigger problem. If pollution could be burned as fuel, that would be a huge help. But Hughes couldn't pin all his hopes on that. He had to consider where to import coal from. Another issue was the training of engineers. On Earth, if engineers weren't well trained, it would just lead to more accidents and lower reliability. Even an underdeveloped country still managed to build up its industry despite its shortcomings. But here, his engineers needed to have an extremely precise understanding of their work. A single misinterpretation of a principle could trigger cognitive interference, causing pollution to descend from the sky. And that was with Hughes' ability to purify pollution. If he expanded his factories to the other side of the ocean, the standards for engineers and workers would have to be even stricter. He needed to start training engineers now. The literacy classes at the school had been running for a while. It was time to introduce more subjects. He planned to open courses in basic physics, chemistry, and mechanical principles. These were all aimed at training the engineers he would soon need. The steam engine would likely be built soon, and its use and maintenance would depend on these engineers. But there was one major problem with opening these courses. There's no one else to teach them. Hughes sighed. He had no choice but to teach the classes himself. There was simply no one else qualified. Rhine had factories, but since cognitive interference existed in this world, technical knowledge had to be highly protected. Finding someone to teach was nearly impossible. Besides, Hughes wouldn't feel safe relying on someone else. The knowledge in his mind had been repeatedly verified by generations of people from his past life. He stood on the shoulders of giants. If he let someone else teach and they taught the wrong concepts, the consequences would be disastrous. Come to think of it, Chloe once told me that the Candlelight Church was sending a group of workers. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but now I realize, they might be exactly what I need right now. Factories must have ways to avoid cognitive pollution. In his past life, Hughes hadn't spent much time in a factory before he was killed. As a low-level apprentice, he had very little exposure to the industry. These workers had real experience in factories. They knew far more than he did about industrial operations and probably understood many of the taboos and safety rules. Even if their jobs weren't exactly the same, many principles were universal. More importantly, they were skilled workers who could start working immediately. For Coastal, which was in desperate need of qualified labor, this was invaluable. Their arrival might just be enough to support a factory. Hughes thought expectantly. Maybe I'll even see some familiar faces again. Taking in the workers exiled by the Candlelight Church was good, but he couldn't bet everything on that. The training of talent within the territory itself had to keep up. That was the most important thing, as those workers from Rhine could only serve as a temporary solution. The steam engine's component blueprints had already been handed over to the craftsmen in various places. Once they finished making the parts, they would have to be gathered and checked by Hughes again. There wouldn't be any problems with his drawings, but whether the craftsmen on the island could truly understand them was another matter. There was no helping it. Most of the craftsmen on the island were illiterate. Even when taking on custom work before, they mostly completed tasks by relying on verbal instructions and hand gestures. The spatial imagination required to translate blueprints into actual objects was enough to eliminate many craftsmen. He had encountered many such issues when trying to build things before, and in the end, he had to personally correct them bit by bit to get things done. Sigh. Forget about science and engineering education, just basic literacy alone was a long road ahead. Moreover, he couldn't let these semi-literate craftsmen start production directly. If cognitive interference occurred, who knew what kind of bizarre creations they would end up making? A steam engine standing up to push a millstone wasn't entirely out of the question. Therefore, Hughes had long since decided that even if he had gathered all the necessary prerequisites for manufacturing a steam engine, he had to first train qualified personnel. And that was just for 1 or 2 factories. If he wanted to spread these new technologies into most people's lives in the future, he had to complete mass literacy efforts first. It was a long and difficult journey. Although development couldn't be rushed, he couldn't stand sitting around waiting either. After pacing around for a while, he decisively opened the hidden passage and headed to the cave where the sirens resided. The sirens' fossil-to-mud spell was incredibly effective. Encouraged by their entire tribe's effort to build a home, the cave was changing almost daily. Looking at the structure, now filled with rooms of various sizes and practically resembling an underground palace, Hughes' eye twitched. Why did it feel like construction here was faster than back on Earth? Even if he introduced cement, he might not be able to match this construction speed. However, the siren population was limited. Their upper limit was set. Once the cement factory started operating and was powered by his steam engine, they would be able to build far more than just one underground palace. Lord, what brings you here? A curious siren approached him. Hughes glanced at her. He didn't recognize her. To be honest, he was slightly face-blind when it came to the sirens. He mainly distinguished them by their hair and scale colors. Oh, and height, like Ash, who was a full size larger than the others, and Monica, who was 3 sizes smaller. I'm just wandering around. If you have time, could you guide me? Honestly, the changes here are happening way faster than I can remember. Hughes spread his hands. The siren covered her mouth and chuckled. It would be my honor, Lord. This is our workshop. Brewing and essential oil extraction are both done here. She pointed to the largest room nearby. Hughes peeked inside and saw many sirens busy at work. Hughes had moved some simpler, low-labor tasks to the sirens, such as fine soap processing, adding scented essential oils, and making oiled paper. Making oiled paper wasn't complicated. Hughes referenced traditional oiled paper umbrellas, just brushing tung oil onto paper. Once dried, the waterproof oiled paper could then be printed with patterns. There were only 3 types of soap, so making a few different carving blocks would suffice. Hughes had designed a trademark for Castile, a burning torch in the darkness. Fire symbolized light and hope, which he liked very much. For dyes, he found some natural minerals, and the results were pretty good. As for essential oil extraction, it could be done in the brewing workshop. The brewing tools were already present on the island. When establishing the olive oil factory, Hughes had hired many brewers. Those workshops had since become idle, so Hughes had them transported to the shore, and then the sirens carried them inside. The sirens were significantly taller than humans, making them look somewhat awkward using tools designed for people, but it didn't hinder their efficiency. Sirens had 6 hands. Watching them expertly control each of their hands for different tasks, Hughes couldn't help but wonder if they were born with ambidextrous mastery. The tools you provided are very interesting. The essential oil extraction techniques you taught us are also great. The perfume I made is very popular among the sirens. She took a small bottle from the shelf and handed it over. Essential oil extraction was an ancient industry with low barriers. Any brewing workshop could do it. In fact, some distilleries on Earth even made perfumes on the side. It was an old tradition. Hughes dabbed a little on his wrist and sniffed. A very cool, crisp rose scent, with a faint hint of alcohol. It conjured the image of dried flowers soaked in a glass of liquor, like a faded old photograph. Hughes nodded in appreciation. This is wonderful. Does it have a name? Fading yesterday. Sniffing his wrist again, Hughes was reluctant to put it down. Can I have this bottle? Of course. The siren smiled lightly. 5 gold rums. That's too expensive. Besides, don't you use points to track earnings? Why would you want gold coins? The sirens didn't interact with the islanders, so currency held little meaning for them. Ash and the tribe had discussed it and decided to abandon physical currency altogether, recording points directly through the mind link. When Hughes heard about this, he was utterly stunned. Digital currency? Virtual payments? These sirens were 500 years ahead of the world. The key was that he hadn't even interfered. This was something the sirens had figured out themselves. All in all, Hughes highly praised the idea and planned to draft a table with Ash, correlating points with various goods and anchoring them to tangible resources. However, Castile currently had no particularly stable output, so he couldn't establish a gold or grain standard. He had considered using olive oil as a benchmark but ultimately dismissed the idea. Olive oil was only a temporary product, and once industrialization took off, it might not be mass-produced. I want to try selling this perfume outside, not just in Castile. Perhaps other mortals will be interested as well. Hughes stepped back, sizing up the siren and the bottle in his hand. Fading yesterday Fenial. Yes, my name is Fenial. Have you remembered it? She smiled mischievously. The essential oils in those soaps were all made by me. I remember. Hughes nodded seriously, reaching for his pocket, then froze. I didn't bring any money. Maybe next time. Fenial chuckled softly. No need, Lord. The materials for making this came from you. Your appreciation and fondness are the most precious rewards. Just as Hughes put the perfume into his pocket, ready to speak, an excited voice rang out in his mind link. Lord, the type-I machine has been successfully built. Old Yvonne had been troubled again lately. Yesterday, Chief Scribe had once again sent people to knock on doors, notifying every household. It was still about school. Apparently, they were introducing several new courses called Advanced something. There were many names, but he hadn't remembered them all. The only thing he recalled was that these courses had to be attended during the day. The night school only offered literacy and general knowledge classes. If one wanted to advance, they had to attend school during the day as well. There was no doubt that Gaia wanted to take these courses. She excelled in literacy class, and even Miss Zoe had praised her for learning quickly. But if she took the advanced courses, she would have to attend school all day and still go to night school for general knowledge and literacy. That meant she would have no time to work. Moreover, the advanced courses required a fee. Although he had heard the fee wasn't high, they weren't free either. Yvonne was just a fisherman, and the thought of spending money made him instinctively resistant. Besides, he had a son, Ken. Ken never mentioned it, but Yvonne knew he was quite interested in these courses. However, since Gaia was even more passionate about them, he pretended not to care as much. Gaia was one thing, but if Ken also attended the advanced courses, Yvonne sighed again. He could still work at the factory. He currently worked at the olive oil factory and occasionally got jobs harvesting olives. Those jobs paid extra, and many people competed for them. At best, he could earn 3 lias a day, which was barely enough to feed the family. 1 lio could buy about 6 pounds of bread, which seemed decent. But this was a low-productivity medieval society. Boiling water for soup required expensive firewood, even though there was a forest on the island. Cutting trees, carrying them out, and transporting them to the distant residential areas was so difficult that most islanders couldn't afford to make fires. Fetching water also required time and labor. Gaia used to be occupied with endless chores at home. What? Just eat the bread without cooking. Look at the black bread in your hands. It's hard to say whether chewing it or gnawing on wood is easier. They even taste similar because there's actually sawdust in the bread. This bread had to be soaked to be edible. And eating only black bread could kill a person. Not just from the taste, it could cause malnutrition and eventual death. Ivan was still too optimistic. Spending 2 or 3 lias a day would only make them grow thinner, eventually falling ill and dying. This worry stayed with him into the night as he held his torch and spear, carefully scanning the roadsides before returning his gaze to the night school students. He was a member of the night school's security team. The nights had been unsafe lately. Just a few days ago, they had caught several wild wolves. He had to stay vigilant. Gaia was chatting and laughing with her classmates on their way to night school, while Ken silently followed beside her, occasionally interjecting. Every time Ivan saw such a scene, he wavered. He remembered how, before school, he and Ken would sit at the dinner table every night, telling Gaia interesting stories. She used to spend her days cleaning, cooking, fetching water, and drying food, only occasionally going out for a short walk after finishing all her chores. Ivan knew Gaia's nature. She loved the stories he and Ken told, always listening with curiosity and longing. She was still a child. No matter how much she tried to hide it, Ken could sense the sadness in her morning waves and the excitement when they returned at night. She truly wanted to see everything they talked about with her own eyes. Ivan knew, but there was nothing he could do. The poor knew everything yet could change nothing. So he could only rack his brain for stories to make Gaia happy. But everything changed when she started school. Gaia made more friends, learned to read, and even found Miss Zoe's lessons entertaining. Even though she still worked hard during the day, she would excitedly run to school at night. Gaia smiled more often. Ivan forced a smile as well. Things were better than before. That was enough, wasn't it? After night school ended, Ken and Gaia packed their things, preparing to go home. They had learned many new words and were happily discussing them. Please wait a moment. Zoe called out to them, then turned to Ivan, who was peeking in through the back door. Come along too. I'll let the patrol team know so you can return home with us a bit later. The three exchanged glances and, feeling uneasy, followed Zoe into a nearby office. The advanced courses start tomorrow. You've received the notice, right? Ivan's heart sank. Did he have to decide now? He hadn't made up his mind yet. We received it, Gaia answered honestly, nervously gripping her clothes and lowering her head. Here's the course list. Take a look and choose which subjects you want to take. Zoe handed them a sheet of paper. Gaia instinctively reached out, then hesitated and looked uncertainly at her father and brother. Ken, you're very meticulous. I recommend you take mechanical principles. Caution and precision are essential for engineers. As for Gaia, I know you love exploration, but I must warn you that chemistry is a dangerous subject. A small mistake in an experiment can lead to irreversible consequences. If you want to study it, you must overcome your weaknesses. Zoe finished speaking and looked at Ivan. Ivan quickly forced a smile and cautiously asked, Miss Zoe, how much do these courses cost? You're all Castel subjects, and you're a worker under the Lord. Your tuition falls under the lowest bracket. Mechanical principles cost 2 lias per week. Chemistry requires many reagents, so it's more expensive, 4 lias per week. All teaching materials, including textbooks, are provided by the school. I'll go get a course schedule. Wait here. Zoe quickly left the office. 2 lias plus 4 lias, a total of 6 lias. That was enough to buy 2 pounds of butter, and it was just for 1 week's tuition. Ivan's heart was filled with bitterness. Honestly, the price wasn't high. In this era, paper was expensive, and books carrying knowledge were unimaginably costly. That didn't even include teachers' salaries. These courses were taught by the Lord himself. Where else could one hire a count as a teacher for 2 pounds of butter? But, Ivan was just a fisherman. Ken and Gaia were fishermen's children. Education was never meant for them. Ken should have taken up his father's fishing nets one day, and Gaia would have married another poor young man, starting a family with a meager dowry. This was a great opportunity. Ivan had good judgment. He knew he might never see such a chance again. But he truly had no way to afford 6 lias a week. Even if he spent all his savings and borrowed from neighbors, it wouldn't last long. He could only watch as this opportunity to change their fate slipped away. No, maybe there was another way. If only one child attended school, they could afford it. But was it really worth it? And if they had to choose, who would it be? Ken and Gaia realized this too. They exchanged glances and turned to look at Ivan. Gaia looked at the two of them hesitantly and said, I think I won't read anymore. I haven't even finished the literacy class yet, so it's better if. Gaia. ×2. Old Ivan and Ken spoke in unison, startling Gaia, who looked at them in confusion. Ahem, Dad, I think I'm not ready for the advanced class yet. My literacy skills are still worse than Gaia's, and I learn spelling quite slowly. There's also the general knowledge class to consider. Old Ivan opened his mouth. He really wanted Ken to continue studying, but when he calculated the savings hidden in the clay pot in the corner of the wall, he just couldn't bring himself to say it. Not enough money was simply not enough. No matter how many beautiful dreams you have, reality will always drag you back to its cold embrace. In the end, he averted his gaze, trembling as he lowered his head, not daring to look at his son. Come, take a look at this. This is the class schedule. Zoe walked in from outside. It's a good opportunity to see how well you've learned in your literacy class. You recognize these words, right? Basic physics, basic chemistry, mechanical technology, and principles, basic mathematics. Yes, these are the only ones available for now. Lord Hughes said he plans to offer geography and circuitry next, but that will probably take a long time. Physics and mathematics are compulsory subjects. Anyone joining the advanced class must take them. Mechanical technology and chemistry are two different paths. Of course, you can study both, but you can't take them at the same time. You must graduate from one before starting the other because their schedules conflict. Ken cleared his throat and spoke hesitantly. Miss Zoe, I don't plan to take the advanced class for now. I haven't finished my literacy lessons yet. Zoe's eyes widened. What did you say? You're not going? Do you know how rare this opportunity is? Lord Hughes may not have the time to open more classes in the future? How can you? She raised her eyebrows aggressively. These two children were her most promising students. She had placed high hopes on them and had spent the most time tutoring them. Hearing that they were quitting made her feel like all her effort had gone to waste. But when she saw old Ivan's timid expression, Gaia's slightly undersized dress, and Ken pretending not to care, she found herself unable to utter any words of reproach. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zoe's mind, and she spoke thoughtfully. Lord Hughes is currently recruiting workers for a new factory, but applicants must be graduates of the advanced class. The three were stunned. Gaia instinctively blurted out, "But we don't have money for the advanced class." Only after speaking did she realize what she had said. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. Poverty was like a sock with holes in it. Just mentioning it was enough to make her feel ashamed. The recruitment is urgent. As long as you enroll in the advanced class, even if you haven't graduated yet, you can work as an intern. The pay is only 1/5 of normal wages, 1 LIO per day, but tuition fees will be waived. 1 LIO a day wasn't much, just enough for food, but if tuition was free, the three of them beamed with joy. With the internship wages, Gaia and Ken could manage to get by. They wouldn't be able to save any money, but at least they had the chance to study. If they were frugal, they could make it work. If old Ivan joined the foraging team in the mountains a few more times, they might even have some extra money, better than during bad harvest years. Then, Gaia turned to look at old Ivan, who smiled and nodded at her. Then I want to study chemistry. I also want to learn mechanical principles. I want to study mathematics. I want to study physics. I want to learn everything. Gaia was so excited that she became incoherent. These past days, she had lived in constant anxiety, not daring to hope yet secretly wishing for a miracle. Now that the miracle had come, her mind went blank for a moment before a surge of excitement welled up from the depths of her heart, making her vision blur. I really want to learn, she whispered, covering her face with trembling hands. Ken stood beside her, placing a steady hand on her shoulder, but he couldn't hide the grin on his face. He could study too. This is great, this is great, this is great. Old Ivan's face wrinkled into a smile. He looked at his two children, then at Miss Zoe. He had so many things he wanted to say, but something seemed to choke his throat. His limited vocabulary failed him, and in the end, he could only repeat himself. This is really great. Zoe smiled as she looked at the family of three, feeling warmth in her heart. Ever since Lord Hughes mentioned it, she had been thinking about trying to write a novel. She didn't know why she had this idea. Perhaps Lord Hughes only brought it up casually as an example in front of the Siren work group. But ever since then, the thought had taken root in her mind. She had really tried to write, to construct a novel, but the stories she wrote always felt hollow. She had struggled with this for a long time. Now, looking at this family of three, a thought suddenly came to her. Perhaps deep emotions don't need to be exaggerated. Maybe they just need to be recorded. She just needed to find these genuine emotions and simply document them. But she was just a maid, destined to spend her life cleaning the manor. Where could she find such emotions? At this moment, this family of three gave her some inspiration. Maybe I should observe the poor. But will anyone actually read such a novel? There's no heroic knight, no beautiful princess, no wicked noblewoman. If I write about people struggling in hardship, will anyone care? People only admired polished armor, no one paid attention to the dirt on their shoes. Zoe shook her head. If she were a famous novelist, or even just an obscure, struggling writer, she wouldn't even consider this idea. Such a book wouldn't sell. The sentimental ladies wouldn't shed tears for the suffering of the lower class. They were used to it. But Zoe was just a maid who liked to read novels. She was still curious about the world, unburdened by prejudice. So, she made a simple decision. I'll give it a try. No one will read it anyway. Ken helped Gaia up, and old Ivan thanked Zoe profusely before bidding farewell. This brought Zoe back to reality. Ken is taking mechanical principles, Gaia is taking basic chemistry. Thank you so much, Miss Zoe. You are truly kind-hearted. The three of them bowed repeatedly. Zoe was momentarily stunned before reacting. Wait, don't go. The three of them stopped abruptly and looked back in confusion. You haven't said what you're signing up for. Ken and Gaia exchanged bewildered glances, but Zoe's eyes were fixed on someone else. Old Yvonne, what are you planning to study in the advanced class? Above the fire, a kettle of water was steaming. The water is boiling. Hughes pointed at the spout. This white substance is steam, although that's not entirely accurate. Steam itself has no color, but the high-temperature steam quickly cools in the air, condensing into tiny water droplets, which appear white. Do you have any thoughts? The students gathered around were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Their ages varied widely. Hughes had not paid much attention to age or background, simply allowing Zoe to select students with high literacy class scores for the advanced class. As a result, this batch of students even included a few middle-aged individuals, such as old Yvonne. Looking at the eloquent lord before him, old Yvonne still found the situation somewhat surreal. At the time, he had been flustered and wanted to refuse, but Zoe insisted on enrolling him in the advanced class, saying that the lord greatly needed this batch of students. Old Yvonne had little impression of the lord, but Hughes' school had allowed his children to learn to read for free. Thinking of that, he found himself unable to refuse. He had never imagined he would attend the advanced class himself, though he was indeed interested in literacy. Not because he loved knowledge but because he had suffered too much from being illiterate. So, even when working in the poorly paid patrol team, he would attend night school classes, learning a few more words whenever he could. Although his daytime work was exhausting, seeing his children learning alongside him made it worthwhile. He wasn't particularly intelligent and relied on rote memorization to learn. So, when the esteemed lord asked a question and others eagerly answered, his mind went completely blank. Can it be used to steam food? It can burn your hand. In winter, there will be long trails of mist, just like breath. That's correct. Any other thoughts? Hughes looked at the students one by one until he reached old Yvonne. Old Yvonne immediately tensed up, looking around nervously, with no thoughts in his head. He stared blankly as the steam lifted the kettle's lid. It can lift the kettle lid, he mumbled softly. A few chuckles came from the crowd. But Hughes did not laugh. He nodded solemnly. Boiling water turns into steam, and that steam can lift the kettle lid. This is one of humanity's greatest inventions, and its power is beyond imagination. The students froze. They looked at the kettle lid being lifted and exchanged glances. Great power? Never ignore the phenomena around you. There are countless things in this world worth exploring. Of course, before you investigate, remember to report first. There are designated experiment areas. Do not conduct experiments in crowded places. It's extremely unsafe. Remember this well. It is very important. Now, let's move to the next part. The steam from a kettle can lift the lid. What if we attach a transmission shaft to this lid? Hughes walked over to a machine not far away, patting the cold, hard steel beast. Then we get the Type I engine. This was a very simple steam engine, almost the most primitive form of a steam engine. After breaking through all the technical bottlenecks, Hughes had initially planned to build a more advanced steam engine, like a triple expansion engine. However, after careful consideration, he decided to start with the simplest model. Not for any other reason but to teach these students. He needed them to fully understand every aspect of steam engine technology and principles. Partial understanding could easily lead to cognitive interference, so he dismantled each structure and had Nini make separate molds to teach the principles rather than just how to use them. As for why, you are engineers, the soul of the factory. Workers may stop at proper operation, but you must understand the principles. Hughes looked at each person around him. These people had signed internship contracts. Once they completed their studies, they would become the first engineers in his factory. Given the salary he promised, everyone happily accepted, without any doubt that Hughes would keep his word. The Lord's reputation for never delaying wages had already spread. The money he spent on hiring workers had not been wasted. His credibility among the people was high. Maintaining public trust was costly, but Hughes believed it was worth it. A government without credibility had no organizational capacity, and organization was the foundation of his policies. The students of various ages and backgrounds all nodded in unison, their trust in the Lord aligned. The kettle lid being lifted represents a force. If we apply this force to the connecting rod, Hughes pointed to a crankshaft, which was connected to a flywheel. This structure resembled that of a steam locomotive wheel. A fixed point on the wheel connected to a linkage that converted the reciprocating motion of the cylinder and piston into rotational motion. In fact, steam locomotives were one of the most efficient applications of steam engines. Hughes pulled the crankshaft hard, making the flywheel turn slowly. Considering cognitive interference, he did not start the steam engine yet but decided to explain the principles first. The students nodded in amazement. This mechanical structure was indeed ingenious, though they still didn't quite understand its true value. A rotating wheel, what was the use of that? And it turned so slowly. Could something like this really bring transformation to Castel? Watching Hughes pant from exertion, the people around exchanged confused looks. Only Gaia showed a thoughtful expression. Hughes noticed her. He knew this girl. Zoe had strongly recommended her, saying her innovative ideas sometimes even astonished the maid. Gaia, huh? Let me see your talent. Hughes led the students to an open area nearby, where a simple table held a pile of strange-looking components. He smiled. All right, now that you understand the basic principles of a steam engine, it's time for the practical exercise, assemble a steam engine. The students froze, looking at the densely packed components on the table with complicated expressions. Could this pile of parts really turn into a steam engine? And wasn't this one much larger and more complex than the teaching model Hughes had just used? He wanted them to assemble it? Hughes sighed. I'll assemble it with you. This steam engine is for our upcoming factory. I call it the Type 2 engine. I'm teaching classes every day now, so I don't have time to assemble it myself. This will be your internship work. Come on, let's do it together. I'll also explain the details, like how the cylinder and piston function. Not far away, a group of figures was secretly watching from a cave. You stepped on my tail. That's because you're too big and blocking my view. Monica, stop crawling around. Don't you like drawing in the sand? Why are you here for the Lord's mechanics class? Have you abandoned your artistic dreams? Shut up. Steam and machinery are art. Hey, what do you think that pipe is for? I guess it's for steam flow. Why don't we just ask the Lord? How? He told us not to expose ourselves. Mind link. It's the Lord. Talking, teaching, assembling, and replying to messages all at once shouldn't be a problem, right? Makes sense. Let's try. He replied. What did the Lord say? He said, let us assemble one too. The sirens looked at each other. We? Install a steam engine? I definitely can't. Just looking at those parts makes me dizzy. Dizzy? You're not experiencing knowledge pollution, are you? How is that possible? Sirens can't be polluted now. She's just plain dumb. Feeling the distant chatter of the sirens through the mind link, Hughes couldn't help but smile. He wasn't joking. He really intended to have these sirens learn about steam engine principles. Sirens had an inherent advantage in research. With the symbiotic contract, they didn't have to fear pollution. Even if an accident occurred, the contract would keep them alive. Moreover, seeing their curious expressions from afar, they were clearly interested in this. So, while Hughes explained to the apprentices, he simultaneously shared the content with the nearby sirens through the mind link. After a while, he found it cumbersome, so he simply created a group chat within the mind link. Online class group 1. He added all the sirens, allowing them to listen in if they were interested. At that moment, all the sirens looked up, watching their lord explain the steam engine. In the underground factory, Nini, who was continuously casting fossil to mud, showed a look of interest. She licked her lips as she examined the freshly cast component in her hands. In the oil paper workshop, several sirens were visibly excited. While listening to Hughes' explanation, they discussed the principles of the steam engine, their 6 hands swiftly printing patterns on the oil paper. Monica did not join the discussions of the surrounding sirens. She listened to Hughes' explanation of the steam engine's principles, then suddenly raised a hand to cast an ice spike spell. Watching the cold air swirling around the ice spike, she looked back at the steam engine, lost in thought. That evening, the apprentices stared wide-eyed at the massive steam engine before them. This steel behemoth, did they assemble it with their own hands? Old Ivan turned to look at the now empty table. It had once been covered with bizarre components so complex he could barely describe them in words. But now, they had all come together to form this colossal steam engine. Every part fits seamlessly. The way each piece combined with another amazed him. And together, they formed this towering machine. It was the most complex, the most precise, and the most massive metal creation he had ever seen. He had never thought such words could all describe a single thing. The apprentices exchanged glances and, almost in unison, took a step back. For some reason, a subconscious fear crept into their hearts. The Type I machine Hughes had introduced in the morning had been stripped down to the bare essentials. Its sole purpose was teaching. But this Type 2 machine was meant for real production. Compared to the Type I, it was like night and day. Forget complexity, just in terms of size alone, this steam engine completely dwarfed its predecessor. If Hughes hadn't personally led the assembly, they would never have finished it in a single day. Looking at the towering machine before him, Hughes wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit exhausted. He had worked the entire day, not only assembling the components but also explaining them to the apprentices. If not for his excitement and anticipation, he would have collapsed from fatigue. Finally, it's assembled, and all the parts fit perfectly. Now, as long as the test run goes smoothly, it can be put to use. Do you all understand now? The function of every component. Hughes looked around. The apprentices nodded one after another. Hughes had made them repeat each explanation, and at the end, each apprentice had to summarize the steam engine's general principles. Only after confirming everything did they complete the assembly. It took a lot of time, but it was necessary. Any deviation in understanding or practice could lead to a pollution event. Do any of you have questions? Or did anyone miss anything and need clarification? Hughes asked again through the mind link. No. Completely understood. The sirens had been paying close attention today. Hughes nodded in satisfaction. While the steam engine had many components, its structure wasn't overly complicated. A careful study was enough to grasp it, not to mention that he had explained it multiple times. After confirming everything, Hughes walked to the Type 2 machine, directing the apprentices to apply lubricating oil, add water and coal, and then light it with a torch. Coal below, water above. I wasn't lying, it really is just boiling water, Hughes said to the apprentices around him. A few chuckles sounded from the group before fading into silence. They watched the burning coal in deep thought. Not far away, the eavesdropping sirens huddled together, no longer messing around, focusing intently on the Type 2 machine's slow activation. In the cave beneath the manor, the sirens who had been working stopped what they were doing, sensing the information being transmitted through the mind link. Castel's evening was filled only with the whispers of the wind and the chirping of insects. The coal glowed red, flames licking the rough metal cylinder. The water boiled. The cold metal seemed to come alive. The piston moved slowly within the cylinder, pushing the crankshaft rod, and the massive metal flywheel began to spin. It was as if a slumbering beast was slowly opening its eyes. Clang, clang, like the heavy thudding of a heartbeat. A puff of white steam escaped the exhaust port, only to be followed by another, then another, each faster than the last. Clang, 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 clang. The piston moved frantically, the rod spun until it blurred, and the massive flywheel, so heavy it took several men to lift, spun as effortlessly as a porcelain dish. The once silent and cold steel behemoth let out a roaring cry. The scorching boiler radiated unbearable heat, white steam bursting out in rhythm. Clang, 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 clang. A deafening sound, like a hymn sung by thousands of parts in unison. Many apprentices, shocked, stumbled backward, some even falling to the ground. They pointed trembling fingers at the blazing machine but couldn't utter a word. Their gazes turned to Hughes. Night had fallen, but the fiery combustion chamber illuminated Hughes' face, half bathed in firelight, the other half shrouded in darkness. The sirens also looked at their lord. Everyone turned toward Hughes. Such an enormous machine, such violent power, was this truly something mortals could control? Their lord, was he really capable of commanding such unimaginable forces? Monica wasn't looking at Hughes. She stared fixedly at the steam engine, murmuring to herself. Still missing something, what is it? Watching the Type 2 machine spewing steam before him, Hughes smiled. The beauty of industry had its own charm, its rhythm, its strength, all so mesmerizing. But in the next instant, his smile froze. Full alert? Contamination is descending. Everything had been going smoothly recently. Whether it was the research on fossil to mud or the manufacturing of the Type I steam engine, neither had triggered cognitive interference. Hughes thought he had grasped the pattern of this phenomenon. After repeatedly confirming that the students understood the principles and functions, he was not particularly worried about pollution occurring. Reality, however, gave him a harsh slap in the face. Just now, Hughes felt a massive amount of pollution suddenly emerge from his body, with even more gradually materializing from him. Class is dismissed. Execute Plan 3 immediately. Hughes shouted at the students before dashing towards the nearby sirens. The students were momentarily stunned before reacting, scattering in slight panic and running towards distant buildings. At the beginning of the advanced class, Hughes had not started with lessons immediately but instead spent an entire day training them in various emergency procedures. What to do when cognitive interference occurs. What to do if someone gets contaminated. What to do if the steam engine runs out of control. What to do if the boiler explodes. What to do in case of a fire. To be honest, the students had been quite confused, but since the order came from the Lord himself, they trained obediently. As a result, though their actions were clumsy and panicked, they at least managed to evacuate successfully. The sirens had already taken up their weapons, spreading out to guard the surroundings. This location was on the easternmost side of the island, not far from the stone cave used previously. It was a designated experimental site set up by Hughes. Since the last pollution incident, Hughes had moved all high-risk experiments here. It was far from any densely populated areas. Even if cognitive interference occurred, it would not affect the island's core areas. Further out, more sirens were secretly on guard. The sirens quickly secured the entire laboratory and began reporting the situation through the mind link. No pollution detected. Everything is normal. West side is clear. The cave is also fine. After a brief patrol, the sirens reported in succession. All the sirens in the mind link were online. In the manor, some sirens had submerged into the sea, while others stood guard near secret passages, ready to rush out and take over the manor's defense at any moment. Hughes glanced at the mind link. All the sirens had reported back, and none had detected anything unusual. Meanwhile, the patrol team in the manor, under Connor's organization, had mobilized and would soon send back information. No pollution detected nearby? Then why had a massive amount of pollution suddenly appeared in his body, continuously generating? Hughes took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the state of pollution within his body. The pollution was in a strange state. Some of it seemed to appear out of thin air, manifesting abruptly throughout his limbs and bones before being instantly purified. Another portion gradually condensed from an incorporeal state into a physical form, only to be purified the moment it solidified. Hughes had previously wondered whether his mysterious purification ability had a limit. Now, although he still didn't know if there was a limit, he was certain it must be quite high. Lord, are you all right? Where was the pollution detected? Several sirens approached, having already activated their flesh magic as they cautiously examined Hughes. I'm fine. The pollution originated from within my body. The sirens were startled, exchanging glances. They hadn't sensed any pollution in the life force transmitted through the symbiotic contract. It's fine, at least for now. All the pollution generated in my body has been purified. Lord, the patrol team from the manor reports no anomalies. Hughes frowned. Continue the patrols. Do not relax. Yes. You don't need to worry about me. Stay on guard for a while and observe the situation. Hughes waved his hand. The sirens nodded, still somewhat concerned. After the initial chaos, the island gradually quieted down again. Connor and his team brought over some food. The students and sirens took portions to fill their stomachs. The pollution within Hughes persisted for several hours before gradually weakening and finally disappearing. Only after the last trace of pollution vanished did he breathe a sigh of relief. Report the situation from all locations. The manor is secure. The patrol teams in the residential area have returned. Everything is normal. The teaching base is normal. The factory area is normal. All right. Leave some people on night watch. The rest should rest for now. If no pollution descent occurs by tomorrow night, it should be safe. Lord, where and when did the pollution occur? Nini inquired. She had been in the manor the entire time, halting her work to stay on alert, yet there had been no signs of pollution. It happened after the Type 2 engine started operating normally. Hughes paused. At that moment, pollution suddenly emerged from within me, in massive amounts. Fortunately, my purification speed was fast enough, preventing any major trouble. The pollution descent lasted for a long time, at least several hours, only just now coming to an end. As Hughes spoke through the mind link, he continued to think. Where had the problem occurred? What had triggered the pollution descent? Cognition conflicting with reality? The student's understanding was correct, he had verified that. So why had pollution still occurred? Even the sirens had listened to his explanations of the steam engine throughout, including principles and details about its components. He had taught it all personally, so where could the mistake be? Think harder. Think deeper. Cognitive interference. When personal cognition deviates from reality, pollution appears. This was an established fact. Everyone's understanding had been correct, he had confirmed it. That was also a fact. According to a chem's razor, the simplest explanation is usually the most effective. When faced with a problem, one should start with the simplest possibility. A simple and direct possibility. Then the most likely answer was, I was wrong, the knowledge I taught was incorrect. Impossible? The principles of the steam engine are extremely simple. Even if I only knew the theory, I could derive it myself. Besides, I've actually seen steam engine blueprints. The steam engine can't be wrong. Then could it be? A sudden thought struck Hughes, making his heart clench. Could it be? This world cannot produce steam engines, cannot boil water. A shiver ran through Hughes as he slowly turned his head to look at the massive metal construct, exhaling white steam while pistons and cylinders roared. The steel giant, embodying both power and industrial beauty, exuded an eerie allure. The students gazed at it as though witnessing a god descending upon the mortal realm. And now, it had awakened, roaring with its boiler, proclaiming its existence to the world. Then what exactly did I create? The evil god has descended. Right on the island. Chloe glanced at the window before turning her gaze back to the open diary in front of her. She held a dip pen in her hand, its sharp nib leaving dark red ink on the paper. Those cultists actually dared to summon an evil god so brazenly. They sure have guts. If I hadn't covered for them, they would have been discovered by the church long ago. Chloe chuckled softly. I just don't know when Nora will return with the silent sanctum. I hope it won't interfere with our plans. After writing this sentence, she paused, staring at the diary as if waiting for something. A moment later, the dark red writing seemed to fall off the page, disappearing word by word. The diary quickly turned blank, and then a new, neatly written line appeared on it. She won't be coming back. Lightly twirling a strand of hair around her fingers, Chloe nodded thoughtfully. She picked up the dip pen and pressed it against the diary, attempting to write again, but no marks appeared, the ink had run out. So, she took the pen, flipped the nib upside down, and without hesitation, stabbed it into her left eye, twisting it a few times. When she pulled it out again, the nib was coated in dark red liquid. She placed the pen back on the diary. Do I need to take care of that evil god? No need. The Candlelight Church's ship is about to arrive. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Our plan is what matters most. All right. The ritual is already set up. Now, we just wait for our god to descend. Chloe snapped the diary shut with a crisp sound, hummed a light-hearted tune, stood up, took one last look outside the window, then smiled and drew the curtains closed. Everything is normal on the island. Hughes let out a long breath. He hadn't dared to sleep all night, fearing that the pollution might suddenly descend. Fortunately, nothing had happened. The patrolling sirens hadn't raised any alarms, and the pollution that had appeared in his body seemed like nothing more than an illusion. Dawn had arrived. After careful consideration, Hughes decided not to halt factory operations. First, cognitive interference required a full day before pollution manifested, so the daytime should be relatively safe. Second, the factory district was far from the test site, so even if there was pollution, it was unlikely to spread. And most importantly, he had suddenly realized something. It was true that this world cannot build steam engines explained the pollution, but there was another, simpler explanation. He hadn't triggered cognitive interference at all. In other words, the pollution in his body was not directly related to the steam engine's operation. Something else had caused it, meaning his steam engine manufacturing had actually succeeded. Thinking about it, it made sense. Although factories in the Rhine were rare, they did have steam engines. Hughes had even tried improving them before. If this world couldn't boil water, then what were those metal constructs? With this realization, the whole situation looked different. The cognitive pollution from before had always appeared suddenly. But this time, the pollution in his body had partially appeared suddenly and partially formed gradually. Furthermore, cognitive interference pollution appeared on the ground. While some sirens had been directly splashed and buried in it, most of them had managed to dodge it. But after pollution appeared inside Hughes, he hadn't stayed still. Yet, the pollution kept generating inside him, following him wherever he went. Luckily, because of this, the pollution hadn't spread externally, it had been entirely purified by him. Overall, this pollution incident was completely different from previous cognitive interference cases. It was likely not caused by cognitive interference at all. But if it wasn't, Hughes was confused. He hadn't done anything particularly unusual. There's too little information. Overthinking won't help. I'll wait until tonight, and if there are no issues, I'll put the steam engine into production. The steam engine would bring an almost revolutionary improvement to factory efficiency. Hughes had no reason to abandon this industrial powerhouse. As for pollution, he could conduct more experiments. Eventually, he would figure out its patterns. After all, it wasn't like steam engines didn't exist in this world. Rhine's factories could use them, why couldn't he? Connor. Here, young master. Tell the trainees that the steam engine had a minor malfunction, but it's been fixed. For safety reasons, they need to review its principles again today, and they can leave in the evening. After thinking for a moment, Hughes added, yesterday counts as overtime. Give them an overtime bonus. To prevent possible pollution from spreading, Hughes had kept the trainees at the testing site overnight. Fortunately, the weather wasn't cold. Connor had brought plenty of bedding from the manor, and food supplies were maintained. The trainees had few complaints. Understood, young master. We've also informed their families that they'll be returning tonight. They all signed confidentiality agreements and expressed their understanding. That's good. After instructing Connor, Hughes turned to the nearby sirens. These morning sirens had been secretly watching from a distance the previous day. After some thought, Hughes asked, did any of you notice anything unusual about me yesterday? Unusual. The sirens exchanged glances. Yes, anything unusual. Whether you saw it, heard it, or sensed it. The sirens hesitated before Monica finally spoke up. When the steam engine first started, the sky was dark, but the boiler fire was bright, illuminating the area. We also have night vision, so we saw everything clearly. There was nothing unusual. The other morning sirens nodded in agreement. What about the trainees? They seemed shocked. Well, we were too. The power of the Type 2 engine is terrifying. Even Sister Ash probably couldn't match its strength. Monica bit her lip, recalling the scene. All right. That means the trainees should be fine too. Hughes stroked his chin. These trainees had been carefully selected. Not only were they literate with decent academic performance, but their backgrounds were also clean. They had all signed confidentiality agreements. They were the foundation of Castel's future industrialization, so he had chosen them carefully. He was even considering whether to tell them about the morning sirens. This advanced class of trainees would inevitably enter Castel's inner circle. And since most experiments required the sirens, there was no avoiding them. They were the only force in his domain capable of handling pollution. But if the trainees weren't the cause, then what had triggered the pollution? That pollution seemed strange. A voice spoke up, drawing the siren's attention. It was a short and unremarkable morning siren. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. That pollution didn't seem quite the same as the kind from the sea. The siren stepped back a little, making space for her. The female siren stood there somewhat timidly. Lord, I am Una. Hughes frowned as he tried to recall. He had some impression of her, from when the first cognitive interference occurred a few days ago. This siren seemed to have particularly bad luck. The spontaneously appearing pollution had materialized right above her head, burying her entirely. It was her teammates who had dug her out. What had she discovered? Under Hughes' encouraging gaze, Una recalled the events and spoke softly. When I was in the abyssal trench, I was attacked by a monster inside. I struggled for a long time before Lord Ash came to my aid. I nearly died, so I have a deep impression of that pollution. Later, when Monica was corrupted by the pollution, I also remembered that pollution clearly. It was exactly the same as the one in the deep sea. But later, she frowned. During the cognitive interference, I was struck by the pollution. I struggled inside it for a long time before I managed to escape. At that time, I felt something was off about this pollution. Something off. Yes, it felt somewhat different from the pollution in the deep sea. It looked very similar, but it wasn't exactly the same thing. It's like salt and sugar. Both are seasonings, but they are completely different. Hughes took a deep breath. Why didn't you report this? Una shook her head. I wasn't entirely sure. They looked way too similar. Both were dark worms and had the same reaction to the outside world. I thought the difference was simply because one appeared in the sea and the other on land. Hughes understood her meaning. Subjectively, Una felt a significant difference, but no matter how one observed them, the two types of pollution appeared identical. Like salt and sugar, the difference couldn't be easily spotted by the eye. One had to taste them to tell them apart. Did you try interacting with it again? Being wrapped inside pollution doesn't feel good. Una's face visibly darkened. Her mouth twitched, and she spoke in a small voice. Hughes recalled the writhing dark pollution, which moved as if composed of thousands of squirming worms, and shuddered. Thankfully, he had purified it quickly enough. The moment the pollution appeared, it was cleansed. Otherwise, if that stuff had kept appearing inside him, Hughes' face darkened as well. All right, I understand. Did anyone else notice anything? The sirens exchanged glances and shook their heads. In other words, we might have triggered the pollution's descent for a different reason. We don't know what that reason is yet. What we do know is that, unlike cognitive interference, it does not cause a random downpour of pollution. Instead, it continuously generates new pollution within the body in massive quantities, lasting for a long time. The pollution downpour from cognitive interference was also overwhelming in volume, but it usually only happened in a single wave. As long as one wasn't as unlucky as Una, who had been buried alive, there was still a chance of survival. But today's pollution descent had directly generated pollution inside his body, in massive amounts, and lasted for several hours. If Hughes hadn't had purification abilities, he would have been as good as dead. The candies he had obtained from Nora could suppress pollution to some extent, but against such prolonged, high-dose pollution infusion, they would have been useless. Hughes sighed, his expression growing heavy. These past days, he had devised several ways to deal with cognitive interference. He could indeed drive scientific and industrial progress, but the advancement of an entire civilization couldn't rely on him alone. In the future, ordinary people would need to participate in research. He wanted to create a system that could sustain itself healthily. Cognitive interference was dangerous, but with proper precautions, it might still be manageable. But how could he avoid this kind of inside-out pollution? Today, he built a steam engine, and the pollution descent was purified instantly. But what if Gaia improved the steam engine tomorrow, and pollution descended again? What if she turned into a corrupted monster like Monica had? What then? Even if they managed to handle it, Gaia couldn't sign a symbiotic contract with him. If she became a monster, she would have to be killed, and she would be lost. How was civilization supposed to develop like this? Treat scientists as disposable resources? Impossible. Even if scientists willingly sacrificed themselves one after another, such a system would be unsustainable, leading to inevitable gaps in research. Hughes forced a bitter smile. If this world was truly this strange, then it was no wonder the major powers had all become extremely conservative. It really feels like this world is punishing civilization's progress severely. He couldn't help but mutter. It was like those cultivation novels where the protagonist secluded themselves for tens of thousands of years, only to emerge and find that farmers were still plowing their fields with oxen. Or fantasy worlds where elves, with lifespans of thousands of years, spent millennia learning knowledge, only to become slightly better at fighting. It was as if the world forcibly maintained its internal logic, seemingly reasonable and normal at a glance, but upon closer thought, it evoked an inexplicable sense of dread. Could it be that scientific research here also relied on archaeology? That would be far too ironic. This theory wasn't difficult to grasp, and the surrounding sirens had also realized it. Their expressions darkened as well. When it came to devotion to science, these sirens were absolute fanatics. Their first exposure to scientific thinking had been Hughes' water pressure theory. It had solved a problem that had troubled them for thousands of years. No one among their kind had ever thought of approaching their curse from that perspective. Saying it had reshaped their worldview wouldn't be an exaggeration. Later, Hughes proposed signing symbiotic contracts with everyone, linking them together. They were direct beneficiaries of this. Previously, they had to worry about their contract partners being too weak or about one party's fatal injuries dragging the other down. Now, with a shared life pool, they had almost limitless tolerance for mistakes. This extended to the various applications of Mind Link, the industrial systems of the territory, and even the manufacturing of the steam engine. They had been the closest witnesses to it all. The sirens hadn't noticed, but they had gradually adapted to Hughes' way of thinking: observe, analyze, deduce patterns, experiment, and apply findings. Hughes simply found it easy to communicate with the sirens. Using the mind link to talk even felt a bit like messaging on WhatsApp. He hadn't thought too much about it, but in reality, it meant their worldviews were aligning. They were becoming more like Hughes. Thus, the pain Hughes felt in his heart at this moment was also felt by the sirens. The atmosphere grew heavy. Monica pushed through the nearby sirens and squeezed in front of Hughes. The sirens looked down at her. Hughes also raised his head, somewhat surprised by the little siren before him. Monica wasn't very old and was about the same height as Hughes. She looked straight into the eyes of her lord. Humans fear pollution, but I don't. Humans love science, and so do I. If humans can't do it, then I will. Hughes' eyes lit up momentarily, then dimmed again. Monica was right. The sirens were indeed the most suitable race for scientific research. With his purification ability, they were fearless against pollution. The consequences of cognitive interference in this world posed no threat to them at all. With the symbiotic contract and their inherently strong bodies, they could conduct dangerous experiments. Even if they were injured, they could quickly recover through the contract. However, Monica, your idea is good, but it is not the true solution to the problem. Hughes looked into the distance at the Type 2 machine. He added fuel to it periodically, and it was still roaring. If my territory only consisted of Castel, and my people were limited to those on this island, then there would probably be no issue. But what if, just hypothetically, one day, we have an entire nation, or even establish a regime that encompasses an entire civilization? At that point, if only the sirens can conduct scientific research, it will no longer be such a wonderful thing. If the sirens are strong, then you will form an academic oligarchy, monopolizing knowledge. Eventually, you will diverge from humanity, even if you share similar thoughts. If you are weak, then you will be controlled and forced to conduct research, perhaps brainwashed with grand ideals, or coerced with force. Essentially, it would be another form of enslavement. Either way, it would hinder civilization's progress and bring suffering to everyone. Monica's emerald green eyes widened. She looked at her 6 arms. Is it because we are not human? No, it is because knowledge is monopolized. Hughes raised his head and gazed into the distance, as if reminiscing, as if mourning. Whether it's an active monopoly or a passive one, it halts the flow of knowledge. Exchange, communication, and sharing do not lead to knowledge leakage. Technology cannot be truly sealed away. The more it is suppressed, the more backward it becomes, the more it is monopolized, the more ignorant it remains. Eventually, knowledge will be placed on a pedestal and worshipped as an immutable doctrine. On Earth, the church was once a symbol of progress and knowledge. The clergy had the highest literacy rates, but in the end, they were abandoned by time. Their remnants still obstruct civilization's advancement. Knowledge itself is not inherently important. The Type 2 machine, which seems godlike now, was nothing more than a museum exhibit in the 21st century. But the essence behind knowledge, that is crucial. If knowledge can only be monopolized by a select few, if scientific research can only be an exclusive privilege for some, then it is bound to lead to tragedy. However, of course, Monica, you are not entirely wrong either. Hughes shook his head and revealed a pained, helpless smile. If, in this world, those without extraordinary power must sacrifice their lives in pursuit of knowledge and science, if only the sirens can engage in scientific research, then so be it. Why, didn't you say it would lead to tragedy? Monica asked in surprise. Yes, yes, yes. It is a tragedy, a tremendous cost, a great sacrifice. It will become a painful scar that tears civilization apart. But even so, it is worth it. Truth is worth pursuing at all costs. For progress, no sacrifice is too great to bear. For the future, any pain can be endured. But isn't technological progress meant to bring happiness to people? Sacrificing happiness to obtain progress? No. Hughes' voice was firm, nearly a growl, low and simmering with anger, as if a blazing fire was consuming his body. Monica flinched, looking at her lord, only to find that his eyes were brighter than ever before. He looked at the startled Monica, at the sirens standing not far away, at the distant factories and people, at the endless storm ocean. Then he retracted his gaze, paused briefly, and spoke without hesitation. It is not a matter of whether we should or shouldn't. A race that loses the courage to move forward will slide into the abyss. A civilization that chooses to evade will never take another step forward. The greatest problem with surrenderists is never the act of surrender itself, but the fact that they chose to surrender. Hughes' gaze softened, and he lowered his voice. So, do you understand now, Monica? What you wish to choose is not merely research, you are shouldering a fate too heavy to bear. You were meant to be free, yet before you lies an unremovable shackle. Now, do you still love science? Even when night fell, nothing abnormal occurred. The Type 2 machine continued to operate normally, and there was no pollution descent nearby. Hughes' body was also in good condition. After repeatedly confirming safety with the sirens in the underground manner, Hughes lifted the emergency state. Due to the dangers of research and experimentation, he had specifically established various levels of emergency protocols. Depending on the situation, different levels of mobilization were applied to minimize the risks of pollution descent. The trainees also dispersed. Connor arranged several carriages and even assigned some patrol members to accompany them. After all, it was nighttime, and there were wolves on the island. The sirens gradually scattered as well. Una shot Hughes a glare. The usually timid siren was the first to step forward and pull Monica aside after Hughes' long speech. Don't scare the children. Hughes was both amused and helpless. He had indeed gotten too absorbed in his words and forgotten that Monica was still young. He wanted to apologize, but Una guarded Monica tightly, like a mother cat protecting her cub. Forget it. He would find another chance to explain later. Directing the sirens to move the steam engine aside, Hughes pondered how best to utilize it. He planned to put the Type 2 machine into production, but there was no rush for this particular one. The most pressing task was to train qualified engineers, so this steam engine would be left for them to practice on. Disassembling and assembling it, learning maintenance, understanding operational procedures, troubleshooting, knowing which issues were minor and which required an immediate shutdown. All these needed to be gradually familiarized. He planned to work with these trainees to compile a specialized operations manual. Future training responsibilities would be entrusted to them. Additionally, Connor, I plan to expand the Eastern Research Base. Right now, it's too rudimentary, and its safety measures are insufficient. Have Alexei come by tomorrow, I need to discuss the details with him. Yes, young master. By this time, Hughes had returned to the manor. Yawning, he prepared to go to bed. Last night had been exhausting, and he hadn't gotten much sleep. Though the new method of pollution descent cast a shadow over his mind, it did not stop him from smiling, albeit tiredly. This was a steam engine, the farthest he had advanced since his transmigration. The road had been rough and treacherous, but at last, he had taken the first step toward industrialization. The old butler beside him hesitated to speak. Hughes glanced at him. What is it, Connor? Something else. Connor hesitated for a moment before handing over a few sheets of paper. Young Master Hughes, the Candlelight Church's ship is arriving tomorrow. Would you like to review Miss Beatrice's information beforehand? Ah, I almost forgot about her. She's arriving so soon. Hughes smiled as he took the documents. Beatrice's arrival was something he had been looking forward to for a long time. If he could get this noble lady to promote his soap, he might actually be able to make a profit from Rhine. After all, the soap production capacity was already somewhat excessive, but in order to obtain glycerin, he had no choice but to continue manufacturing it. Money was something no one ever had enough of, and this was just a simple opportunity to make more. Prepare some soap, package it in an exquisite gift box, and add some appropriate items as a welcome gift. Also, arrange tomorrow's schedule to meet with her. Oh, and include Feniel's bottle of perfume as well. After giving his instructions, Hughes started flipping through the documents in his hands. This Joanne family. They specialize in guarding the royal library. Yes, young master. Didn't you previously learn about water pressure from the royal library and use that knowledge to save the Siren clan? At that time, the librarian must have been this Miss Beatrice. Hughes had no memory of the royal library. His predecessor had been a frustrated illegitimate child trying to integrate into Rhine's upper society but never had the opportunity. He might have visited the royal library once, but his predecessor had zero interest in knowledge, so he had barely any impression of it. They guard the royal library. Where is their fiefdom? The Joanne family does not have a fief, or rather, their fief is the library itself. The members of this family typically hold noble titles but have no real power. However, because of this, the royal family trusts them greatly. Their influence in Rhine's upper society is not insignificant. A royal appendage, then. Without a fief, where does their income come from? I remember the royal library is free of charge. Ahem, the current Minister of Finance is from the Joanne family. Their family has often produced geniuses. For example, there was Mr. Yule from decades ago. Wait, then how did their family end up involved with the Candlelight Church? There isn't a particularly deep connection. It's mainly because the members of this family pursue very different careers. Some are skilled in socializing, frequenting various salons. Some are passionate about art and even painted for the Empress's coronation ceremony. Others work as craftsmen, explorers, or in all sorts of professions. Hughes nodded. Looking at it this way, it was perfectly normal for one or two of them to end up in the church. Speaking of which, I'm a bit curious, can one leave the Candlelight Church after joining? Connor shook his head. That, I don't know, but very few nobles are interested in the church. The Candlelight Church has way too many rules and not many benefits. That makes sense. Hughes thought about the church on the island. At first, he had been worried that Sister Chloe would cause trouble for him, given that he was advancing industrialization and interacting with the Sirens. But up until now, she had shown no signs of taking any action. It seemed she truly had no interest in the outside world, which made Hughes feel much more at ease. As long as he didn't bring these matters into the open, they would likely leave him alone. This kind of quiet, non-interfering approach gave Hughes a rather good impression of them. I just don't know if that investigator lady will be as easy to deal with. The next day, at Castle Island's dock. On normal days, fishing boats would be anchored here, and the dock would be piled with all kinds of catches. But ever since the Lord stopped collecting sea taxes, many fishermen had switched to working in Hughes's factories, making the dock much quieter. Additionally, Hughes had specifically instructed Alexei to hire some workers to clean up the dock, making it look quite orderly now. By the time Hughes arrived, Sister Chloe was already waiting there. She looked quite excited, which Hughes could understand. After being stationed alone on this remote island for so long, seeing a colleague must have been a pleasant surprise. My lord, you're here. She nodded and casually clasped her hands together in front of her chest, forming a triangle, the symbol of the Candlelight Church. Look, that ship over there is the one transporting the church's prisoners. She raised a hand to shield her eyes from the sun while pointing toward the distance with the other. Hughes followed her gaze and saw a sailing ship approaching on the horizon. The ship didn't look large, and with its design, it could only operate in coastal waters. Its propulsion relied solely on sails, there weren't even oars, let alone a steam engine. Hughes evaluated it as an ordinary cargo sailing ship, with almost no ability to fend off pirates. It might not even withstand rough waves. Backwards, extremely backwards. Not to mention Earth, even in this world, this was among the most outdated ships. He had seen pirate ships from a distance before, and although they looked somewhat old, their designs were much more advanced than this. By the way, why did you come to receive these prisoners, my lord? I could have handled the handover myself. Since I promised you, I wouldn't go back on my word. Hughes' eye twitched as he recalled his previous agreement with Chloe. This nun showed not the slightest trace of holiness, her greed was nearly unmatched. But greed wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least it was easier to deal with than those fanatical religious zealots. The Joanne family is loyal to the royal family, and I am also loyal to the royal family. That makes the Joanne family my friend. Hughes spoke unhurriedly. Since Miss Beatrice is visiting my territory, of course, I must personally welcome her. I see. Chloe didn't ask further, nodding as she accepted the explanation. Not long after, the sailing ship docked. The sailors shouted commands as they lowered the anchor into the water and threw ropes onto the dock, securing them to the posts. A few sailors jumped ashore and laid a long wooden plank between the ship and the dock. The ship wasn't large enough to require rowboats for disembarkation. A group of weary-looking people was herded off the ship. Although they weren't bound, the sailors treated them rather roughly. Hughes glanced over and actually spotted a few familiar faces. This made him sigh. It was the first time he had seen acquaintances from his previous descent. Don't worry, I'll handle the handover and have them perform a simple atonement ritual before sending them to your manor. Chloe leaned in and whispered to Hughes. When it came to money, this nun was surprisingly reliable. Soon, a large wooden crate, tightly sealed, was carried off the ship by the sailors. Hughes estimated its size, and then his eye twitched. This must be his previous body. Come to think of it, he had always found it strange. Why had the Candlelight Church gone through the trouble of transporting his corpse to this small island after killing him? Even if they had mistaken him for a cultist, wouldn't it have been easier to simply destroy the body? Why go through all this effort? Although his heart was full of doubts, Hughes did not show it on his face. He merely glanced at the wooden box and then shifted his gaze away. Soon, a young lady dressed as a noble appeared in front of Hughes. She was not wearing the attire of the church, only pinning the Candlelight Church's sacred insignia on her collar. She wore a dress, but it was a rather plain style with little lace and no petticoat. Hughes glanced at Connor, and the old butler nodded at him. This is Miss Beatrice. On the ship, Beatrice lifted her skirt slightly, preparing to disembark with great strides, but suddenly saw Hughes on the dock. She paused for a moment, her gaze swept over Hughes' intricately designed clothes and then stopped at his crest. Her steps quickly became feeble, her figure halted, and she waited for the maid behind her to catch up before half falling into the maid's arms. The maid hurriedly extended her hand to support her, and Beatrice somehow pulled out a handkerchief, pressing it against her chest, appearing weak and breathless as she was helped off the ship. Hughes' throat moved slightly, he struggled to maintain his expression but found it hard to hold back. The person in front of him was an extraordinary from the Candlelight Church, an investigator capable of independently handling strange incidents. She could instantly charge through the crowd and twist Hughes' head off with her bare hands. Supported by the maid, Beatrice walked onto the shore, looking as if she would faint at any moment. She stopped in front of Hughes. The two paused for a moment, but neither spoke. According to noble social etiquette, an unmarried girl could not take the initiative to talk to a strange noble like Hughes, who had not been formally introduced. The same applied to Hughes. For nobles, initiating a self-introduction was considered very impolite. Although he didn't care much, since he was acting, he decided to go all the way. He had specifically changed into this restrictive noble attire to leave a good impression on the other party. So the two of them stood there, then looked simultaneously at Chloe nearby. This sister, originally standing aside with a watching the show expression, suddenly realized she had become the focus of everyone's attention. Oh, all right, ahem. Reluctantly, she introduced the two with a brief introduction. Only then could Beatrice raise her head and take a look at Hughes before her. And she was stunned. Hughes was dressed in a meticulously tailored velvet robe, deep purple, almost black. His handsome face was somewhat pale, carrying a trace of frailty, not makeup, but the result of staying up for 2 nights working on the steam engine and dealing with contamination. Seeing Beatrice's gaze, Hughes smiled gently and nodded, exuding an elegant yet mysterious aura. This attire and matching style were not chosen randomly. According to the information from old Connor, this Miss Joanne loved reading the Rose Elegy series of night novels, and the protagonist had this style. To promote soap, Hughes had gone all out. Not only did he change his clothes, but he also had the servants apply makeup and spent a long time styling his hair. The meticulous design and dressing dealt a heavy blow to this young lady. Previously confined to a social circle of other noble ladies, Beatrice had never seen such a scene. Although she was already an extraordinary, she was still young and had just completed her promotion. This was her first time performing a task as a member of the church. She stared at Hughes for a long time before snapping back to reality, her face visibly flushing red. Lowering her head, she couldn't resist sneaking glances at the young man in front of her, her face turning even redder. Part of it was a fluttering heart. Hughes' appearance was indeed attractive. Another part was embarrassment. She had not expected to be greeted by the local lord. Forget makeup, she had chosen her clothes casually. Should she pretend to faint? Her mind was in a complete mess. Hughes maintained his smile, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Great! The soap promotion plan might actually work. This morning's efforts had not been in vain, the territory's finances were saved. Ha, naive young lady, prepare to witness the cruelty of society. Soon, you will become a tool for promoting my product, squeezed of all value, and then discarded. He immediately pointed to the carriage not far away. Ahem, Miss Joanne, you don't look well. You should rest quickly. The sea voyage must have been exhausting, don't harm your health. Sister Chloe is a professional, you needn't worry about the handover. After speaking, he subtly nudged Sister Chloe beside him. Chloe rolled her eyes internally but still managed a smile. Please rest assured, I will handle it properly. She clasped her hands together, looking devout. The Lord has already discussed the specific handover matters with me in detail. He is a devout believer of the Candlelight Church and has always supported the construction of our church. Beatrice nodded slightly, and with the maid's help, walked into the carriage while Hughes gracefully bid her farewell. Chloe, looking reliable, also bowed towards the carriage while forcing a smile and muttering through gritted teeth. Need to pay extra. All right. The carriage gradually moved away, and the estate had naturally been prepared long before. After sending off the troublesome Beatrice, Hughes casually turned his head to look at the people and the massive wooden box on the dock. What should we do with them? These sinners just need a simple atonement ritual. It won't take long. As for that heretic's corpse, just bury it in the churchyard. Bury it in the graveyard. Hughes looked surprised. Are you sure? I mean, won't such an evil existence threaten my territory? Burying it in the graveyard is the safest. Don't worry, the Candlelight Church has never had any mishaps dealing with heretics. Chloe absent-mindedly nodded, her words somewhat vague. Hughes, like an ordinary lord, pretended to be uninterested, directing soldiers and sailors to escort the people and box to the church. Most of these sailors were hired by the Candlelight Church, and Hughes did not see their sacred emblem on them. For now, it seemed there was no issue. The Candlelight Church did not show any particular interest in the worker Hughes' corpse. It didn't seem like they had discovered anything. Hughes tried to sense the presence within the box as he approached it but found nothing unusual, as if it contained an ordinary corpse. Seems it was just a coincidence. He had probably just scared himself earlier. Watching the departing Candlelight Church team, the gloom in Hughes' heart dissipated somewhat. These Candlelight Church people had not caused him any trouble from beginning to end, which was quite pleasant. This was perfect. Now he could investigate the matter of worker Hughes' corpse. Beatrice's maid quickly came to deliver a message, saying that the noble lady was feeling unwell and planned to rest for a day, intending to attend the banquet Hughes had prepared tomorrow. Hughes naturally agreed and even had the servants send over soap and perfume. Traveling at sea meant there were no proper bathing facilities, and although extraordinary beings did not sweat much, there was undoubtedly a need for cleanliness. It was the perfect opportunity to promote soap. After detailing the usage of soap and briefly mentioning that it was a specialty of Castile, Hughes had a maid deliver an exquisite gift box. These soaps were, of course, not merely wrapped in oil paper. Those finely crafted boxes were essential to elevating their status. After handling Beatrice, Hughes summoned Connor. He intended to inquire about the Candlelight Church's movements. His elaborate efforts to welcome Beatrice at the dock were only partly about selling soap. The main objective was to confront Beatrice as a noble. Beatrice was both a noble and an investigator of the Candlelight Church. However, the secrets of Castile Island could not withstand thorough scrutiny. Hughes' best strategy was to firmly entrench her in the role of a noble lady before she had a chance to react. Sure enough, Beatrice was still young. She subconsciously followed Hughes' lead, shackling herself with the chains of secular expectations. In this era, it was improper for noble ladies to show themselves in public too often. The empire's aristocratic circles were indeed chaotic, but that was mostly among married noble women. High society remained quite strict with unmarried young ladies. Hughes planned to continue playing this noble social game with Beatrice until she left. There was another advantage to this. Hughes could take the opportunity to investigate the secrets of his previous body shell worker Hughes. Did the worker Hughes have any secrets? Lord Hughes thought so. The Candlelight Church had gone to great lengths to transport the corpse intact, even bringing along relevant workers. That clearly indicated some underlying reason. What could it be? Had his casual jokes inadvertently triggered cognitive interference? That was possible, but unlikely. While he had indeed improved the steam engine at the time, his understanding of machinery had been sound. The modifications he made were limited to peripheral transmission mechanisms. As for gathering workers to tell stories, those stories did contain many scientific terms, and he had intended to spread scientific knowledge, but he had been killed by that priest before he could even begin. Speaking of which, the identity of that priest seemed peculiar. The former Hughes, of low status, had never come into contact with the church. Now, as a lord, he had gained some understanding of the Candlelight Church. Yet, according to Nora, neither investigators nor secret keeper would have the appearance of someone covered in gears and metal prosthetics. Perhaps he could find a chance to subtly probe Beatrice about it. Young Master Hughes, Sister Chloe has completed the ritual and sent the workers over. As per your prior instructions, I have settled them on the eastern side of the island, near your experimental base. Our people are stationed nearby to keep watch. Good. What about that cultist's corpse? It was buried in the cemetery in front of the church. Hughes knew that cemetery. He had passed by it before when visiting Sister Chloe. At the time, he had wondered why the church had two cemeteries. Now it seemed that believers were buried in the cemetery behind the church, while the one in front was used to seal away cultists. Did they perform any rituals? Purification rites for the cultist or anything? There shouldn't be any. Connor paused. It was our people who buried the wooden coffin. There aren't many left in the church. Brother Kaeski has fallen ill, Sister Chloe isn't strong enough, and the church's followers, well, what about the followers? The followers have gone to work in our factories. They don't have time for worship anymore. Hughes twitched at the corners of his mouth. Why did this church seem so pitiful? All the believers had abandoned prayer for wages, and no one was left to attend the church. He wondered how Sister Chloe was managing. All right, leave it for now. Connor nodded and left. He had many matters to attend to, including arranging the banquet for tomorrow and gathering information on the Joanne family. Hughes sat in his chair for a while before walking to the door and locking it. He planned to find an opportunity later to take a look at the corpse of worker Hughes. Although it had already been buried, digging it up shouldn't be too difficult. With only Sister Chloe in the church and Brother Kaeski, who seemed to be an extraordinary, out of commission, now was the perfect time to investigate. Speaking of which, could Brother Kaeski be a secret keeper? That didn't seem likely. He was completely different from the previous priest. There were no mechanical components on him at all. Never mind, I should contact the sirens first. I'll need their help for this investigation. Hughes had no intention of blatantly digging up a grave. The area around the church had a dense forest, making it easy to hide. A plan was gradually forming in his mind. Just as Hughes activated his mind link to summon the banshees, a thought suddenly struck him. On the golden throne, he had always possessed the body of worker Hughes. After his death, that body had displayed the fatal wound on its chest. Then, if the corpse changes, will it be reflected on that body as well? Hiss. This was something he had never considered before, but it was easy to verify. He glanced at the locked door, found a comfortable position, and slowly closed his eyes. On the golden throne, Hughes' expression gradually became more animated. Soon, he withdrew his gaze from Lord Hughes. The noble youth's head drooped like a puppet. Back again? His eyes shifted to the chairs beside the long table. A robust middle-aged man, an elderly man with white hair, a priest in a white robe, and a young man. He first looked at the middle-aged man. The first time I descended, I was a farmer. I quietly farmed for a while, then was killed by bandits on my way to a nearby town. The farmer's chest bore several bullet wounds. Hughes turned his head. The second time, I descended at the port, found clues about the local brotherhood, and tried to investigate the existence of extraordinary power. Unfortunately, I exposed myself and was killed. Then, he looked at the priest and frowned. This body has been here ever since I transmigrated. I can't descend into it, nor can I communicate through it. Something seems off. He stared at the white-robed priest, but the priest kept his head bowed, his face obscured by shadows, unlike the other shells that met his gaze. And then there's worker Hughes. The wound on his chest seems normal, untouched. It looks like it only records the state of the moment of death. He deliberately avoided worker Hughes' eyes. If he looked into the shell's eyes, it would turn to face him, initiating a descent. But as long as he avoided eye contact, nothing should happen. At least, that was how it was supposed to be. As he stared at the wound, worker Hughes slowly turned around and looked toward the golden throne. In Hughes' horrified gaze, the worker tilted his head. Hughes' pupils shrank instantly. How could his shell start moving on its own? Had the shell come back to life and developed its own consciousness? Or had the church done something to it, causing it to mutate? No, that wasn't important. He needed to try and make contact first to determine whether it was hostile. Hughes took a deep breath. Hello. He greeted worker Hughes with an unchanged expression. Worker Hughes did not respond at all. He just stared blankly at his surroundings, occasionally making slight movements. Who are you? Can you hear me? When did you wake up? Hughes. Candlelight Church. Hughes tested for a long time and finally realized that this shell seemed to have gained some characteristics of life, but it didn't seem to possess intelligence. No, even calling it the characteristics of life might be inaccurate, it could simply move. Hughes had tried suddenly shouting at full volume, attempting to startle it, but it showed no reaction whatsoever. Any normal living being would have some instinctive response, and that was difficult to fake. In short, Hughes found it baffling. This shell had changed from an unmoving puppet to a moving puppet, nothing more. What did this mean? After pondering for a long time, he couldn't make sense of it. The shell did not respond to anything Hughes said, whether it was conversation or commands. Yet, Hughes himself was still confined to the golden throne and had no way to deal with this self-moving shell. Wait, was he really helpless? Hughes' eyes lit up. He could try descending into this shell. Previously, he had deliberately avoided making eye contact with it, afraid of accidentally descending into it. At first, he was worried there might be a trap, but on second thought, this was his palace, his most crucial secret. How could he allow a hidden danger to remain here? No matter what it was, he had to investigate. Hughes had never encountered a threat that could bypass his shell and attack him directly. Let's see what you really are. Hughes stared at worker Hughes, who continued to move randomly. After a long time, it finally turned its head toward him by chance. Their eyes met. Worker Hughes' movements suddenly stopped. Then, its body trembled slightly, as if struggling to break free, but it was inexplicably suppressed by an overwhelming force, forcing it down onto the chair. Soon, it trembled and forced out a smile, a sign that a descent was taking place. Hughes' vision blacked out. But this time, the darkness never lifted. Did it work? Did I really descend? Hughes was bewildered. He had never tried descending into a dead shell before, this was a first. After all, he could create new shells at will, so he had never paid much attention to old ones. If they died, he simply replaced them. Thus, he had never considered reusing a discarded shell. It worked, but, where am I? Everything was pitch black. He couldn't see anything. He tried to move but immediately bumped into something. Wait, I remember worker Hughes was buried in the cemetery. Am I inside a coffin now? Hughes' eye twitched. That seemed quite likely. Forget it, I'll return? He had just heard something. No, not just heard it. Hughes felt like there was something else inside his body. Damn it, could it be that consciousness from the palace that had been controlling worker Hughes? A chill ran down his spine. Hughes quickly focused his attention inward, searching for abnormalities within his body. Then, to his surprise, he discovered. Why is this shell filled with pollution? Hughes instantly thought of the strange pollution that had inexplicably appeared in his body when the Type 2 machine was first activated. The pollution in this shell was similarly spread evenly throughout its limbs and body, but it was much denser and more stable. This pollution didn't act like newly formed pollution, which he could purify the moment it appeared. However, Hughes had the feeling that, if he wanted to, purifying this pollution wouldn't be difficult. Strange, this is getting more and more mysterious. Why does my shell always seem to generate pollution? Forget it, I'll purify it first and deal with the rest later. Hughes willed it, and the pollution within his body began to be purified under his command. If newly formed pollution was like snow melting under a flamethrower, then this pollution was as tough as hardened steel. Unfortunately for it, Hughes' will was like an unquenchable furnace, melting away the stubborn pollution. What's that sound? For some reason, Hughes vaguely heard something, like a dying wail, or perhaps mindless whispering. It was faint, as though it truly existed, yet when he focused his attention on it, it disappeared completely. Hughes listened for a while, but since the sounds posed no immediate threat, he ignored them and focused on purifying the pollution inside the shell. Finally, as the last trace of pollution was purified, Hughes faintly heard a wail, then, silence. He moved around a bit but still couldn't leave. He decided to return and check on things. There wasn't much else to do here anyway. Darkness shrouded everything like mist. On the golden throne, Hughes opened his eyes once more. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Finding nothing unusual, he turned his gaze toward Worker Hughes. Then, he froze. Worker Hughes, like a completely mindless puppet, was staring blankly at the table. Now, it was no different from his other shells. Has it returned to normal? Just like that. Hughes rubbed his chin. Was I overthinking? Could it be that this shell simply accumulated too much pollution, causing a mutation? Thinking about it, that does make sense. Hughes recalled the entity pollution, which also displayed some characteristics of life but had extremely low intelligence, barely reacting to external stimuli. It only wriggled when purified or burned. Wait. If I had thrown the unpurified Worker Hughes into a fire, wouldn't it have burned for a long time? What a waste. I shouldn't have purified it so quickly. Hughes felt a pang of regret. Ordinary entity pollution could be used as fuel, so a shell with pollution as dense as steel would have been like a miniature nuclear reactor. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. The development and utilization of pollution were still far from reality. Ensuring his own safety was the higher priority. Throne Hughes looked into Worker Hughes' eyes, and Worker Hughes slowly turned to meet his gaze. Its body became more animated. It was completely indistinguishable from a normal shell. Was it really that simple? After a while, Hughes opened his eyes again from the throne. He had just descended once more to confirm that Worker Hughes no longer had any abnormalities. It seemed that he had truly become nothing more than an ordinary shell. After pondering for a long time without coming to any conclusions, Hughes had no better options and could only prepare to descend into the body of Lord Hughes. But when he looked at Lord Hughes, he subconsciously glanced at Worker Hughes. He hoped everything would go smoothly. Hughes suddenly froze. Where did that voice come from? Who was speaking? I am about to read this forbidden knowledge. May the Lord bless me so that I am not polluted. Lord, please let the cafeteria not serve fruit porridge again at lunch today. My Lord, please grant me 3,000 layas to repay my loan. What was this strange voice? Why did it sound so much like a prayer? All right, it was definitely a prayer, but the key question was, why could he hear it? What did this have to do with him? He was still sitting on the golden throne. Hughes had always thought that the only connection between this place and the mortal world was his ability to descend into a body. But now, could prayers reach him as well? Hughes felt an immense shock, no less than discovering that soap had turned into olive-flavored food. Subconsciously, he shifted his gaze away from Worker Hughes. The voices disappeared. Hughes took a deep breath. He looked at Worker Hughes again, and the prayers sounded in his ears once more. When he moved his gaze away, all those scattered voices vanished completely. Hughes fell silent. So, it really is coming from this body. It wasn't hard to guess the source of these voices. It had to be believers praying to a god, right? But why could he hear them? First, he wasn't a god. Second, he had no followers. So why had these prayers reached him? Looking at the gaping hole in Worker Hughes' chest, Hughes couldn't help but frown. It seemed that this body held even more secrets than he had imagined. The voices he had just heard were both male and female. Though he hadn't caught every word clearly, he was certain they hadn't come from those workers. If they weren't from the workers in his past life, then where did these believers come from? Could they be followers of the Candlelight Church? That seemed possible. The Candlelight Church had killed Worker Hughes and deliberately transported him to this remote island. No matter how one looked at it, there was some kind of conspiracy involved. Hughes stroked his chin. He could only hear these prayers when looking at Worker Hughes, so what would happen if he fully descended into that body? As soon as he thought of it, Hughes acted. Very soon, he was back inside the coffin. Lord, please forgive my sins. I hope my novel sells well. I pray that the book I stole from the library is never discovered. The prayers poured in continuously, even clearer than when he had heard them on the throne. Hughes' eyelid twitched. He silently returned to the throne. Oh no, this body, could it be that it has become a god? At the long table in the study, Hughes slowly lifted his head. He didn't move immediately but instead stayed still for a while, as if waiting for something. Then, he let out a long breath. Good, I can't hear the prayers anymore. If he had still been able to hear the prayers after descending, that would have been a huge problem. It might have meant that the body was affecting him instead of the other way around. But for now, it seemed fine. The bodies remained independent from each other, and hearing prayers was only related to Worker Hughes. Still, this is way too bizarre. How can I suddenly hear prayers? Logically speaking, the most likely conclusion was that For some unknown reason, Worker Hughes had become a god and could hear prayers. Then, when Hughes purified the pollution inside Worker Hughes, he also somehow gained divine power. Of course, this was just speculation based purely on imagination. He had no real evidence. For example, this so-called divine power only let him listen to prayers. He couldn't even respond, let alone use any other abilities. Besides, Worker Hughes' body had previously moved on its own, but now it couldn't. Hughes strongly suspected that whatever had controlled it before had been purified along with the pollution. In other words, he hadn't just purified the pollution, he had also purified the god that had been in there. Of course, this idea was so outrageous that even he didn't believe it. How could a god be purified so easily, without even the slightest resistance? Regardless, he had now acquired a strange ability to hear prayers. Although it's useless, it does point me in a direction. The Candlelight Church must be plotting something. What exactly had happened after Worker Hughes' death? He had to find a way to investigate. Hughes narrowed his eyes. Alright, let's go check on that body first. He activated the mind link, and countless points of light emerged in his consciousness. Ash. I am listening. Can you come to me? No, I'll come find you. Hughes turned to look outside. His experiments and purification process had taken quite some time. It was already dark. Nighttime? That works out perfectly. It didn't take long for Hughes to reach the church, accompanied by Ash. Can you see inside the church from here? Not very well. My perception abilities also struggle to penetrate the stone walls. Plus, the church seems to be under some kind of passive protection, something that was established when it was built. Ash's words were a bit unclear, but Hughes still understood what she meant. He had noticed when entering the church that it had been carefully designed. The confessional even contained traces of hidden extraordinary power. The Candlelight churches had a certain level of defense against supernatural perception. That made sense. A remote church like this might have to deal with cultists or other threats. Of course, it would need some means of self-preservation. By now, it was already deep into the night. Sister Chloe's room had long gone dark, and no sound could be heard. But Hughes didn't dare to be careless. The box containing his body was buried in the churchyard, directly visible from Chloe's window. It was too close. Even the smallest noise might wake her. Hughes wasn't confident that he could complete this operation in total silence. But he couldn't just storm in and knock her unconscious, could he? Brother Kaeski was ill, but that didn't mean he was incapable of fighting. A direct confrontation was unnecessary. Hughes planned to dig the body out quietly. As for how to do that, Hughes looked around. He and Ash were currently hiding in the woods near the church. There was a wall between them and the burial site, but the direct distance was only a few dozen meters. Ash, are you good at digging holes? Ash froze for a moment. Moonlight shone upon Castel, and in the quiet night, only the occasional chirping of insects could be heard. Above the ground, all was peaceful, but beneath the earth, Hughes and Ash were working fervently. Ash's 6 hands wielded the excavation tools that Hughes had prepared in advance, digging rapidly. The efficiency reminded Hughes of a tunnel boring machine from his past life, perhaps even surpassing it, as even a tunnel boring machine couldn't cast fossil to mud. 4 hands dug forward, while 2 hands moved the soil to the rear, simultaneously smoothing the tunnel. As a siren, an extraordinary race, plunging a shovel into the soil was no harder than dipping a hand into a bucket of rice. Very quickly, the 2 of them had burrowed their way underground. Hold on a moment, let me confirm the direction. Yes, just ahead, we should be there soon. Alright. To avoid leaving traces on the surface, Ash dug deeper than the burial depth of the coffin. After Hughes repeatedly confirmed the location, the 2 of them stopped. It should be right here. Dig upwards carefully, as lightly as possible, so the soil on the surface remains undisturbed. Ash pondered for a moment, then chose not to dig manually. Instead, she directly cast fossil to mud, softening the soil and allowing it to slide down naturally. This is even better than a Luoyang shovel. What is a Luoyang shovel? Luoyang shovel is some kind of high-level shovel in novel Dea Mobiji, also known as the Lost Tomb or Grave Robbers Chronicles. It has manhua, donghua and drama also. Luoyang shovel is used by grave robbers in this novel with abilities of locating graves, navigation, and probing traps. I'll make one for you later. We're here. Ash moved her hands away and gently brushed aside the surrounding soil, revealing a tightly sealed wooden box. Hughes reached out and touched the box. Pine wood, iron, copper. The materials composing the box appeared in his mind. The amounts of iron and copper were minimal, likely just nails and hinges. Aside from that, there were no other materials, no inscriptions like those found in the church. Just ordinary materials, no extraordinary power? This was unexpected. Given how the Candlelight Church even inscribed sigils in the confessional, why would they cut corners here? Hughes had mentally prepared to hit a wall here. He had resolved to back off if he encountered any extraordinary power. Worker Hughes' case was indeed strange, but Castel's current promising situation was not worth risking over it. Yet now, he discovered there was no extraordinary power at all. Did that mean he could open it directly? Ash, can you sense anything unusual from this box? Hearing this, Ash closed her eyes briefly, then shook her head. It seems to be just an ordinary box. What's inside? The Candlelight Church claims it's a heretic's corpse. If I'm careful, I should be able to open it without damaging the box. Ash examined it from different angles and spoke with certainty. She wasn't sure why Hughes was so interested in it. If this box contained a heretic's corpse, it was likely related to contamination. If it was just contamination, there shouldn't be much of an issue. As long as she activated flesh magic, no amount of contamination could harm her. Hughes looked at the box again and felt there was no major problem. Alright, when you open it, if anything goes wrong, we leave immediately. The sea is not far away, I'll call the others for backup. Hughes sent a message through the mind link and quickly received confirmation. Go ahead and open it, Ash. Remember to use flesh magic. Ash nodded, stepped back a little, and used 4 hands to grip the box's corners while the remaining 2 skillfully removed the wooden panels. Her movements were slow and careful, minimizing noise. As the bottom panel was fully removed, something black fell out, and she quickly caught it. Her expression turned strange. Lord. Ash turned slightly. Hughes stepped forward and looked down. What is this? It appeared to be a lump of black stone. Hughes placed his hand on it, feeling its composition. Granite. Nothing else. It was just an ordinary rock. Is there anything else in the coffin? Ash shook her head. Only this. The box had no corpse. Hughes felt his hair stand on end. What did this mean? Had worker Hughes' corpse already been disposed of? Was the Candlelight Church just putting on a show and placed a rock inside instead? That would make sense. No wonder Chloe was so certain there was no issue. The wooden box also lacked any extraordinary power. Wait. Hughes suddenly looked up. If the box never contained a corpse, then where did his descent actually occur? He distinctly remembered being trapped in a cramped space, unable to turn over. Was that not a wooden coffin? A chill ran down Hughes' back. This box had been buried by his own people. It was buried at noon, and he came to dig it up that night. Yet, in such a short time, the body had disappeared. Something was wrong, very wrong. A deep sense of unease crept over Hughes. Restore the box and the stone to their original state. We need to leave, now. Ash silently nodded. She worked quickly, restoring the wooden box before retreating with Hughes. The soil was loose, making refilling the hole an easy task. When Hughes returned to the surface, he looked around and saw no one else. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and instructed Ash to restore the ground's appearance. Good, no one noticed. Let's go back to the cave first. Something is definitely off about this. Ash nodded, and the two quickly left the forest. Under the moonlight, the woods returned to silence. After a long while, a sigh came from behind the trees. A slender figure emerged from the shadows. She wore a fiery red cloak, the wide fabric draping to the ground like feathered robes. In the moonlight, her face remained hidden beneath the hood's shadow. She looked down at the ground, then in the direction where Hughes and Ash had left. So it really is you, Lord. I thought we could be fellow travelers, but it turns out you believe in those decayed gods. Very well. She shook her head and slowly walked away from the forest, heading toward the church. Under the hood, a pair of crimson eyes flickered. The usually carefree face was now solemn. If Hughes saw her, he might not even recognize her sister Chloe. Let the ritual begin, she murmured. In the forest, the graveyard, and every shadowed corner, figures clad in red hooded robes emerged. Inside the church, the once extinguished lights suddenly reignited, illuminating the stained glass dome as if it were molten steel, red and scorching. The red-cloaked figures walked toward the church. The edges of their robes gradually caught fire. The curtain was rising. Hughes returned to the manor smoothly. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The mysterious disappearance of worker Hughes' corpse weighed on him like a heavy stone pressing against his chest. Who could have swapped it right under the Candlelight Church's nose? Wait, under the Candlelight Church's nose. Hughes suddenly furrowed his brows. That corpse had been full of pollution. It took Hughes a long time to purify it before he finished. If the Candlelight Church knew about this, it made sense for them to bury it in such a remote place. But during today's burial, there had been no ritual or any sort of procedure, just a simple, direct burial. That was odd. Did the Candlelight Church knowingly bury a polluted corpse? Did the church possess a unique purification method? Or did they already know the coffin was empty? Hughes took a deep breath. The ominous feeling grew stronger. No, I need to ask Connor. A maid peeked in at the doorway, then quickly ran off to find Connor. Connor had been busy these days, especially with tomorrow's banquet. He was currently in the reception hall, directing the servants in their preparations. After a while, he arrived at the study. Young master, you called for me. Tell me about the Candlelight Church's burial rituals. Yes, specifically about today's burial of that cultist. Connor was a bit surprised. Today's burial ritual? It didn't seem like much of a ritual, they just buried the body directly. The church lacked manpower, so our people handled everything. I already know that. What I want to ask is, does the Candlelight Church always bury cultists this way? This question was clearly beyond his knowledge. Connor thought for a long moment before shaking his head. I've never seen other cultists being buried. They don't seem to have public burials. Come to think of it, isn't it strange? Aren't cultists usually executed in secret? Why bring one here for burial? Hugh's heart sank. So the Candlelight Church didn't have such a tradition. Then what were they really trying to do? Young master, are you worried that? Hughes hesitated for a moment before decisively speaking. I'll be direct, the coffin I checked was empty. There was no cultist inside. You checked it? Wait, wasn't it already buried? Hold on, empty. Yes. I'm worried someone stole the body. I don't know what for, and it was buried only this afternoon. By evening, it was gone. There's a high chance. A high chance that something's about to happen. Connor couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly strode towards the door. I'll go inform Miss Beatrice. Wait a moment. Connor turned around, confused, only to see Hughes sigh lightly. Hughes didn't dislike the idea of letting Beatrice, the investigator, handle the issue. But thinking it through, there were too many doubts in this matter. First and foremost, did Beatrice, or rather, the Candlelight Church, even know about this? Stealing a body right under our noses in a single afternoon, how difficult would that be? The burial site was only a few meters away from Sister Chloe's room. Swapping the body without alerting her was nearly impossible. A more likely scenario is that the Candlelight Church already knew about this. Connor opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. Indeed, it was more likely that the Candlelight Church staged the entire act. Perhaps there had never been a cultist's corpse to begin with. If Hughes went to Beatrice now, even just to probe, there was a significant chance he'd expose himself. They might have used this body as bait, waiting for Hughes to take the hook. Both Beatrice and the Candlelight Church were likely in it. And even if Miss Beatrice doesn't know about it, do you think she could really do anything? Both of them had seen Beatrice's records. She was a newly promoted investigator with no prior experience handling extraordinary affairs. That was why Hughes had been able to easily manipulate her into staying behind closed doors. When it came to dealing with these kinds of problems, Hughes had far more experience than she did. After all, pollution had already descended more than once. Do we still have firearms? Aside from that one. Hughes gestured toward the gun holster at Connor's waist. We do, but only long rifles. Get them ready. If cultists are involved, we might need them. Understood, young master. Also, increase security at the manor. Make sure there are enough night watchmen. If cultists plan on making a move, this place could be in danger. On the island, only a few locations were valuable targets. The northern residential area had a dense population. The manor housed him and the Candlelight Church's investigator. Then there were the factories, but Hughes wasn't too concerned about those. Factories could be rebuilt. Besides, he was planning to upgrade them with Model 2 machinery anyway, which meant partial demolition was inevitable. Connor acknowledged the orders and left. Hughes then activated the mind link. Everyone, get ready. Level 3 alert. Keep several squads on standby near the beaches, ready to deploy at any time. Activate 2 battlefield channels. Report any anomalies immediately. The sirens raised their heads in surprise, exchanging glances before rushing to the hall to grab their weapons. A level 3 alert didn't require full mobilization. Most sirens only needed to prepare themselves. Apart from a few landing squads, the others just had to carry their weapons with them. Ash, is there another pollution event? Ash looked up, eyes filled with concern. No, it might be even worse. Hughes paced quickly in his room. He had considered letting the sirens take control of the entire island, but ultimately held back. If they showed themselves, they would almost certainly clash with the Candlelight Church. That could startle the real cultists into hiding. It was better to wait and observe. Besides, he wasn't completely out of options. Ash, you take over command for now. I have something to handle and will be back soon. Understood. Ash's response was always firm and reliable. Hughes couldn't help but breathe a little easier. He sat in his chair, then lowered his head as his expression gradually became blank. That's right, he planned to return to the palace and descend into Worker Hughes' body. No matter whether the cultists were scheming or the Candlelight Church was baiting him, the key to everything remained the same, the corpse. He knew the least about this situation. Yet he had the one advantage, he could control the corpse. No one knew he could descend into it. That was his ultimate trump card. Wasting no time, Hughes scanned the Golden Throne's surroundings. Nothing seemed out of place. He immediately turned his attention to Worker Hughes. Worker Hughes slowly lifted his head. His expression became lively, revealing a slightly shy smile. Darkness swallowed his vision. When he opened his eyes again, a place brightly lit. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be inside T? Hughes immediately controlled his body, remaining completely still, not even opening his eyes. He squinted slightly, allowing a small amount of light to filter through. There was light here, and it was very bright. Where was this? Had he been released? A flood of chaotic thoughts surged in his mind in an instant, but Hughes forcibly suppressed them, staying utterly motionless, like an empty husk. No rush to investigate, he could pretend first. Success? It worked. The evil god has descended. Fantastic? Everything went smoothly. We are saved. As expected of the chief, he really managed to summon the Lord of Moths. Hughes' heart stirred. The Lord of Moths? Was that the original evil god of this body? Hughes carefully searched his memories. This didn't seem to have anything to do with the Candlelight Church, though he couldn't recall the exact name of the god they worshipped either. So, they were truly cultists. This was bad. It wasn't the Candlelight Church setting a trap. There were actually people in his territory summoning an evil god. This was a huge problem. He needed to inform the Candlelight Church immediately, and the sirens had to be ready to act. Who knew what these cultists were planning? They had just summoned an evil god. What if their next move was to blow Castle to the heavens? Hughes initially intended to retreat right away, but suddenly, he paused. Wait a minute. Right now, wasn't he the evil god they had summoned? Then, could he use this opportunity to gather information? Cultists wouldn't actively harm their god, right? And even if they did, so what? This body was already abandoned. At worst, he'd just die again. With that thought, Hughes confidently opened his eyes. Flames, towering flames, nearly reaching the sky. He was sitting in front of a massive bonfire. It was nighttime, yet these people had lit such an enormous fire. Weren't they afraid of being discovered? That meant they must be far from any settlements. Scanning his surroundings, he saw only barren land. There was no ocean in sight, making it difficult to determine the exact location. Hughes let out a breath of relief. As long as they were far from people, they could get themselves killed all they wanted, as long as they didn't drag the other islanders down with them. This should still be on the island, right? He looked down at the ground. It was covered with intricate patterns whose purpose he couldn't discern. Perhaps they had been used for the summoning ritual. This body, the evil god. Thinking back to the palace, the worker Hughes had controlled earlier, who had been glancing around. Could that have been an evil god? Hiss. Did he accidentally purify an evil god today? No way, right? That god was that weak? And judging by its behavior, it didn't seem too bright, unable even to react properly. Could an evil god really be that weak? Hughes' eye twitched as he turned his gaze toward the cultists. They were all uniformly dressed in oversized red robes, perhaps too oversized. The hems of their robes dragged on the ground, sparkling embers as they moved. Embers? Hughes' eyes widened. He noticed that the hems of their robes were slowly burning, far too slow for normal flames. So many of them, could they all be extraordinary individuals? Hughes swallowed hard. If they were all extraordinary, then Castel was in real trouble. He couldn't immediately determine their exact numbers, but if they clashed with the sirens, even if they won, it would be a bitter victory. Hughes grew increasingly tense, and the red-robed cultists seemed just as wary. They had originally been standing in the gaps between the ritual patterns on the ground, facing the bonfire, engaged in some unknown activity. But the moment Hughes got up, they all froze. How is this possible, the evil god? This shouldn't be. How can an evil god? Hughes suddenly shouted, so you were the ones summoning an evil god. The red-robed cultists collectively took a step back, exchanging uncertain glances before finally looking toward the shortest figure at the front. That person hesitated slightly, seemingly sensing that something was wrong. She cautiously asked, "Are you the evil god?" "Hughes, what were you doing?" "Red-robed person, are you the Lord of Moths?" Both Hughes and the red-robed person fell into silence, sensing each other's wariness. This wasn't working. There was no way to communicate like this. Why were these cultists so unfaithful? Their god had descended into a vessel, yet they weren't willing to reveal a single piece of information. Weren't cultists supposed to be foolishly devoted? Hughes pressed his lips together and softened his tone. "I am not a god." He could certainly pretend to be a deity to extract information, but after some thought, he decided against it. For some reason, he felt a vague sense of unease. Something about these cultists wasn't right. Pretending to be a god might not be the best approach. These were cultists, people who knew far more about evil gods than he did. If he tried to fake it, he could easily expose himself. But that wasn't even the main issue. The real problem was, these cultists were acting too strangely. Their god had just come to life, stood up, and questioned them, yet instead of frenzied devotion, they were all filled with wariness, as if ready to attack at any moment. Damn it, what kind of cultists were they? At that moment, another realization hit Hughes. What had these cultists just called him? Evil god. That was correct. This vessel was full of corruption. It was indeed an evil god. Hughes had thought the same. But weren't they cultists? What kind of cultists would call their own god an evil god? Especially the one they had personally summoned? The woman in front of him remained silent but suddenly raised her hand. From Hughes' blind spot, a shadow shot toward him at incredible speed. Before he could react, iron-like arms wrapped around him, locking him in place. Hughes was startled, but once he realized what had happened, he didn't resist. He had never intended to keep this body anyway. Gathering information was enough. Besides, he wasn't even an extraordinary. Struggling would be pointless. The most important thing now was to gain a basic understanding of these cultists, figure out how many of them were extraordinary. That way, even if they clashed with Castel, they wouldn't be caught off guard. Just as Hughes was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of the person restraining him. He recognized this person. Brother Kaeski. His mouth slowly fell open. Then, as if realizing something, he turned his head and looked at the nearest red-robed cultist. Under the oversized hood, illuminated by firelight, was another familiar face. Sister Chloe. Hughes froze in place. The fire continued to crackle, burning wood hissing and popping, yet the crowd was deathly silent. You're not the Lord of Moths. Chloe momentarily lost focus when she heard the supposed evil god call her name. But she quickly snapped back and shouted at Kaeski, "Purify it immediately, now." Her eyes were filled with terror, her voice trembling, but there was no hesitation in her movements. "It's an outer god. Extraordinary ones, restrain it with me. The rest of you, go inform the lord of this land." He just summoned an evil god, only he can deal with an outer god. The red-robed figures immediately split into two distinct groups. Most of them retreated, while a few charged forward against the crowd. Hughes hadn't yet figured out how to distinguish the extraordinary individuals among these cultists, but they had separated themselves. What a stroke of luck. Just a moment ago, Hughes had been cautious and nervous. He had assumed that all of them were extraordinary beings and had been worried about provoking them. But now, seeing only a handful of them stepping forward, he felt much more at ease. Although he knew that extraordinary power shouldn't be judged purely by numbers, Hughes couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. The situation today was too complicated. These people didn't entirely resemble cultists, nor did they act as secretively as members of the Candlelight Church. Yet, they accused him of summoning an evil god. And then there was that mention of an outer god. He didn't even know which side that referred to. His mind was in chaos, unsure of how to handle everything. But now, he felt reassured. So, they weren't that powerful after all. It didn't matter which faction they belonged to anymore. I am not a god, neither an evil god nor an outer god, and certainly not the Lord of Moths, Hughes declared loudly. The crowd's movement slowed for a moment. But then, Chloe's voice rang out again. Don't believe him? He's stalling for time. Who knows what he might do? I have no pollution in my body. Chloe's words halted abruptly. That statement seemed to give her pause. She turned to look at Brother Kaeski. Since Chloe had shouted the command for purification, Brother Kaeski had been continuously releasing some kind of cool substance towards Hughes. Could that really purify something? Hughes wasn't sure, but he indeed had no pollution within him. Brother Kaeski remained motionless, but Chloe seemed to have a way to communicate with him. Hughes watched curiously. He really wanted to know what exactly Brother Kaeski was. He looked somewhat like an obedient machine following commands, but something about him felt off. Something about him seemed familiar, as if a shell. Yes, both his behavior and the inexplicable feeling Hughes got from him were just like a shell, like the ones he had seen sitting on the benches in the palace. Interesting. If Brother Kaeski was truly a shell, then who had descended into him? Hughes furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Not far away, Chloe seemed to have gotten the answer she wanted from Brother Kaeski and visibly relaxed a little. After hesitating for a moment, she discreetly made a few hand signals to the people behind her. Then she scrutinized Hughes carefully before cautiously asking, "Who exactly are you?" Good question. Hughes smirked at Chloe. He also wanted to ask what that golden throne was all about. He had been sitting on it for so long that he was getting impatient. If she wanted it, she could go ahead and sit on it herself. Weren't you the ones who performed the ritual and summoned my descent? Chloe was momentarily taken aback. She frowned in thought before firmly stating, "You are not what we summoned." That piqued Hughes' interest. How had she come to that conclusion? After all, he had descended immediately after their summoning ritual was completed. The timing had been perfect. For her to still have doubts, she must have some crucial information. Why not? You have no pollution within you. That simple? Hughes blinked and pointed at Brother Kaeski. Does that mean everything you summon must be polluted? If pollution is inevitable, then why were you so anxious to have him purify it? I see now. I understand. You must be a newly born outer god. No wonder you are untainted. I am not a god. Fine, if you say so. Either way, you are incredibly lucky. You were born into the vessel we had prepared for summoning an evil god and happened to encounter us. The last thing I wanted was to meet you cultists. Hughes noticed that Chloe seemed more at ease now. She appeared convinced that he was a newly born outer god. An outer god was still a kind of god, right? Did that mean such gods were considered safe? Originally, this vessel was filled with pollution, but a newly born outer god is naturally pure. So you are truly fortunate. Hughes remained silent, patiently waiting for her to reveal more information. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you more. In this world, truly important knowledge always comes with pollution. Hughes knew this already. Cognitive barriers. That stuff didn't affect him. Any pollution that entered his body was automatically purified. He was about to tell them not to worry about cognitive barriers when he suddenly realized something strange. Their positioning was off. At some point, they had changed formation again. They now stood in a pattern distinctly different from before, aligned with the lines drawn on the ground. When had that happened? No. It was when Chloe ordered the mortals to retreat and the extraordinary ones to advance. They had used that moment to reposition themselves. Newborn outer god, please rest for now. This world is extremely dangerous. We will protect you as much as possible. Perhaps you are the hope we have been chasing. Hughes' vision darkened. An irresistible drowsiness swept over him. The last thing he saw was Chloe lifting her red cloak, revealing a sacred emblem pinned to her collar. It depicted a moth flying toward flames. We are the moths chasing fire. We will meet again soon. On the golden throne, Hughes' expression shifted unpredictably. This was the first time he had been forcibly ejected from a shell. Aside from dying and returning, that is, the moths chasing fire had left a deep impression on him. Not only did they possess the means to forcibly expel him from a shell, but their actions also surprised him. They had the madness of cultists, daring to communicate and cooperate with an unknown entity in a world where knowledge itself was polluted. Yet, they were also extremely cautious, displaying rationality in every decision they made. And this wasn't just one or two individuals. Their entire organization was highly disciplined. When they realized they had summoned something other than the Lord of Moths, they were alarmed but did not flee. Once Chloe gave an order, they obeyed immediately. She must have secretly communicated with them through some means, allowing them to complete a ritual unnoticed and banish him back to the Golden Throne. Moths chasing fire. Hughes memorized this name. This descent had been entirely unexpected. He had arrived right at the scene of their ritual, taking the place of their intended evil god. And in the end, he had managed to establish a cooperative relationship with them. The whole situation felt strange. But in hindsight, it was a good thing. From their words, they intended to continue communicating with him. That meant he could descend again using Hughes the worker's husk. In other words, he had secured a stable source of information. That was invaluable. More than anything, he lacked access to information in this world. And because knowledge carried pollution, he had almost no way to acquire it. Not a bad harvest. Time to return and check on things. With a thought, Hughes looked toward another husk. The noble youth smiled at him, and Hughes descended once more. Inside the manor, at the long table in the study, Lord Hughes slowly lifted his head. Looking around and seeing nothing amiss, he activated the mind link. Almost instantly, he received a message from Ash. Lord, we have discovered cultists on the island. Cultists. Yes, you have finally returned. We are already confronting them, but without your orders, we have not launched an attack yet. What do those cultists look like? They are uniformly dressed in red cloaks, and there are quite a lot of them. We have them surrounded, and we are still in a standoff. No conflict has broken out yet. Hughes was delighted. No wonder the moths chasing fire were in such a hurry to rush him back. It turned out they had been targeted by the sirens. Ash, well done. Once they were all captured, wouldn't there be an endless supply of information? They dared to summon an evil god. They must possess a great deal of hidden knowledge. This was a huge gain. Where are they? Are there any sirens stationed at the manor? Yes, Nini is at the manor. They are on the southernmost part of the island, southeast of the volcano. I'm heading over now. Be careful, try to avoid direct conflict. There are several extraordinary individuals among them. Understood. We outnumber them, so they don't dare to act recklessly for now. After closing the conversation with Ash, Hughes immediately ran through the secret passage toward the cave beneath the manor. At the same time, he contacted Nini. By the time he reached the water's edge, Nini was already waiting nearby. The two of them leaped into the sea together and swam swiftly toward the location Ash had mentioned. Nini was obviously full of questions but knew now was not the time to ask. She followed silently. Hughes found her expression amusing. She clearly wanted to speak but kept holding back. If you have something to ask, go ahead. Well, then I'll ask. Lord, what exactly is the relationship between that cultist's corpse and you? Huh. His name was Hughes, and your name is also Hughes. You even went to dig up his corpse. Just after you finished digging, a group of cultists appeared and took the body away. And coincidentally, you were missing during that entire period. Hughes' eyes widened. He had thought Nini wanted to ask about the operation. After all, she always liked to ask questions about everything. But she had almost figured out the truth. He really couldn't underestimate anyone. These sirens were intelligent beings, not mindless soldiers. They had already learned too many secrets. Piecing together the truth was only a matter of time. When that moment came, should he tell them everything? What is your guess, then? Hughes probed. When the grave was being dug up, the cultist Hughes underwent a corpse mutation, killed Lord Hughes, and his soul entered Lord Hughes' body. By sheer coincidence, he was also named Hughes, so he successfully evaded the detection of the symbiotic contract, utilized the mind link, and even used the contract to heal the wounds on Lord Hughes' body. As for Ash, she only serves Hughes. She doesn't care which Hughes is inside that body. And now, the only remaining enemy of the cultist Hughes is the Candlelight Church, who personally witnessed his burial. He has gathered the former subordinates of Lord Hughes, the Sirens, to surround Sister Chloe and the others who were trying to uncover the truth. He then boldly declared them as cultists, claiming they were preparing to summon an evil god. How ironic! The claws of the evil god are labeling these devout warriors, who fight for their faith, as traitors. What blasphemy! Fortunately, among the Sirens, there exists an individual blessed with both intelligence and beauty. Nini. She inadvertently deduced the sinister plan of the cultist Hughes. No one believed her. The only one who knew the truth, Ash, was willing to be the lapdog of evil. Thus, this intelligent, kind, merciful, and beautiful siren embarked on a journey to save Castel alone. What do you think? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Give me some feedback. You should go write novels. Really, with you as the protagonist, it would be much more entertaining than my little factory operations on the island. I do think I have some talent. Not just talent. Hughes thought it was a waste that Nini wasn't an author. She had meticulously noticed every flaw in his story and yet had woven them into something completely outlandish. If she didn't become a writer, she should at least be a journalist. Her ability to twist facts and take things out of context was clearly a mastered skill. Actually, I have a question. How did you know Chloe was a cultist? I don't. I was just making things up. Why do you ask? Really? Are you really possessed by the cultist Hughes? Nini's gaze turned sharp. No, I meant that Chloe is really a cultist. In truth, he and the cultist Hughes were indeed the same soul. Chloe? A cultist? Nini covered her mouth. How is that possible? Isn't she from the church? Miss Zoe said the church on land specifically deals with cultists. And because they specialize in dealing with cultists, they understand them the best. Your greatest opponent will always understand you the most. I see, so they were bewitched into betrayal. Hughes remained silent. He was actually somewhat suspicious about Chloe and Brother Kaeski's true allegiances. Their identities were simply too mysterious. Before he had descended into the body of Worker Hughes, he had never doubted them. Now, looking at it, Brother Kaeski might not even be an extraordinary from the candlelight emblem. His alignment with the investigators, the secret keepers, didn't quite match. No, whether he was even an extraordinary or just a vessel controlled by Chloe was also uncertain. But it didn't matter. They were already surrounded. Soon, the truth would come to light. We're here. Hughes surfaced. Nini swiftly grabbed him and carried him forward in a rapid serpentine motion. In the water, Hughes could keep pace with the sirens, but on land, it was a different story. Although the sirens had large bodies, their speed was anything but slow. Charging ahead, they weren't much slower than an armored vehicle. More importantly, they could keep running at such a speed for a long time. Their stamina seemed limitless. After crashing through a forest, not so much passing through as bulldozing it, Nini forced a path open. Smaller shrubs and even some trees were crushed under the sheer force of her powerful serpentine body. With your physical strength, exploring space would be incredibly easy. With flash magic, I don't even think you'd need a spacesuit. Just carry an oxygen tank, and you'll be fine. Space? What's that? I'll explain later. I have a feeling that knowledge must be highly polluting. Just in time, we're here. Nini switched to mind link, no longer speaking out loud. Seeing the sirens in the distance and the surrounded cultists, Hughes' expression turned serious. Ash, what's the situation? They were discovered by the patrol team. Tonight, you activated level 3 alert. We conduct patrols onshore in the no man's zone, and that was when they were found. Our people saw a massive fire. They chose a location on the south side of the volcano, with the mountain blocking the view from the north. I suppose they didn't expect anyone to come ashore to patrol from the sea. The patrol team didn't alert them but instead requested reinforcements through the mind link. By the time they realized it, they were already completely surrounded. None of them escaped. Yes, the patrol members are watching them. They are all here. Did anyone see what they were doing? Our people didn't dare get too close, so they couldn't hear what they were saying, but they seemed to be gathered around someone, discussing something. It was probably Worker Hughes. When he descended and spoke with this group of moths chasing fire, the sirens had already crept up unnoticed and even completed the encirclement. That was truly unexpected. What's their current situation? They have been in a standoff for a long time. They are not panicked at all, and their order is very well maintained. Take me there. Hughes soon saw the group of moths chasing fire. Just like when he saw them through Worker Hughes' body not long ago, they were dressed in loose red hooded robes, standing quietly in place, watching the surrounding sirens. Did you try calling out to them? Yes, but they neither surrendered nor revealed their identities. They only continued the standoff with us. A standoff? Hughes vaguely felt something was off. When he was still in that body, Chloe was clearly in a hurry to send him back. Hughes had thought she was going to flee, so why wasn't she anxious now? Hughes parted the sirens and stepped forward, carefully examining the red-robed cultists. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and his gaze stopped at the hems of their robes. The hems were completely intact, but Hughes distinctly remembered seeing them slowly burning before. Ash, sea serpent. Ash immediately understood, nodded, and raised his hand to summon a sea serpent, which twisted its body and crawled toward the red-robed cultists. The red-robed cultists retreated slightly, as if wary of the sea serpent, but the serpent did not stop and continued slithering forward. One of the cultists stepped back a few paces but soon stopped. Behind him was a tree, and he was trapped against it. The other red-robed cultists showed little reaction, merely watching their companion in silence. The ominous feeling in Hughes' heart grew stronger. Finally, the sea serpent reached the cultist. Ash glanced at Hughes for confirmation, and Hughes, his expression dark, gave a nod. The sea serpent bit down. The red-robed cultist's leg was torn open, but he remained silent. Losing the support of his leg, he simply collapsed. When he fell, he didn't land like a person but more like a piece of clothing, or rather, a paper figure, fluttering lightly into a pile. The sirens' expressions darkened. Hughes waved his hand, and the sirens rushed forward, striking at the red-robed cultists with long-handled axes, but they only pierced through empty paper figures. These paper figures barely reacted. When faced with an approaching person, they simply turned towards them and slowly retreated. Lord, these seem to be made of some kind of silk thread. Ash came closer, grabbed a red robe, and gently tore it apart, causing fine silk threads to scatter in the air. Hughes reached out to touch it. It felt soft and slightly elastic, reminding him of a cocoon. Moths chasing fire, seems their name is not just their cult's title but also a reflection of their supernatural abilities. Lord, we have checked the area. There are only these empty shells. The cultists have disappeared without a trace. Did you find the body? No, it seems they took it with them. Hughes sneered. This group of moths chasing fire probably thought they had successfully deceived him. Indeed, if Hughes didn't have that body, he might have been fooled and lost track of them forever. But now he knew that Chloe was their leader, which meant their stronghold was no mystery. They could run, but could their church get up and flee as well? Weary leaving. The sirens, though unwilling, still followed orders and withdrew, heading south. Lord, these cultists. Seeing the expressions of the sirens around him, Hughes pondered for a moment before raising his voice. These cultists have not truly escaped. They have not left Castel. I have special means of gathering information on them. Don't worry. The sirens were a force under his command, but they were not soldiers. Every time Hughes mobilized them, it was under the pretext of defending their home, so they needed to understand why they were fighting. Knowing why you fight might seem insignificant after all. In battle, following orders should suffice. But in the long run, a force without belief would eventually fall into decline and ruin. So Hughes softened his tone, comforting the disappointed sirens. These people are from moths chasing fire. I have some understanding of them. What they are doing is highly dangerous, but for now, they have not directly opposed us. In the future, we may have some interactions. If you encounter any information related to them, report it to me immediately. Are you saying we might even cooperate in the future? It's only a possibility. It depends on their stance. If you encounter them, do not attack first, exercise restraint. The sirens exchanged glances and nodded. Hughes took one last deep look at the forest before leading the sirens away. Soon, silence returned to the woods, but strangely, no insect chirps followed. From between the leaves, a few moths crawled out, spread their wings, and flew into the sky. Although it's unlikely, maintain vigilance around the island. Report any anomalies, especially anything leaving this place. You think. Let's see what choice they make. If expected, they will contact me on their own. Ash narrowed her eyes. She despised these cunning cultists. They were like moray eels, slipping away at the slightest distraction. Perhaps there would be another chance to engage them. Next time, she would not fail. Back at the manor, Hughes bathed and changed his clothes. Connor, send an invitation to Chloe of the Candlelight Church. Invite her to tomorrow's banquet welcoming Miss Beatrice. Chapter 97, How did you figure this out? Hughes' words in the forest were not just for the sirens to hear, they were also a positive signal to the moths chasing fire. He knew these people could hear him. After all, the moths chasing fire were exceptionally skilled in escaping and hiding. Hughes believed they must have left some scouts behind to observe. So, he spoke openly, and the subsequent dinner invitation was his way of sending a message. These people had chosen to seek his help in a time of crisis, which showed that they still had a sense of priorities. At the time, they thought Hughes was some kind of eerie existence and that they were on the verge of annihilation. Seeking out Hughes might not have saved them, but it might have saved Castel. Summoning an evil god and bringing about their own downfall was their own doing, but at least they were willing to try and salvage the situation when they saw things spiraling out of control. That was the foundation for cooperation. Because of this, Hughes was willing to give them a chance. As for whether they would attend the dinner, Hughes wasn't worried about that at all. This was his territory. There was no way so many people could simply vanish into thin air. If he wanted to find them, the countless Castel sirens could comb through the entire island. Besides, his invitation had already been delivered to Chloe, and with the hints he had left for the moths chasing fire, they wouldn't do anything foolish as long as they had any sense. Even though he didn't know why Chloe was convinced he had summoned an evil god, this group was still worth drawing in. They possessed a wealth of knowledge and information. Looks like tomorrow's dinner is bound to be lively. Hughes murmured to himself. You're saying, you broke the Type 2 machine. In the study, Hughes looked across the long table in surprise. He had just notified the sirens in the laboratory that he wanted the Type 2 machine brought to the manor to liven up the dinner. In truth, he just wanted to see if he could sell the thing. Even if he couldn't sell it, just promoting the fact that soap was a product of this new steam engine would be enough to boost its prestige. Just like how the elites of Earth pursued handcrafted, traditional methods, the top nobles of this world surely valued rare and luxurious items. And what was the most luxurious thing right now? A steam engine. This thing caused pollution if mishandled. Who but the wealthiest and most powerful could afford to own one? At the banquet, he could get a few noble socialites to endorse it, have Zoe write up some articles, and really hype it up. Straight from the number 7 production line. Only 10 units can be produced per day, any more, and the production line might explode. The coal used for the boiler is imported by the Whitebone Ravens, carrying the fresh scent of northern snowfall. Wouldn't that sell like crazy? But when he inquired about the machine, the sirens hesitated and mumbled before finally revealing that Monica had broken it. Monica stood across from him, looking guilty. Although the tunnel connected the study to the sirens' dwelling, Monica was the only one who had come up. First, the existence of the sirens hadn't been made public yet, and appearing in the manor was still risky. Second, the tunnel was quite narrow, and only someone as small as Monica could easily pass through. She was just a child. Hughes opened his mouth but held back his reprimand. Monica had sneaked off to play with the Type 2 machine while the other sirens were busy, and she ended up breaking it. Although it was a bad thing, she hadn't meant any harm. A standard punishment would suffice. You'll copy the safety regulations 10 times. The full version. Not a single word missing. And you can't use all 6 hands to write at once, 1 letter at a time. You don't have to pay for the broken steam engine. It was meant for experiments anyway, so it's fine. Just be more careful next time. Besides that, your wages will be docked. I'll cover the cost, but you need to understand that this isn't me showing you favoritism, it's because I'm your guardian. Do you understand? I understand. Hugh stared at her for a moment before sighing. Monica, since you understand, tell me why I'm punishing you. Because I broke the Type 2 machine. Hughes shook his head and pulled out a booklet from the table. It was the safety manual he had written. Monica instinctively frowned. She was sick of it. She always found it tedious and useless. Chapter 1, Section 9, It is forbidden to operate a running steam engine alone under non-emergency circumstances. I know you don't like these rules, but machines don't care whether you like them or not. You need to understand that a steam engine's power far exceeds human limits. The same goes for sirens. If it's not running, the worst that can happen is you break the machine. But once it's running, breaking the machine is the best possible outcome. If the boiler explodes, you'll die. Not even the symbiotic contract can save you. You might even take others down with you. If the flywheel is ejected at high speed, that massive chunk of iron will smash through everything in its path, living or dead. The consequences don't just affect you. You don't want others to get hurt, or worse, die because of you, right? Monica's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Hughes got up, grabbed a box of handkerchiefs from a nearby shelf, and handed one to Monica. Monica snorted, turning her head away. Hughes blinked and placed the box on the table before walking over to the fireplace. He picked up a long-handled axe and tapped the hidden mechanism. With the sound of gears grinding, the tunnel entrance closed. A muffled ouch came from inside. Through the mind link, Hughes sensed several sirens who had been eavesdropping quickly scurrying away. So there was more than one eavesdropper. How did they even squeeze into the tunnel? Awaya. Monica burst into tears, snatching a handkerchief and loudly blowing her nose. How odd. These sea creatures could actually cry. Did they even need to keep their eyes moist? Hey, don't cry, Monica. I just wanted to show off the Type 2 machine at the banquet. Maybe squeeze a few more gold coins out of the nobles. Hey, don't wipe your nose on me. After a bit of playful scuffling, Hughes collapsed back onto the chair, panting. So, how did you even break the Type 2 machine? That bulky thing is built like a tank. Did you activate flesh magic and ram into it? Of course not. Then what happened? Remember when we tried to burn some of the pollution? It didn't work, those things just wouldn't burn. Hughes nodded. He was aware of that experiment, and he had been disappointed. The pollution did shrink when burned, but the process was slow, and the heat output was low. The sirens had spent a lot of time on it and discovered a few properties of entity pollution. First, before providing any heat, the pollution needed a long period of intense heating. Second, in the furnace, it tended to clump together, prolonging this heating phase. Finally, it required extremely high temperatures, almost reaching the melting point of steel. What kind of boiler could withstand that? All these factors combined made it an incredibly inefficient fuel source. I figured out a way to make it burn better. Hughes sat up straight. This was big. If he could use entity pollution as fuel, he might solve his energy problems. How did you do it? I yelled at it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.